Hey, beautiful people. I hope that you're having, well, I hope that you had an amazing day. To all the moms out there, I hope that you guys had a great Mother's Day and all that stuff. I wanted to do a quick check in before my week started because I haven't really had a chance to do it with y'all all week. So, I got my little collagen water here. Not a lot. Just to kind of unwind and just chill with you guys for a second before I run my regular stream, okay? I'm not even sure what to talk to you guys about with my regular stream. So I'm going to chill here with you guys for a second. All right. So, what's good, T Hall? How are you? I'm just doing a quick check-in with you guys. You guys can chat with me. You can hit my link. You can ask me questions, whatever. I'm just kind of chilling right now before I run my stream. You guys, so I have 1,450 days sober. I'm close to my 4-year milestone. I feel really good about that. Just a lot of things have changed. And I just see things a lot differently now. And I get so many people criticizing me for my political views and for my journey that I openly share with you guys. I openly share for a lot of reasons, and it's just insane. So when I'm telling you guys is, thank you guys that do follow me. Thank you guys that do support me, that have been here from day one. Or if you're just now joining me, I really appreciate you guys. We are growing so fast, and there's so many things I would like to share with you guys, but I'm a firm believer in this. Listen, where can I set my water? Collagen water, ladies. Get some. Get some. Let me greet you guys. Hey, T Hall. Yeah, we're just chilling. Happy Mother's Day, 504 girl. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you, Mulatto. Thank you. Congratulations on my sobriety. Thank you, Jerome. Thank you for your support. Thank you for always supporting me. I appreciate you, friend. We have, we've grown together. Thank you, you guys. I won't be with you guys too long because I still have to do another live stream. But QI, when can we have a conversation, QI? Do you want to come and chat with me? QI and I did a panel today. I get so nervous, you guys, before I hit anybody's link. I was nervous. I always am because I'm not in my own space. But we did have a good conversation, and anytime you guys want to have like a positive conversation, I'm always going to show up for that. I always, if I can. Fires YouTube. Why, Doc? Let me just drop a link for you guys in case y'all want to chat with me. I'm just talking to you guys loosely. Because I won't be able to talk to you guys like this again until next week. So, listen. All the folks that said I couldn't do it, that said I wasn't going to make it, that put all these obstacles in my way, I'm sitting on almost 4 years. That's not easy to do. And I think for me, I love being able to look at people and I don't have to say anything, but just knowing that I did it despite all the obstacles they put in my way. CPS was called on me when I was sober. People were doxing my families. People were doing a lot of things, and I still overcame all that. So I'm feeling like, yeah, I got this. Not only that, but I went to school, graduated, about to get my bachelor's degree, and there's just a lot of good things happening. So this sobriety journey has been wild. It's been a lot. It's been a lot of ups and downs, and it's still a struggle. You have something to share with me? I'm gonna drop my link right now. But don't think. Let me drop. You guys know it was 105 degrees. No, I'm sorry. 110 degrees in Palm Springs. It is hot. My hair is about to turn fluffy again. I don't know how much longer I can keep it straight. What are you gonna share with me? Yeah, I'm a lotto. I'm so close, and I'm just really excited about a lot of stuff that I can't really. When you come to a place where you're, now again, I have a lot of tough days. I'm not trying to say it's smooth sailing over here, but things are good. Life is lifey. And I love the community that we're building. Oh, she's sharing it on my, I thought she was going to share it, but she has something to share with me right now. I can't keep up. trying to read this as I talk to you guys. What's good, Mellow? You love Palm Springs? Milano, I love Palm Springs. And some people say that Palm Springs is boring. You gotta know what you're doing here. Celebrities come here. And if you don't know, I mean, Palm Springs is a beautiful town. I love the mountains. I love the resorts. I love the restaurants. If you guys come to Palm Springs and you don't know what to do, just hit me up and I will tell you exactly what to do, because this is an amazing town. Now, did you like it, Doc? I like it. Mellow, how are you tonight? Okay, you guys. So before I get out of here, let me say this. Hold on, you guys. I'm talking to you on live. I got multitask. It's hard for me to multitask. Okay, if you guys pay attention to my community wall, I was talking about somebody, a far right political podcaster, Nick Fuentes, right? I was trying to play a clip for you guys, but because I'm just now getting my channel back on track, I have to figure out what I could play and what can I not play. Are you guys familiar with Nick Fuentes? He says a lot of things that are extreme. He says a lot of things about like Christian, you know, he's for a wider America. He doesn't believe in the Holocaust. He's very extreme. So that's why some of his views, that's why he's kicked off of Twitter, he's kicked off of YouTube, he's kicked off of a lot of platforms. And I was talking about him. Well, actually, someone let me know that he said he was going to vote Democrat. I don't even know. Do you guys know what I'm talking about or no? I love Palm Springs. Yeah. I'm getting ready to buy another place, probably here, but I'm getting ready to buy another place out here. Anyway, so I'm not going to kill you guys with talk about Nick Fuentes because you guys probably don't know what I'm talking about. But I was thinking, you know, a lot of people. There you go. Hang on. Aw, that's great news, 504 girl. I love it. You know of Nick? Okay. So finding out that Nick Fuentes is Democrat or wants to be Democrat, I feel that a lot of people don't like the Republican Party because of these so-called far-right political activists, or he's not an activist, he's a podcaster, somebody that couldn't make it in college, that couldn't really make it in real life, and he says a lot of things that are extreme. I always found him problematic. Y'all weren't listening to me, but people liked Nick because they said that Nick said things that other people wouldn't say. And that's why a lot of people don't like Republicans, because of people like that. Because if girl, what? I congratulated you. So that's why a lot of people don't like the Republican Party, because anybody that is far right or far left, in my opinion, is a problem. I said that about Jasmine Crockett. I said the same thing about Nick Fuentes. Nobody was listening to me. And here we are today with this weirdo. And this weirdo saying all these things. He sounds completely unhinged right now. And what's good, Latina? That's your proud emoji? Oh, all right. Enough of that. I'll wait till I do my vertical stream and talk about Nick Fuentes, because you guys don't know what I'm talking about. But if I find one good clip to share with you guys, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do it. How are you doing, Latina? I'm just chilling with you guys. I am so happy for you, 504 girl. Latina, happy Mother's Day, my friend. Happy Mother's Day. Okay, I'll go back to oh, am I gonna get on my political? Shut up! Stop. Boy 6, don't make me curse you out in the stream. We have a real chill stream. Don't get my attention. Don't stand out for me, because I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be nice. You can't sleep? Why? I can't either, but I have a really busy work week. So I hope that you can get You don't gotta block him, but he irritates me with all that talk that he does. You know, I know you guys love me, and you guys rock with MU, and I know you guys are being weird. So I said, don't get my attention. So I do like. Oh, thank you, Doc. Doc always has my back. I do like these little streams like this. I'm there's just a lot that I am extremely grateful for, that I like talking to you guys about, not just politics. Yes, I do politics, and I'm really grateful to be in that algorithm. I worked really hard to be able to be around people that think like me and people that don't think like me, and we can have a conversation about it. I love it. I love every minute of it. But I also like you guys supporting my sobriety journey, because I talk a lot about building yourself up, not using government handouts or anything from the government. I'm not saying that people don't need help, because sometimes they do, but it's only supposed to be temporary. So I do feel that I'm one of the best examples for that, and that anybody can turn their life around. Now, I do have a long way to go, so I do limit my stress online. If I can't have fun with you guys, then I take off. I don't even want to do it. You know, I'm not gonna argue with you guys. I was in somebody's chat just a few minutes ago that said that they were in a beef with me. You're not in a beef, or they were in a beef with me. You guys beef with yourselves. You guys don't beef with MU. I don't understand what some of you are coming from with that. Like, don't do that.
Hi.
Do I?
Hi.
Hello. We had a picture on your site. Girl.
You
How
had
you
say that again?
say which part?
What you just said.
What, before I stopped myself?
Yeah, you
What's
said we had
I was
we
gonna say
had
we had an interesting panel today. I was gonna say we had an interesting panel. I found it informative. I do like you on panels, QI. I feel that you have come a long way, and I listen to you sometimes. Besides your plant conversation and comparing women to plants, I still don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't get it. But the other stuff you talk about, I can rock with it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the type of content that I did before. Like when I first launched the channel, which happened to be in the beef sector, even though I'm not originally from the beef sector. I did pretty good. I had, 2 panels and I did my own topics. I had to take care of family things, so I stepped away for a little while. And so when I came back, everything was all different. So I never and it wasn't like the way it used to be in the past, where we talked about serious things. Like different channels, they talked about different things, serious things and things of that nature. When I came back, it was more like panel channels. So basically I'm just getting in the groove to like really like I told Trish today, I appreciate it because she helped motivate me to get back on my own path.
I think you should. Before I get into that, let me answer this question real fast from 5 before go. Why is it that when Republicans feel they don't agree with 47 and take a stand, other Republicans feel like they're a traitor? I feel that people are traitors because they're traitors. Now, when you have, it's not because people don't agree with Trump, because there's a lot of people that don't agree with Trump that are Republican, and I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't agree with Trump on everything, but when you have somebody, I don't feel that people are traitors. I feel like they're rhinos, they're Republican in name only, because a Republican isn't going to just switch parties based off of who's the president. They may vote a different way, but they're not going to switch their party, because Republicans believe, as far as their core values, traditional values, is not dependent on the president. You vote for the person that represents that. In this case, it was Donald Trump over Kamala. But to say, oh, I'm going to be Democrat no matter who's running, that person was never really Republican. They were Republican in name only. They definitely do not stand on the core values of Republican. And a lot of times these rhinos come off as extreme. They overdo it. Oh, what did Nick Fuentes say? All blacks are lazy, or they're not as smart as white people, or we're about Christian nationalism and stuff like that. Republicans are not. That's a far right point of view, and it does not represent the Republican Party. So we're not saying that person is a traitor. We're saying that person is a liar because they represented themselves as a Republican. Now, QI. Now you guys can disagree with me if you want, but that's not kind of person a traitor. So
Yeah, y'all
QI.
are really strict. But go ahead.
What do you mean we're really strict? We're not strict. We're misunderstood.
Okay. What were you about to say?
About this plant thing with the women.
Okay.
Can you please help me understand your point of view since I have time?
Yeah, okay. So basically by the time I had got on the panel, they had moved the conversation. He was saying that if it wasn't for a man's seed, Carcino was saying that if it wasn't for a man's seed, then basically there would be no children, offspring provided, right? So once I cause remember my premise was asking, do black men care about, women or children? And so that was my original premise. So I came up to basically drive those home, but by the time I got up, the goalpost had moved. So basically, I might have went a little too deep, but it was about biology and genetics, right? It was about the fact that with parthenogenesis, it's called parthenogenesis. And that's like where basically um, just like in a plant, what plant is pollen? Pollen is a self-fertilization. It's self-fertilization. So basically, there was a time that, I read about in history where uh, women could do parthenogenesis. And according to records, they still can, like the Virgin Mary and all of that, where women do not have to have a male partner to produce a child.
Oh, wait a minute. So you're saying that women do not have to have a male partner to produce a child?
There was a time in history, but there's still some accounts
When
or
was
records.
that time in history? So what did we use to produce children?
It was self-production. Like it was just self-production. Let me see if I can find a better way.
You don't have to name
Google.
me someone. Name me someone who came here and their partner was a plant, or they were
Not a
asexual.
plant, but parthenogenesis. Put it in yourself too. Let me spell it for you so you can Parthenogenesis, and that's
Hang
for
on.
the chat as well.
Let me have that schooling again. I mean, that schooling. Lord,
The spelling.
let me have that spelling. That spelling again.
Okay, it's Parthenogenesis. Did you
I'm
get it?
sorry. I didn't mean to laugh. You guys don't ask me about being on block. I'll talk to my moms and they'll give me the message. Because if I blocked her for a reason, and I don't know that reason offhand. Okay, how do you say that?
Parthenogenesis.
Okay, that is a form of asexual reproduction where an embryo develops from an unfertilized egg, often termed a virgin birth. Common in plants and vertebrates, but we have vertebrates. We're not invertebrates. Bees,
Uh,
acids, and some vertebrates, reptiles, and fish. It allows females, reptiles, and fish, not people. We're not invertebrates.
okay, now I want you to.
Wait, let me see,
So
whoa, slow roll. We're gonna finish. Wait, let me see who's backstage. Uh, who hit the link? I can't. Let me look to see. I don't know who this person is. Let me use a banner. Can you flash your camera backstage so I know you're an actual person? Are you not the one that's banned in the chat? Let me use my banner QI.
Okay.
All these hidden people. Y'all see I come on camera every day. Every day. What y'all so afraid of?
I've been on camera enough.
Not you, Q. I know you. Hey, are you staying on camera? Or can I move it? Just give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Now I'll move my banner. Yeah? All right. Lord, pray I don't get bombed. Pray I don't get... Oh, let me bring you up.
They're gone.
What's up? What's up? MU, how you
Hi.
doing?
Who's that? What's his name?
I'm
Jungle
scared.
F.
Jungle F.
Yes.
Okay.
How are you? Person backstage, flash your camera for me. I don't know you guys. Y'all know I get afraid with the panel. Go ahead, Jungle F. I can hear you.
Yeah, Teriak's a buddy of mine. We actually had a cool debate prompt that we wanted to run by you and get your thoughts on it. That's why we came over since you went live.
Is Teriak from the Panelverse?
No, he's from Speakeasy's channel.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's the
He has
same
his own channel
Teriak
as well. Yeah.
Okay.
So are you from Speakeasy?
Yeah.
Yep.
How you guys?
Well, I like Speakeasy. Who's that? That's Teriak.
Yeah, it's Teriak. I'm Irish, by the way, so don't hold it against
Okay,
me.
cool. I support Speakeasy.
He's a legend, as they say.
Okay.
What's good?
So I have basically I've been working on a bit of political philosophy, as they say, and basically it's called aristocratic national republicanism. And the main thing that we're kind of like aiming to do here is like promote competency, like reason as being like the highest principle, like reason. But we want the best individuals in the best places, not only in leadership but then also in voting. And one of the limiting factors for voting is like two main factors, which is stake in the nation, which is you must own residential land or primary home, or have completed honorable military or national service. So that's like the one thing, that criteria you must fill. And then the second one would be civic competence, which is like basically a test every 8 to 10 years. Voters must pass a neutral test covering English fluency, mathematics, logical reasoning, including fallacies and sound reasoning, and then cognitive pattern recognition. Want to know your thoughts?
Just to vote.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So this is a theory. What is this exactly?
Political philosophy.
Okay, so it's a wish.
Well, yeah, I guess like everything is a wish before it becomes reality.
Okay, I got you. I'm just trying to understand,
Yeah.
what you were doing. So you want to debate on that?
No, I just want to know, like, is there any kind of like flaws or anything like that you might see with it?
Absolutely. But go ahead.
No, like
You might
those are the
wanna
only
talk-
two.
You might want to talk to the Republican though, because you said this was a Republican thing. You might want to go ahead and talk to the Republican.
You're muted, MU.
Okay, let me make sure. I wish I had my notepad, you guys, because sometimes, I want to be able to reflect back on what you guys said during these live streams that aren't titled. How do I feel about people serving in the country and voting? Let's do one by one. Throw one at me and I'll respond to that and then ask another one.
Yeah, so the first criteria is stake in the nation. So you must own residential land or primary home, or have completed honorable military or national service.
Okay, I'm gonna say no about the home because that takes out a lot of people that haven't had the opportunity to own a home. I have been a homeowner, so I'm not talking about myself, but overall, I'll say no to that. I do like the idea of completing service because that helps give you a sense of pride for the country that you are living in.
Well, yeah, so it's one or the other.
Yeah,
like you don't necessarily have to own the home.
Okay, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I like it.
Okay, and then the second part
also applies for women or men.
Yeah,
so it's not biased at all.
It's an equal standard, yeah. And then the second one would be civic competence. So if you've either served in the military or you're on a home, you then also have to complete a civic competence test every 8 to 10 years. Voters must pass a neutral test covering English fluency, mathematics, logical reasoning, which is like being able to know what a logical fallacy is, and be able to identify sound argumentation versus unsound or invalid argumentation, and a cognitive pattern recognition test.
So y'all going to end up with 5 eligible voters.
I thought you weren't going to respond,
No.
QI. I thought you weren't going to respond.
Like, wait, are you pro universal suffrage?
The problem with people voting that really have no clue what they're voting for is they tend to vote Democrat. And I don't want to.
Oh my God.
Lord, you didn't even let me finish.
Go ahead.
Finish.
Go ahead.
So to say that you can understand some of the things, I know that it's hard because people are saying, okay, you're trying to, you're going to take away some people's right to vote. And it makes you guys think of the obvious, which I don't want to say, but you guys in the chat can say it. I already know what you guys are thinking.
That is going to be, it's not going to be specific to all races.
No, it should be one standard test. Anybody can join the panel. Anybody can. It's just an open chat. Okay, go ahead. What's the next one?
That's basically it. Like the competency test, like basically on the stake in the nation.
The only problem, I like the stake in the nation. I like the first one, the competency test. I'm on the fence about. I'm gonna give that one a no because I'd be worried that some groups would not be able to vote because I'm not sure how these tests will work. I don't know. Would it be like SAT tests where I just don't know. I would have to see the test.
Yeah, so it's basic.
Standard test, basic for everyone. Oh, can you understand? Can you read? Is it a literacy test, stuff like that? Okay, you want to make sure that people are able to understand what they're voting for and what it's all about. I can see that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just testing for competency because like you wouldn't want incompetent people voting or unreasonable people voting, correct?
And you're going to have both parties, but this is only going to apply to the Republican Party, right?
Both parties?
No, every single person in the nation has to take this test. Otherwise, you don't vote.
That might work, though. That might work for us Democrats.
I think that everyone now the land. I can't agree. I come on. A lot of people can't own homes, and that has to do with things. Just we know what that has to do with. But serving in a military, that just
because that's the opt-out. It's either you own land or you serve your military. So you either have skin in the game or you give your blood.
It does
military or national service. So you could also just serve for your state or your federal government, not necessarily have to be military.
Can I weigh in now and tell you what the fallacies are? Basically, it's anti-constitution. So no, because the Constitution is for the people and all people. So when you put that kind of criteria on, people just to vote, you're basically taking away a whole lot of voices.
No, because in terms of the aristocratic national republicanism, like you're not going to lose your constitutional rights or economic freedoms. Just in terms of being able to vote, we need to make sure that you're competent. Because like the main problem with them.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Hold on. I gotta use my battery, guys. Hold that thought. I think there's gonna be somebody that's coming up to debate you guys.
Let's go,
baby. But the main flaw with democracy, like a lot of people think, oh, democracy is great, everybody should vote and all this stuff. But democracy gives the intellect and the ignorant both one vote each. And because we know that intellectuals are far more rare than ignorant people, it's literally like ignorant supremacy.
Yeah, which is wrong.
Why would you want
supremacy under any state is wrong. Plus, when we're looking at intelligence, that's intelligence or whatever. That's how can I say it? Certain people are intelligent when it comes down to certain things, and not all people are not intelligent when it comes down to everything. So I don't think that is going to be fair, and it'll probably knock a whole lot of people out of the game that should be voting.
Well, if
Plus,
you're not able to,
Is that you?
It is. It's me. Good morning,
Okay, go
everyone.
ahead, you guys. Good morning. Go ahead, you guys. I wanted to make sure that was a person back there. Okay.
yeah, so like universal suffrage is literally ignorance supremacy. It favors the ignorant. So like we shouldn't have universal suffrage. You should be able to prove that you're competent. You should be able to prove that you're able to reason, like logical reasoning. You're able to prove that you know what a logical fallacy is, you know, and you're able to identify what sound or unsound argumentation is.
but isn't it up to the government to educate? Don't we have like public schools and different things of that nature? You know, curriculum and different things of that nature to basically educate people. So basically, the government is dropping the ball. And we're voting for better education, better schools. Those are the things that we basically vote on. We're voting for rights, for amendments, rights, and different things for all people, and not just some, not just people who you might consider, who somebody might consider intelligent.
Yeah, but like in a standard class, there's going to be kids who will fail the test. There's going to be kids who pass the test. You know what I mean? So that's not the teacher's fault that the some kids fail the test. I mean, and to put it all on the government.
Sometimes it's not the students' fault either, because some tests are biased, and that's what I mean. It depends on, like, this test sounds like it's going to be very biased.
No, it's quite
How
the
would it
opposite,
be biased?
actually. And also, we would implement a change in the education system to include a universal free civics education, all 12 years of your kindergarten to high school, optional incentives for passing the civics exams, expanded national service programs around civics, and just a stronger civics curriculum in schools in general, rather than just restricting the right to vote itself. We incentivize people to learn about civics and give them the tools they need to be able to pass the test. So there shouldn't be any excuses within unbiased test like that.
But we have different cultures. Just like, for one thing, my culture is very different. So of course I would look at it like it's going to be biased, because it sounds like you're doing this because you want to instill what country pride. I mean,
No, competence.
nation competence.
Yeah.
That is subjective when you say competence,
objective.
as well as intelligence and tests are subjective.
Yeah, so like for example, like if you engage in like fallacious reasoning, right? So like an ad hom. So if you make an argument and I just attack your personal character, right? That can work optically or rhetorically. Like, so for example, like let's say we were having a debate on drug legalization, and I was against drug legalization, but you knew that I was a heroin addict previously and all this stuff, and your argument was, well, Teriak was a heroin addict, ergo he's wrong. That will actually work on some people, but it's fallacious reasoning. It actually doesn't tie to the argument that I'm making why we should make heroin illegal. You know what I mean? So being able to identify that is like, that's going to be part of the test, being able to identify what fallacies are and why they're wrong. And also in terms of like sound versus unsound argumentation. You know what I mean?
Right,
that's not biased, or it should not be biased.
Emotion out of things and judgment.
Precisely.
Hey, 23 B-Ron. Okay. Do you guys in the chat agree with the guys? They're talking about owning land or being in the military, some form of service before you can vote, and a competency test. I'll call it that.
Who's going to create this competency test?
The judiciary and the Senate.
And it's basically just going to be on American civics.
Civic competence, yeah.
So, I have a question. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I have a question. Can you give me?
Absolutely not. So the chat.
First of all, you said we. When you say we need to, is like you're including yourself as though you're intelligent. Then that could be subjective as well. I would like to
No.
ask you, because intelligence is subjective, depending on who, what, where, when, and what the situation is. The other piece is this. What can you give me an example of maybe 3 questions?
Yeah, so just to recap, voters must pass a neutral test covering
No,
English
I heard
fluency,
you. No
mathematics,
need to recap.
logical
I got
reasoning,
that.
including fallacies and sound argumentation, and cognitive pattern recognition.
So give me an example.
Yeah, so I'd throw out, let's say, arguments that would contain an ad hom fallacy.
I know exactly what it is. I know exactly what it is. I'm asking you to give me an example of a question. 3 questions.
Yes. Yeah, so it wouldn't be necessarily a question per se. It would be an argumentation that contains an ad hom fallacy, and then it would be like multiple choice or just be a blank text box to say, is this argumentation valid or sound?
Give me an example.
Yeah, so the example I use with the heroin argument, and it's like person 1 would make, let's say, an argument against heroin. The second person would say, my opponent was previously a heroin addict, and then I would ask you, is this sound argumentation? Yes or no?
That is so passe, and it is so
what
actually
does
it
passe
is
mean?
it is so messy. It is unnecessary. It is trifling. It is not none of that. I mean, because if we want to talk, because a person may not listen, a person may not know of a person's
if they don't know, if they don't know, then they shouldn't be voting.
No, that's not true. I don't. There are several. You know. Let me finish. There are many people that you vote for. You don't necessarily know their past background. There are many. There are many. Wait a minute. There are many people that have been voted for that were Ku Klux Klan members. There were many people who, and so are they they were Ku Klux Klan members when they were in college. That was what they did when they were in college. But do you demonize them or do you judge them when they run for office and they may have changed their mind or they may have changed their philosophy? You don't know. And just because a person was a heroin addict at one particular time and they're against heroin, if I'm not mistaken, they would probably be the best person to really have some excellent points about heroin as opposed to
you do realize you're making an ad hom fallacy
you do realize that is so passe. It is so not necessarily. It is not at all cost effective. And no, we don't need here in the United States a bunch of people who consider themselves to be intelligent or particular society creating a test for people who they think are not intelligent.
So the example I gave was
definitely not going to happen here in the United States.
The example I gave was an ad hom fallacy, and you just presented a counter argument, which is an ad hom fallacy. You're like, well, we don't know if these people are KKK members, and it's like, that's an ad hom fallacy.
You said heroin. I gave another example. That's what that was.
Ask that question again.
It's still an ad hom fallacy.
It's fallacious reasoning. The heroin example was also ad hom. Like I said, it's messy.
And
it's
people who use
it's not necessary.
People who use fallacious reasoning should not be voting. You don't want incompetent people voting.
But you are thinking you're the judge and the jury. You're not. This is so unintelligent. And it is definitely discriminatory.
I'm not the judge and jury.
And it's not just racially discriminatory. It's discriminatory all the way around.
It's racist?
Competency is racist? Because if I was to say that people on YouTubers, people who are content creators, they shouldn't vote because they're influencers and they sway the people's vote because they sway people's minds by manipulative reasoning. So that anybody could come up with some kind of hypothesis. Anybody, but no. I'm gonna check. But I'm gonna.
Thank you so much. Hold on, you guys. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Let me read it out loud. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thanks for having us on the panel. Which one of you are DPG thing? Thanks for having us.
That's me.
Gotcha. For the one on top? Jungle Left. Thanks for having us on the panel. And although we bring controversial topics, we care and listen to all items ideas and criticism. I love it. Bring it.
Yeah, so competency is not racist. No, it's basically like logical argumentation, logical reasoning, right? Like it's
According to
okay to
User,
like
whom?
racist or whatever.
According
Like
to whom?
it because it's an objective standard that does not care about your race.
The three laws of logic.
let me ask you something. Let me
You-
ask you if you could ask your example question again.
Yeah, so
One
for
more time.
example, in terms of the logical reasoning section, you'll be presented with an argument and you'll be asked to
No,
determine whether or
the
not it is
example.
sound argumentation or not.
The example
Yeah.
about the heron.
Yeah, so it would be person number one will give an argumentation of why we outlaw heroin, and then person number two's response, the counter argument, will say, my opponent was a former heroin addict. You should not listen to them. And then the question would be, is person number two's argument sound reasoning? If you
What was
answer
person?
yes
What
to
was
you answer
person
yes
number
to that
one's
question,
argument?
then you get the question wrong.
Mm-mm. That's crazy. Good boy, no. Are you from America? Because this sounds like you're in a whole nother country somewhere.
Again, another add-on
That's not
fallacy.
the
This
United
is
States
ridiculous.
citizens not going to go for it. We're not going for that.
Yeah, you should
Negative.
not be
But I mean,
voting.
that's a good try. You did a
You
good
should
try,
not be
maybe.
voting.
No,
But
you can't
People,
say
you
that.
should.
people with
You have
yeah,
no
all people
right.
with that
You
mentality should not be
absolutely have
voting.
no right. Are not the judge or the jury to decide
Yeah,
whether or not a
competency is.
person should vote or not, whether or not they graduated or didn't graduate, or they're third.
Never
They
mentioned
just
that.
you are, and whoever you all are not the judge and the jury. United States citizens,
Yeah,
Americans are not going for that. I don't care what side
yeah,
of the aisle that
competency.
they're on. They're
Yeah,
not going for it.
competency is the judge, jury, and
Yeah,
executioner.
So
competency
you would.
once again is also subjective. And again, you haven't
It's
given a
not
good
subjective.
example.
By
So you would
definition,
prefer.
objective.
You would prefer that they answer that with using statistics of how many people have suffered at the hands of addiction
No,
and how hard
you
it is
don't.
to
You
shake.
don't understand. Yeah, you
Is
don't
that you
understand.
backstage?
Like,
Can you
it's
guys come up?
basically a yes or no question.
Is that you backstage?
I mean,
Okay,
I get what
Yeah, this
you're
me.
saying,
I got
but
you.
in a debate, in a debate, whether if we're trying to in a real actual debate, right? And if you're trying to argue for or against heroin, then you're going to have to basically you're going to have to use some personal statistics, some statistics
No,
that involves how it affects people's lives. So you're going to have to, in a real argument, you would have to use that. Now, I don't
no. The
suggest that a
test.
person. I get you. I don't suggest that a
You
person
don't get
says
me.
that opponent number
Yeah, I
two
don't get
is
you.
a
TC
heroin
doesn't get you. That's for
is a
sure.
hair
Yeah, the
is
test.
a
What we're
heroin
testing
addict.
for is fallacious reasoning. So the topic could be about anything. Question comes down to, is this person's argument sound reasoning? And if they use a
Sound.
fallacy, then it is not sound reasoning.
I thought we was
What would
talking
you?
about
What
the
would you?
test to vote.
What? But look, tell me, what would you consider sound reasoning? Though, what would you
Yeah,
consider
so
sound
sound
reasoning?
reasoning, you can Google it as well, just to
With
hold
that
me
same
accountable.
example,
Yeah.
no, with that same example, what would you consider? Give me an
Yeah.
example.
Sound reasoning is where it has to be valid, which means the conclusion necessarily follows from the premises, and that the premises are true.
I believe if you retarded, you shouldn't be able to have to vote. But if you have sound mind and sound reasoning, then you can go to school and you know your ABCs and one, two, threes, and you can actually recollect things and understand politics a little bit. And you're a logical reasoning adult, you should be able to vote. Our
I believe that
forefathers
if
have
you can
fought and
read
died
and
to vote.
write, if you can read and write and you can comprehend, that you should be
Yeah.
able to vote. It's not
Yeah.
just not because
But what I'm
that right
saying,
there, that what your example alone was complicated. Your example alone was way too complicated, and it has nothing to do with intelligence, but it has more to do with perspective.
No,
Okay,
it's
let me
not
ask
that the
you
I
guys a
get
perspective.
that part.
question. I'm curious.
What I'm trying to convey at the end of the day is that a lot of people have sacrificed their lives to vote. And for us to all of a sudden say, okay, let's have a test to see who can vote or not, I think that's very I think that's very stupid. I think that's a dumb argument. And even that shouldn't even be debated in this day and time that we're going through right now, when
It
every
should
vote
not,
should
but
count.
he's going to say that you're using logical
Yeah.
fallacies, and he's going to say that you
So
shouldn't
What?
be eligible to
Why
vote.
you?
yeah,
Because
just for me to
because
I'm
restate.
he's cutting
using
you
common
off and let him
sense.
make his point.
No,
Let
no,
him make.
I'm saying that's what he's
Let him
going to
make his.
say.
You gotta let him make his point. You just cut him off. And why are you using a
Oh,
white
it's all
man?
right. It's all good.
Go ahead. And why are you using a white man?
That's Michael Corleone. He's an Italian.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Sicilian,
Mama.
by the way. He's a Sicilian, by the way.
Okay.
And
Yeah, so
Sicilians,
to
real
restate the
Sicilians are
position,
black people.
there's two things you must have: a stake in the nation, meaning either owning residential land or a primary home, or having
You
completed
crazy.
honorable military or national
That's
service. So
not
one
that's
of
not
those two things.
constitutional. That's not
One
going to
sec.
work. It is
Let
not
me finish.
that's not
Let,
constitutional.
let me finish,
Let
Linda.
him finish
So
his
you have
thought.
to have one of those criteria to have stake in the nation. Once you have stake in the nation, then you have your civic competence test. So every 8 to 10 years, voters must pass a neutral test covering English fluency, mathematics, logical reasoning, as we demonstrated with the fallacious reasoning, or sound argumentation. Essentially, you show that you're able to understand what sound argumentation is, and then cognitive pattern recognition.
So now now you want to move the goalposts again.
No,
Let's
That's
it's
the
move
not
the
same
moving
arguments
goalposts
anything.
up
I've
to
It
vote
stated
hasn't
since
for.
even
I've come on
To
started.
panel.
vote.
It
Yeah,
hasn't
That's
even started. That's
It
not
don't
moving
make
the
any
goalposts.
sense.
yeah.
if I could
That's not
I
moving
agree
the
simplify it,
with you.
goalposts.
I
There
agree
is
with
no
you. I
goalposts.
agree
This
with you.
is absolutely
Ludicrous.
cocky pop.
if you could give me a minute, I could simplify the fallacious argument that
You're right.
his thing was. So whenever you have person A who's a former heroin addict, the person A gives an argument against banning heroin in the United States. Person B then says the ad hom fallacy in that, well, this person was a former heroin addict. Whatever he says you shouldn't listen to. That's the point right there. What the person B said is a logical fallacy and an ad hom attack against the person that made a sound statement towards banning heroin in the United States.
So
So
okay, let
that's
me
what the
ask you.
test is
All right,
about, not
all
the
right. So
fact that
mhm.
this person or this person came from this background or whatever. It's the argument itself that the question is asking.
so the hypothesis I'm going to
Hold on.
use.
You guys
Okay.
see my banner up. Hold on. Are you crazy? Is that you backstage? Can you flash your camera or speak? Just like it makes
Yes.
That's you backstage. Okay, I guess you guys know him. All right, you guys, I'll move my banner.
So the example that was just used about a heroin addict. So the heroin addict.
Are you gonna keep your? I'm sorry, TC. Are you gonna keep your banner up? I mean, your camera on?
I can. It's on.
Oh, you can turn it off if you want. I was just saying.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay,
go ahead, you guys.
Once again, I mean, talking about this heroin addict and a heroin addict.
You making some great points.
This heroin addict is someone that you're not that a person.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
Should not listen. That they shouldn't listen to as it pertains to heroin policy.
Correct.
So let's talk about what we have right now in our in office. We have a person who is this. We have several people, or this one particular person who's the president. He has had several bankruptcies. Now, logical reasoning would say a person that has several bankruptcies is not a good business person. So why would if they can't run a company, why should they run a country?
Yeah, so again,
But
the
that's
question is testing for sound reasoning. It's got nothing to do with
okay.
heroin
But
specifically
I'm
or policy
talking. That
specifically.
is sound reasoning. That is an example. I just put another.
No, it's
I
not,
just
because
put another. No,
the
no.
conclusion
I
does
put
not
no. I'm
necessarily
not.
follow.
I'm not concluding anything. You concluded that. You made the example that if a
He
person
doesn't even know what a conclusion
was a heroin addict, which how would a person know that? Number one. You don't know
Yes.
everything about a person's
Yeah.
Well,
personal
basically,
situation. But
I think
So
what
I
I
gave an
think,
example. Do you know
right?
what an example is?
do
Yeah,
you?
basically.
Of course, don't do that. You're
Okay,
listen. Don't do that.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
so
let me
basically,
do this
This is
because
Jungle.
Oh
This is why we
wow.
need to put this test in. These people vote.
basically,
No,
no, no, no,
we
no.
don't.
Hold on, hold on,
You
hold on, hold on.
you are the kind of person that
These people
exactly
was
United
these
States
people.
citizens are not going to. We're
everybody on the
not going.
panel, but you guys are so emotional. What I would like to do is for them to throw a question out and then we go around and everybody answer because I want to hear what all of you got to say. And I know that people are pissed off, and I know a lot of you, and I know why you're pissed off, but I love it. So bring it.
I think I got it. Can I go first?
Well,
All right, and then we'll
can
go to
can I
John. You guys
finish?
work your way around
I
because I
was.
definitely want to get to. Are you
Can I
crazy?
finish my discord with him? Because
Absolutely,
go ahead,
absolutely.
go ahead, God damn it!
No,
I'm
DC,
gonna
finish off.
lose it, man.
Finish off.
What I'm
But I want
saying
to
to this person it is exactly, and I'm not emotional at all. Mine, I'm coming from I am very logical. Trust me. Emotional for me is a totally different look. But I do want to say this, that he used an example. I asked for an example, and it was the heroin, and I gave another example, and because it now is selective, and this is exactly why selective is discriminatory, and it doesn't make any sense. United States citizens are far greater and more intelligent than that. They're not going for any cocky pop like this at all. Not whatsoever. And once again, we have young people coming up with, you're intelligent, you're not. You're not. Who's to say, and who are you to say who's intelligent or not? You
Okay, I
can't.
want to
You
Competency.
get to
Yeah.
cannot.
other people on the
Yeah.
panel as
So
And it's
well.
not
I
constitutional.
want to get to everybody on the panel.
Good.
What
Okay.
are you thinking?
I'm muting.
Whose turn?
I want to agree. Are you crazy? And throw them in there. And then QI, I'm going to start with you. I want you guys to answer the question, and you guys keep it so we can all answer though, because
Okay.
the question about the literacy test, I wanted to. They asked very basic questions, and I really want to understand
Mm-hmm.
why. But I
Okay,
don't.
And
so
I want you guys to go ahead.
are you crazy? Is that you?
yeah, that's me.
Okay. So let me so now can
I don't vote for smokers.
can I
Well, I'm not asking for your vote.
but hold on, can I go ahead and say I get
Thank
what you're
God.
saying. I get what you're saying, Tazariak, when it comes down to sound reasoning. You're saying that it's a logical fallacy because you can't say it's a poor argument to say that someone, just because someone uses heroin, that they no one should listen to them.
Yeah. It's an
Mm-mm.
ad hom fallacy.
I get it.
So
He's not
Like
saying.
ad
He's
hom
not
is Latin
saying.
for against the man, right? Rather than the argumentation being put forward.
Right.
You know what I
He's
mean?
not saying, he's saying that would be discrimination towards the heroin addict, like you were originally saying, TC, that you can't say that maybe a heroin addict would be the best person to make in a real debate to make an argument. So,
That's what I said. That's not what
it
he
would,
said.
right. No, I'm saying that it would be a logical fallacy because, person A, by saying that you can't listen to person B just because person B is a heroin addict, that's wrong.
Or
That's
was.
wrong.
Or was.
Yeah, that's wrong.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said that this is cocky pop.
So
right.
basically, we're gonna say so basically, if the question is this a logical fallacy and it was true or false, then you basically your answer would be true.
Yes,
Well,
correct.
that's not mine. Mine is not. And mine is that
TC, can I ask you a question?
American
Yeah, can I
people
ask you a
vote for
question?
people who are
Yeah.
relatable. In some instances, it can be not good or not so good. Howsoever, that again, if a person has, or an individual has had an addiction, had a heroin or whatever addiction, that does not mean that if they've done their work and they've done it whatever time, they've done whatever, that they should not run for office or run for, an elected office and people vote them in, and that they should not run. Absolutely not.
But the question,
Yeah.
okay, so now the question would be, would that person, by that person saying that you shouldn't listen to the heroin addict, would that person's argument be a logical fallacy? Just listen
It's
to it.
not logical, and I'm saying it is absolutely wrong. It is not
Right.
constitutional, and he's not right. He has no right. He is not the judge nor the jury,
So
because
your
again,
answer would be true.
I wouldn't, me myself, I wouldn't vote for anyone who vapes, because as far as I'm concerned, their lifespan is limited. So why would I want to put somebody in office who's gonna croak in 2
Right.
years?
Yeah.
So
But we're
basically, your
deeming like
answer
who
would
should be
be
able to
true.
vote. Like we're
Your
determining who should be able to vote, and you just used an ad hom against me saying that I shouldn't vote.
No, I didn't say you shouldn't vote. I said we shouldn't vote for you.
Yeah,
You
but
vape. You vape. That was what I
so
was
again,
talking about. You, like I said,
the
with
logical
the
fallacy.
president, he has had several bankruptcies. If you can't run a run a company, why should you be able to run a company?
An invalid
And
argument.
the thing is that voting for someone there's so many levels, and there's so many latitudinal levels of reasons why we vote for people. So to come up with a construct which is one dimensional, which is what you're talking about, then it is the same way like people take SAT tests. That's why we ban those standardized tests, because that is not dealing with the whole person or the geographical location. It is unconstitutional, and it is definitely one dimensional in thought.
Did I miss Are You Crazy response?
He said hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
But
I
go
just
ahead.
want to say, when I first heard this, I know Teriak and Jungle. When I first heard this, yeah, I'm pretty old. I didn't go for it too much. Then I listened to Teriak, heard him out. It makes pretty good sense. A lot of it. That's all.
Yeah, because basically what he's saying. Let me try to break it.
Do you agree with it, or are you against it? Because they said they feel that in order to vote, here's the stipulations. Do you agree with the stipulations in full or in part, or where are you?
Well, mostly, yeah. I would. There was a couple of things that I had questions on. I asked Teriak about owning property, that kind of thing. But he has good arguments for those, in my opinion.
Okay. Thank you. Are you
I
crazy?
would
That makes
say
sense. You're welcome.
I would say for voting, no, but for running for office, like running for some type of office, then yeah, I definitely believe that they should take a
I
a
think it's fast.
Competence.
Okay, I'm trying to see where you stand. So QI, you're saying that no, you do not agree with these stipulations for voting, but for running for presidency, you absolutely agree.
Right, because that would mean that, like, basically, that would mean that you would be able to pass laws or make judgments for the entire country that are not biased, by not like basing it on somebody just because of their past or something.
Okay,
Yeah.
hold that thought. Let me ignore the chat because they should try me today. Jungle F, do you agree or disagree? I kind of know where you are though. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree. I think it's going to be incredible to put this type of legislation in place, but we do have to start somewhere.
You guys remember?
I can tell that they're not in I can tell that they've never been in a constitutional capacity. Never worked in a. It is not going to work. It is unconstitutional, and it's not gonna happen.
Okay, I want to see where everybody stand. Noble, do you agree or disagree?
I totally disagree. I believe that there should be some type of checks and balances with who vote or not. Like they said that felons can't vote. You know what I'm saying? I think that's okay. But when you talk about people got to be homeowners, people got to own land, people got to take tests.
That's not even.
I think that's discriminatory towards the American people. That's our right to vote. You know, I think that would be called starting a fascist state. You know, if we have to have checks and balances for citizens to vote.
Can I give you a simple example? Like, for
No, I'm
example,
not.
let's say,
My example.
let's say, yeah, let's say MU was going. He said, "Everyone in panel, I'm going to take you out for a meal and all this kind of stuff. None of you guys have to pay." Do you think that me and you should be able to vote on where MU takes us to eat?
I'll leave a tip.
No, I mean no, because we're
Wait,
not
wait, wait,
paying.
wait, wait, wait,
Because
wait,
we're
wait,
not
wait,
paying.
wait,
Yeah, yeah. So, like,
I'll
in
leave
terms of
a
like,
Are you making
yeah,
a comparison about MU taking someone out to eat
yeah,
versus
because
a whole legislation? Now, and that in and of
yeah,
itself is
it's an
exactly
example.
what I'm
Yeah,
talking about.
real
Your
quick, TC,
examples that you're
real quick.
using
This the reason why I
when
use
we
that
as
example,
intelligent people understand
the
that
reason
you
why I
compare
use that
apples with
example
apples
is to
and
point
oranges with
out that
oranges, and that
we
was
shouldn't.
comparing a
Yeah,
Do
grape
y'all hear
with
each
a
other?
kiwi.
He wants to say why
yeah,
he
the
makes that. I want
reason.
to hear his reasoning for the example.
Okay, because it's like
Yeah.
See, I promise I'm going to give it to you, babes. I
Yeah,
promise. Go
the
ahead.
reason why I gave that example to Noble Newt is because like it'd be ludicrous for us to start telling MU where she's going to take us to eat because she's the one that's paying. We've got no skin in the game. You know what I mean? And the same principle should apply to voting. If you don't have any skin in the game, if you're on
eating to
unemployment
voting.
benefits,
Wow, y'all
you
heard
shouldn't be
that,
voting.
right? Okay, well, y'all go ahead and go with that. That is the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard in my life, ever.
TC, hold on 1 second. Let me clean it up. Now, that was her choice to take us out to eat. Did we deject? Did we say no? Or maybe a couple people did say no because they didn't want to go to a certain restaurant. That's our right to vote or rather choose. We have a right for choice. We have a right to choose our person who we want to vote for. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah. Okay,
that example didn't make any type of sense, sir.
You would have a choice
because
of
we
whether
have
to
no.
participate or not, but you would have
Yeah.
a choice whether to participate or not. But basically, you can't tell somebody who's willing to pay, like where where you want to go to eat.
Okay, but what's
Because
that
we've
got
got
to
no
do with
stake in it.
voting? Voting is free, and what are we talking about? That doesn't make any sense.
I get
Yeah,
no, I
because there's
get it.
people
No, I
voting.
don't get
There's
it.
people
It doesn't make
voting in
any
the
sense. It's
elections that
nothing.
But
have
let
no
me
It's one
stake in the
dimensional.
nation, meaning
He
that they don't
is
put anything into the kitty. So in
you.
terms of
You
like
who do you?
it would be ludicrous
How
to
do you know
say
people
you
aren't
guys
putting
aren't
into
putting
the
anything into the
kitty?
kitty.
What
Yes,
kitty? We
you've got
talking
no
about
skin
a
in the
card
game.
game,
Yeah.
spades, or we talking about legislation and
Um,
I'm
people's
trying to use
livelihoods
relational
as it
examples
pertains
because
to
you
a
guys don't
country?
understand the
Yeah,
concept that I'm talking
if
about
we're
here.
going to
But
talk
I
about
haven't.
legislation and talk about changing certain things that are going to affect a whole entire group of people in the United States of America, then let's speak in
Yeah.
the terminology in which that it belongs. Talking
Hmm.
about game and the kitty and all that kind of stuff, I don't understand that unless I'm playing spades. So here's the bottom
Yeah.
line: if in the event that people were United States citizen, each person is a person, and they're accounted for. And they have a in the United States of America, we have a constitutional right. And anybody from the outside that comes in here, I don't give a damn. My Republican friends, my Democratic friends, my Patriot friends, my Green friends are not going for it. And to be honest with you, very intelligent people, we have argued about should it just be someone that has a degree. No, we don't agree with that. And all of us have multiplicity of degrees. So the
Yeah.
bottom line
So
is that I'm gonna be honest with you, as far as a person smoking and things of that nature, vaping, I don't agree with
another ad
that, to
hom
be
fallacy.
perfectly honest. But the
Yeah.
as far as a person that has recovered and they have recovered and they're working and they're doing their work, they are relatable. They have come across a particular point in their life, and they are now in a particular situation where they can tell us what it is on the dark side of those particular heroin patterns of behavior, and they can definitely help make legislation better as far as the processes are concerned, as far as insurance are
Yeah.
concerned, as far as how sobriety is. We need people who have gone through it,
Are
not
you
people
just
that's
going to go
sitting
on like a
around
5 minute
talking about
soliloquy?
it, who
Okay.
haven't been
So
So
through
we're not talking
anything
about
about
the candidate. We're
yeah.
talking about the
So the
actual
main
vote.
the
Hold
main
on, other people. We got a panel full of people. I want to hear from
I
everybody.
have a rebuttal. I have a rebuttal when I can
I
for
appreciate that.
Tazaria.
Noble, did you finish your point before Claude chimes in?
Yeah, I'm good. I said what I need to say. If nobody have any more
Noble does
questions,
not agree. So I could be clear. Noble does not agree. QI does not agree. Jungle F agrees. TC, we know TC don't agree. She like, damn that. Claude,
Agree. It's not going to happen. I guarantee you
I
that.
want to hear from Claude. Claude, what? Unmute your microphone, fool. Welcome, Claude.
I mean, everybody was talking, so I was being patient.
That's okay. Do you agree or disagree? And if you do you agree or disagree with what they said?
I disagree because it's a slippery slope. First of all, it's subjective. That's part of the problem. All of that's subjective. That's number one. Number two, and I know this has really nothing to do with it, but I don't like the fact that we were using the heroin example on a sobriety channel, but I digress. I understand his logic.
Exactly, Uncle Claude. Thank you.
Yeah, but I want people to be able to speak freely. I don't want anybody to be censored, but go ahead. If they want to make an example, they want to make an example. I want to hear. I shouldn't even have interrupted. Go ahead, Claude.
It's okay.
Say you disagree. I'm gonna go on mute because
I disagree because it's a slippery slope. It's a very subjective thing. I understand having some skin in the game. I get the logic when it comes to it. Like you should have a basic reasoning as to why you vote. The problem with that is so many of, like for example, a lot of our ancestors didn't even get the right to vote and died for that right. And now you're going to have them take another test and go through this, that, and the third in order to vote. I think that's again a slippery slope.
I just said that too.
Can I respond
on that? Yep.
So in terms of like previously, like you were discriminated based on like that you were slaves or that you were black or whatever. This is for all races, all genders, every single person of the nationality. You know what I mean? In terms of when you say it's subjective, like logic itself is objective. Like there's three laws of logic.
I have a rebuttal. I got the rebuttal to Zariak. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Hit me with it.
All right. What is the legal age of voting?
18.
What age? What is the legal age of voting? Is it 18?
Yeah.
All right. So at 18, how many people do you know that own homes or own land or who have already served in the military?
It doesn't matter. Like how many 17-year-olds aren't allowed to vote.
Okay, so how many 17-year-olds do you know that own land and
your
have
point
served?
Your point is that it discriminates from like 18-year-olds and all that stuff. But like my point is that, well, technically we already have the legal law. The law is already discriminating against anyone who's under 18. They're not allowed to vote anyway.
Right, because they're not considered as legal adults.
I gotta say that is a good rebuttal. I was kind of shy. I was ready to go off on QI, but I can't. Go ahead, QI.
No, I got it. I got it now. You know, I'm a debater. I do debate, and I get the concept. I get the concept, and I am a debater. So basically, it's like it wouldn't work because when you're first starting off as an adult, no one owns land. No one has actively served in the military. So basically you're wiping out, like you're not giving the youth a chance to even, weigh in terms of owning a piece of the pie. Or what was the example you gave?
Yeah, so again, just to go over it again, it's either you must own residential land or primary home, or have completed honorable military national service. It's one of those two things for the stake in the nation. Then the second criteria would be civic competence. So in terms of you saying like, well, 18, one sec, for you to say it's like, well, 18-year-olds wouldn't be able to meet that criteria. They will eventually, if the 18-year-old signed up to the military, like as soon as he finishes the military service, he'd be able to vote.
So within 7 to 9 years, so you wouldn't be able to, you wouldn't be eligible to vote until you're around 40, 50, or 60, and our age.
Wait, how?
Basically, most people like the military. I would say probably to full completion. 7 years, 8 years, 9 years.
It depends. Let's say
it depends.
Let's say, for example, you do a 4-year. Because a lot of people, they do it 4 years at a time.
4 years.
Yeah. You're talking now about 22, 23 years old.
Yeah.
So the 18-year-old is bounced anyway. Now you can make the case that they should raise the voting age to 21. You can make the case for that, but I digress.
And then in terms of home ownership, that just depends on when are you able to afford a home. And the average person is not able to actually afford a home, own land or own a home until they're in their 40s or 50s. Yeah, until they're in their 40s
If you
or
serve your
50s.
4 years, one sec. If you're 18 and you serve your 4 years in the military, you don't need to own the home. All then you'd have to do is just pass the civic competence test.
That's still 22 years old, though. You said
Can you pass the civics?
I'm not like heart-stroking that like 18-year-olds aren't allowed to vote.
Noble had a question.
Like you said, like many people would say we need to raise the voting age to 21 anyways.
Can you pass the civic competency
Noble has
test?
a question for I guess he brought the smoke. You guys have questions?
So which one is it? It's not even a concept yet. So I don't even. This doesn't even exist.
He's a debater. He's a debater. TC.
He's not a debater. This is not debate. This is assumptions, and we know what assumptions are. The bottom line is that when you work in legislation and you've worked around legislatures, you will understand how it works. And this is definitely not going to work for anybody on any level. Period. Point blank. Whether or not you can go ahead and sugarcoat it. You can do whatever you want with it. This is definitely not going to work because it has too many loopholes. And I mean, QI has already dissected one level of it, and we haven't even gotten to the other levels of dissection. And I mean, it's just it's not going to work, and it's unconstitutional. Remember.
Oh my God. No, what is your question?
My question is, can he pass a civic competency test himself?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fluent in English, mathematics, logical reasoning. Like I pointed out, I was able to give examples of fallacies and sound argumentation. And then
can he pass my test
as well?
No.
A civic test, civics, not mathematics, not. I'm talking about civics. I'm talking about how government works.
Yeah, that's what civics is. Yeah, what I'm outlining with the civics competency is focusing on your rationalization. Like, are you a rational individual?
That's not civics, sir.
That's not civics. That is not the civics test.
I'm using the term civic competence as that describe that test.
That is not what. That's not how we're defining it. No, he's saying, can you yourself? Let me ask you a question. Let me ask him a question.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask him a question. What is a curbside election?
Don't care. Irrelevant.
Okay.
So you wouldn't pass the civics test.
Yeah. See, so county, city, state, and federal government.
Yeah,
in terms of the elections,
the key things that need to be tested for, which is English fluency, mathematics, logical reasoning.
But we do that in high school. That's already done. Just
because you have like your own like civics education thing that you do and all this kind of shit, that's irrelevant to my argument. You understand?
Your argument, you don't have an argument, and I understand that there is no understanding to it. It is nothing. It's nothing valid to it. It is somebody that just comes. You're coming up with some kind of from wherever whimsical type of a conversation that you had with someone, and you think that it is some validity there as it pertains to the United States. Maybe it could work in Canada. Maybe it could work in Australia. But it is definitely
let me see if I can
not going to work here in the United States of America. It is unconstitutional, and it's not going to work.
What is the difference between a valid and an invalid argument, TC?
What you tell me what it is. You tell me.
That was You're just so you don't know.
You tell me.
So you don't know?
No, I didn't say I did not know. I know. I know exactly what it is. Yeah. You don't know basic civics. You don't know civic competency.
You made a claim. You know the difference between valid and invalid arguments.
You don't know Constitution. You don't know constitutional law. You don't know civic law. You don't know. You don't know personal
don't get
law
emotional, TC.
as it pertains to constitutional law and voting rights.
Yeah, you claim you know what it is. So
no commissioner's office. No commissioner's office anywhere in the city. in the United States of America
bunch of
is
irrelevant
gonna
shit.
go
Can you
for
answer the
anything
question,
like that.
TC?
To ask anything to passe what's invalid and
What
valid.
is the
One is
difference
true and
between a
one is
valid
not
and
true.
an
We
invalid
already
argument?
know this. The bottom line is that your argument is not an argument. It is
What
conversation
is
that's
the
cute.
difference?
It
You're
is
using
cute,
words you
but it
don't know
is
the
not
meaning
going to
to.
work. Invalid
What
is
is the
not,
difference?
invalid is not, and
What is the
valid is
difference?
true. And this is invalid
No,
at its
that's
best.
not the difference between valid and invalid. The
But
difference
it is
between
what
valid
yes, it
argumentation
is.
and invalid argumentation
Absolutely. Are you
is the
kidding me?
conclusion
Listen,
necessarily follows.
listen. You go on with your thoughts about your own self,
Yeah.
and you aggrandize
MU,
yourself to the
MU,
point
can
where
you
you think
Google? This
you're
is how easy
smarter
it could
than
have been.
anybody
This
here
is
in the
I can
United
do it.
States.
Google.
I can
You
answer
are
Can you
it.
Google?
definitely not.
Yeah. Can you Google what is the difference between
I don't
valid
need to
and
Google
I can
invalid
answer it.
argumentation?
Oh, okay,
That's
I'm gonna
you.
Google
You
it.
Google.
Wait, can I get let me get some correct. What do you want me to Google?
Can you
What's the difference
Google
between
what is
a valid and an
an
invalid
No, we don't
invalid
need
argument?
to.
argument?
He
Yeah.
doesn't run this. He
Let
doesn't
me
run this
hear it, but
conversation.
no,
I don't want to. That's not it.
What is the
See,
difference between a valid and an invalid
He needs to
argumentation?
know that because he doesn't, and that's the thing. That's why he is asking for it. So the bottom line is that
No,
that's
I'm just
his
proving that I
indiscrepancy.
knew.
That's his discrepancy, not mine. So he
I can
doesn't
answer
run the
that.
Yeah, you
conversation.
seem to
He
Can I
have
doesn't
a
run the
answer it?
problem
conversation.
with
He
accountability,
still hasn't
TC.
given examples, and he still hasn't given example of any questions.
Let
None
me
The
answer
whatsoever.
it.
reason, the reasoning of why I asked Misunderstood to Google this is to show and to prove, to hold me accountable, to say what I said about valid and invalid argumentation, that the difference is that a valid argument, the conclusion necessarily follows from the premise, is to prove that
Which
you were
means
wrong when
that
you
it
said, well,
answers.
invalid is not
you gotta
true,
let 'em
invalid is
respond,
true.
man. I have no problem Googling it. So can you guys, for the people that's coming in the chat, like damaging other people, can you, if you don't mind, state the question that got us here right now?
What is the original one, the premise, or where we are today?
The original
Right now.
question that got us into this argument in the first place.
Basically he
That would
was
be you. It'll be Terry. How is
okay.
your name? Teriyaki?
Teriak.
Teriak, yep.
Okay, Noble.
Yeah. So the original argument is basically we need to put in a system to have competent voters, people with stake in the nation and competent voters. So in terms of stake of the nation, you either own land or you serve your military. That's either skin in the game or blood for your nation. And then the second part is the civic competence, which is voters must pass a neutral test covering English fluency, must be able to speak and understand English, mathematics, you need to be able to add 2 plus 2, logical reasoning, including fallacious reasoning, and be able to understand what sound reasoning is and why it's important, and then cognitive pattern recognition. The 4 standard things.
Okay, so that's where we are. And he wanted to ask the panel and debate the panel, and I let them have it.
I just want to point out really quick, the title, Nick Fuentes Voting Rights, is crazy. Teriak, you are now Nick Fuentes, apparently.
He definitely is. Because and it won't it's not
guys,
gonna
I'm not great with titles, okay? It's just I started off talking about Nick Fuentes, so I just threw him in the title.
It'll get some clicks, that's for sure.
But okay, so a valid argument would be one that that it relates to the argument, and an invalid argument would be one that does not relate to the argument.
No. A valid argument is one where the conclusion necessarily follows. It means the conclusion is the only possible answer to the given premises. An invalid one is where the conclusion does not necessarily follow. So an example of that would be when it rains, the ground is wet. It's premise 1. Premise 2, the ground is wet. Conclusion, it rains. That would be an invalid argument, although it might seem on the surface that it's logical. It does not follow. There's other possibilities to the conclusion of that argumentation. So it would be an invalid argument.
Bars.
Well, I know what it is, and my answer was right, even though you couldn't comprehend what I was saying. Basically, because basically I get what you're saying, that like not move the goalpost. But at any rate, your original premise where you're saying about this comprehension test, especially when it deals with math. it doesn't. It doesn't work because everybody is not built the same. Everybody's not built the same. Like everyone is not good at math.
But
Now,
that's the
in
point
terms
of it,
of,
because then everybody will not be able to vote then.
Yeah.
and that's
And
that's
that's what
not
it comes down to.
that's not
Some people are not going to be able to vote under this system.
Yeah.
right, and
Which is a good thing.
that's not fair because like what does like okay basic math I get it, but when it comes to if it's anything above average in terms of math, then that's
Yeah,
absolutely
we're
not going
not
to work.
talking trigonometry. No. This is
You're
No.
talking about 1 + 1 = 2, 2 + 2 = 4. You talking about that kind of math, elementary
addition,
Yeah.
math.
So
subtraction, multiplication, and
Yeah, I totally agree with Teriak on this, by the way.
yeah. So real quick, IQ. Let me kind of break it
QI.
down. Like would you? Sorry, QI. Would you agree that like we should only have competent people voting? We shouldn't have incompetent people voting.
Well, that's subjective.
No, it's objective.
No, he's asking you.
It is
Right.
objective.
What I'm saying is your definition of competent people is subjective. And when I'm saying competent to voting, because all it takes to vote is being able to read, write, so that you know who you're voting for, be able to have basic understanding
That's
of like
Yeah. Okay.
basic.
Yeah. So let me think. So do you think that like people who can't read and write, do you think that those people should not be allowed to vote?
Basically, they can't vote.
what?
What do you mean they can't
Bas-
vote? Are you
no,
okay?
they
Like,
can. Right
now,
now,
how can they?
What? They can go
Like
vote.
when you go into like
Blind people can vote.
when you go into a
Let's be
They
voting
just go
booth,
vote.
when you go into a voting booth or whatever, you have to do that on your own.
and they
Yeah,
can
okay.
click whatever they think they're clicking and click it and click it and
You're saying
submit
that
it.
they can't vote, but there's illiterate people that vote.
Yeah, 100%.
Every election, yes.
More people than you know, it will definitely, yeah. They
So
they
what
they
they're
can
saying
vote.
is, so what they're saying is, okay, by the guidelines that Terry presented, under those guidelines, they wouldn't. Let's say they were illiterate, they wouldn't be able to vote because they wouldn't be able to pass the competency test. But right now, there is nothing in place. So if you're illiterate, if you don't have basic understanding of things, okay, English comprehension, you can take your ignorant arts down to the voting booth and vote right now.
Let me do a better example, right? Like the other way, like there's like a lot of like illegal immigrants and all this kind of stuff, or there's people who just don't bother learning English. Do you think that those people should be allowed to vote?
Absolutely not. They're illegal. They should not be able to vote.
Okay, I would like to hear from the panel on this one. So if you can't speak English, can you vote, QI? Or should you be able
No.
to?
Now
No.
under that circumstance, no.
Obviously, no.
I'm gonna say no. Are you crazy? What do you say?
Absolutely not.
Oh Lord. TC, yes or no?
Well, in Philadelphia, we have a diversity commissioner's office.
Your sound is
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it sounds like you're underwater.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
That's better.
Okay, so we have a very diverse group of people, and so we have literature. We have everything here in the United States. People who can vote in their Cambodian, their Spanish, their Portuguese, Creole, for everything. So we don't have that. We have people who help people to vote, and they vote on policy. They can vote.
But
so if an elected official, somebody wants to vote, they in their constituency, just so happens to be a certain constituency, they need to be able to relate to those people.
Problem with that is the key word was illegal immigrant. If you're illegal, you should not be able to vote.
Well, we don't know. All of them may not be illegal, and all of them, and some of them may. That's an immigration issue, which is that's a whole nother issue.
The key question
No,
is
the question was
No, it's
should
not.
okay
English
should
or-
someone who cannot understand English, okay, let's say they're a legal immigrant, right, but they don't understand English, should they be allowed to vote?
Well, that's illegal.
No, legal.
No, he said illegal. If they're
No,
illegal,
he said
legal.
a legal. He just can't speak English because he's trash.
They
He
have
said
a
a
green
legal.
card,
He said,
Okay.
a
should
work
they-
visa.
I don't think he
If
even should they be allowed to vote if they can't speak English. That's all he said. I don't understand what you guys aren't understanding.
Right. I don't know, because even if you're a legal immigrant, you're on a work visa. That means you're here temporarily, right? So why should you
not
wait in?
necessarily.
That's
Huh?
I
Say
know
what?
U.S. passport
Not
holders
necessarily,
right here
but
in Miami that cannot speak English, and they are U.S. passport holders. They are legal
So
citizens.
they're
Yeah, so
citizens.
just focus on
They can't
the
speak.
English,
Yep, got it.
being able to read, write English, be able to
They
understand
are
English. Should
legal.
those
They're
people?
legal
Yes,
and they
they
can't
are
speak
legal
English.
and they cannot speak English. They're
No.
thousands
I
of
think
them.
that if you're in a country, you should be able to comprehend and speak that country's language.
Totally agree.
And
with
if you
you.
can't,
There's a lot of them
should
that
you
cannot.
be allowed to vote?
No, if you can't, you should not, because you don't understand. You can't read like I
Exactly. There you
understand. You
go.
need to
Let's
be able to
go.
read
Let's
to
go.
And I'll just throw this
understand
out
what
there.
you're
I'll just
voting.
throw this out here. The voting booths in Florida, they have it in Spanish as well. Not
But
just English.
look, let me go ahead and elaborate why I don't think that that's right, because of the simple fact that in order to know who you're voting for, in order to understand policies, in order to, understand what you're doing, other than that, you're either being told who to vote for or something of that nature,
Exactly.
but you're not
and that
making
is
a
the
decision on your own because you're not doing your proper due diligence in
and that
terms
is the
of
whole entire
researching.
point of the competency test. If you cannot competently
I don't,
speak
but
and
I
write
still don't
literal
agree.
English,
I
you should
still
not
don't
be able to
agree
vote.
with the competency test, though. I still don't
Why?
agree with any of that,
Well, that's
though.
part of
But we
part
just
of
pointed
that
out,
test.
you just agreed that it should be used, basically.
That's one little part. That's one little part. That's one little thing. That's one just
Well,
like when it comes down to, like I say, Republican or Democrat. There are some things that I agree with when it comes down to the Republicans, and and
Yeah, we're
I am
getting into that. I know it
right.
feels bad.
which part
It
of
feels
QI,
icky,
which
but we're
part of
getting
the
into that.
which part of the competencies test do you not agree with specifically?
First of all, now I do agree with that, but then when it comes down to you talking about math, like I said, if it's not just basic math, like because
It will be basic math.
I don't see how math has anything to do with, because if you're not the president or if you're not like a senator or anything like that, if you're
Math is
not
used every day. It would be a basic math test.
right,
so are we talking about
It's not a
people who are
comprehensive. It's
voting?
not like,
Are you
oh, we're doing
talking about people
algebra,
who
like
are voting?
ultra
Wait a minute. Are
algebra
you
and shit.
talking about people who are voting, or are you talking about the elected officials who are running for office?
Both.
People are voting.
no.
Wait, you talking
So
about both?
voting, it doesn't take all that. For voting, you don't need to do
Well,
all that.
which one is it?
Both.
I'm saying, for me, I'm saying that if you're running for office, absolutely. I need you to know the Constitution like you're reading the back of your hand. I need you to know the legislation like you're reading the back of your hand. I need you to know the law. I need you to understand policies. I need you to understand everything if you're running for office. However, if you are voting, it does not require all that, because that's why we have the legislation in the first place. Because
But wouldn't you want to know all of that?
no, because unless I'm a
If you want to be
politician,
informed, you're the one.
no,
You're the one that gets to
there's no
choose.
way in the
Wouldn't you want
world
to
we
know
can know.
what they're knowing, so you can get
I
and you can
I
choose
like to know.
properly?
At any
I'm
point
into
in time, the
politics.
voter can
I'm into
vote
politics.
out the politician. So the politician himself doesn't really matter, honestly. It's the voter.
The majority
voters
of
is
the
who put it in.
politicians, that's my problem with the majority of the politicians, is they are ignorant when it comes down to legislation, the law, the Constitution. They are ignorant. And you can
That's because
tell when
ignorant people put them into office.
I was
Yeah,
just going to say
exactly.
that
Oh
they voted.
shit!
The ones that voted for him
Exactly.
made it that way.
Yeah, the people who are not knowing math fucking voted
No, it's
stupid
not
people
not
in there.
it's not knowing math. It's that they don't like. Basically, here's the thing. When it comes down to like, you can learn civics. You can learn civics and still not. A lot of people, they know civics, but in terms of understanding all of the policies and the different things that they're doing right now, when it comes down to legislation, they don't understand all of that. So it's either
What do you,
that, and
people
because
who know
most
math,
people
people
work.
who know math don't know that stuff? Is that what you're saying?
And because most people work, just like you said, that you have to actively complete military. In your active completion of military, when are you going to have time to study all that, to become a master of all of these so on things? That's the problem. The majority of the people work. So there's no way you can
We're
master
talking about basic
everything.
math. Like the stuff you learn in elementary
Yeah.
school and high school.
So like we're talking about like
Basic,
budgeting, for example, like like your home
Yeah.
budget, like how you pay your bills. You work out, okay, like I'll be able to afford like X amount a month and all this kind of stuff. Would you say that people
basic.
that one second, would you say that people who don't understand how or cannot budget, that they should be voting on policies like spending and the actual budget, because this is what the politicians decide. They decide on what the budget. So do you think that they should be able to vote if they're not able to budget themselves?
Yeah,
Because
I
otherwise,
do
how would they
think
be
they
able to
should
determine?
vote. I do think that a person who can't budget, because maybe because the people who we need in office are the people who are going to create the education, the school system, and the different things to teach people how to budget before they graduate. So I more or less need the politicians to know all that stuff versus the voter to know all that stuff.
But if you as a voter cannot budget or don't even know how to budget yourself, how are you going to be able to determine which one of the politicians are a better budgeter?
Basically the way that basically the way that it works right now is that you can't really run for office until at least you're 30. By that time, we've had enough time to, and we look at their life. Basically, we got a glimpse into their life. We can see whether they're actively married. We can see, what they did before. You just can't jump into like running for office. We can see like their groundwork, like what they did previously to make them a good politician. So basically, we get a good idea of like a person's lifestyle before they run for any type of office. We don't, we're just not saying you. Now, some people might vote for somebody who just pop out of nowhere, but that's not a smart thing to do. So basically, we have an idea of the fact that, these people have did something when it comes down to like, community work or something of that nature. So, it would be far better, or it's more important for the politicians to be, competent than it is for an average Joe. Like we're talking about, if you're just getting out of the military, or if you're 17, 18 years old and you're just starting off, even if you just say you inherited some land. And so you're a landowner at 17, 18 years old, and you're eligible to vote. Then, like you're still starting your life out. You're still learning. That's too much pressure on a 18-year-old. And
What are you
then you're
talking
not
about?
giving,
They just got a house. They inherited a house. How is this too much
but you're
pressure?
not,
They
you
literally
still,
they got a set up to actually be the continuation of their family through the families
and I
being a
get
group,
that, but
doing what they do.
that still has not given you enough time in life to actually learn and to develop. That is putting way too
Well,
much
in
pressure
theory,
on somebody
the
that's
parents should have
17 or
told
18
him
year old.
exactly what to know for them to have had the house.
And you still have to experience life. You have to
18-year
make
olds are
mistakes.
voting
We're not
now.
perfect. We're
Yeah,
not
but
perfect.
QI, if you have the standard for your politicians that they must be competent in order to actually have power,
So
why should we not equally why should we not equally have the standard that you should be competent in order to be able to vote? Seems like an equal
because
standard.
that's why we hire the politicians. That's why they become
No.
politicians.
That's why we ended up in the mess we're in right now. That very thing you just
Precisely.
said.
Yeah.
When I vote for a person, I look at their voting history. So I wouldn't vote for a person who didn't have that no serious voter would not look at. I don't understand that. I kind of think they're both one and the same in that kind of sense. Let me throw you guys this question. People look at the voting history. I want to see, who did you previously vote for? Does it align with my beliefs, or are you just jumping on some kind of bandwagon or some train? I don't know. This question I have for. I'm so sorry, QI.
I'm sorry. It's like, okay, because really the reason why we have debates, the reason why they campaign is because they tell us the policies. So I think that politicians need to do a better job of breaking down the policies. And I think that, you know, I think that families or households and different things like that, like in my family, we discuss policies, we discuss voting, we discuss the politics. So like I'm not, you know, like that's why me and my family, we're not ignorant. So, you know, I think it is your responsibility as a voter to be abreast of like what somewhat of what politicians are saying. But we don't know all the secrets and different things. Just like right now, when it comes down to the war, and we don't know all that stuff. And there's no way we would, because some the stuff is classified secret. So we do need people we need politicians that would do a better job at breaking stuff down. There's no way a voter is going to be completely
Maybe
abreast
we should have a
to.
screening test to politicians then, because apparently, like, we need these people who know more than us. It's like, well, no, that's not what happened. That's not what's going on right now. It's random people. It's random people that get to fucking just go up the ladder. Go ahead. Sorry.
Right.
Wait, hold on, Q. I hold your thought. I have a question for you guys, but before my question, thank you, Rule over 2. Hope I didn't butcher that. 420, and thank you for the super sticker and for the comment. Okay. Snakes everywhere. So this is for the people that said who think that we should put these policies in place. Snakes Everywhere offers a rebuttal, says there's no reason to argue this mute point. There are provisions that outlaw literacy tests because of potential disenfranchisement.
Yeah,
this
so
is a
real
whole
quick.
new model.
Then one sec. This is basically like,
Exactly.
okay, we shouldn't argue any policies because we already have laws in place. That's the general mentality. And second of all,
Yeah.
we said that they'd never be able to overturn Roe v. Wade, and we got that shit done, boys, right?
That's only federal. That's
We
only
don't.
federal.
We
States
don't
still
wanna-
do it.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah, it's only
And then we
that's
federal.
only
don't.
federal.
We still overturned it
That's
though.
only,
We still
and it's
overturned it
only
though, baby.
federal. But you know,
Oscars brought up a good point when
it's
he
only
said
federal. State by
America,
state is not the case.
God,
And most
I
Republicans like
understand
state by
that my
state, so
words
that's not the
go through my
case.
mouth.
Done.
So Oscar said something about, oh, you know what, America's not ready for change. They weren't ready for Roe versus Wade. Any change makes people uncomfortable because people feel that, because it's always been done this way, we shouldn't change it. But then you have to argue that about slavery. You have to argue that about anything that was changed. People fought against change all along. So I can't say that just because we've done it this way, it means that we should keep going. Listen, I feel that voters have a responsibility to understand what they're voting for. At the very basic level, I'm not talking about they need to be scholars, but at a basic level, know how to read, be able to comprehend something, and damn sure be able to speak English. Am I wrong?
Based.
So to make that comparison is not the correct comparison as it pertains to slavery. But as it pertains to,
how are you bringing in slavery?
As it pertains to,
how are you bringing that in?
First of all, if you number one, what's his name, Voltaire? Hold on, MU, hold on, Voltaire. Let me tell you something about yelling at somebody. Don't do that. Okay.
Am I yelling? Hold on.
Okay.
Let me turn my.
Okay, we're not yelling here.
How about now?
Now, MU. Now I can hear her. Go ahead.
Just because we do something all the time does not make it correct. Because we would have to argue that about any law that has been changed.
We're not arguing. We're having conversation. Now, let me tell you what I meant when I said that.
We're arguing, but right now you're just arguing a mute point.
I'm not arguing. I just told her to not argue because he was yelling.
You guys
So
missed my
I
point.
couldn't hear you, MU. I couldn't
I
hear you.
backtracked the fuck out. My bad.
So
But
that's
the
why
reason
I
I
said
brought
that.
up slavery
Now,
is because, oh my God, the reason I brought up slavery, I'm sorry that I offended some of you, but my
you
point was
didn't.
slavery was what?
It wasn't. You didn't offend. What are you talking about?
How do you know I didn't offend someone? How do you know
Okay,
that?
because I was the one that mentioned it. Okay, so all right.
I think you're just arguing just to argue right now, TC.
Yeah.
What I meant was slavery was illegal to begin with, so it's not
The
to
reason I
compare
brought
this to
up
slavery
the
and
reason I
changing.
brought up, oh my God, sis.
And TC, you overtalk everyone. Your mic's still
What's
left.
that?
Just so you know.
The
No,
reason I brought up
you
slavery
do.
is because someone put in the chat what the law was and what's constitutional. But you guys got to remember that slavery was legal. So as our country grows and develops, things have to change. And the Constitution, there's loopholes. And what the Constitution is, there's a lot of things that can be interpreted. And the things that we're doing now isn't really what the Constitution was for. And I'll get into a whole different conversation on that another day, because then I'll have to get into birthright citizenship. And we're not going to do all that tonight. But what I'm saying is sometimes
It's a big constitution.
Sometimes things change. And again, I'm not going to say that things will never happen. Maybe one day there will be certain things put in place before people can vote. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Because I can make a whole different argument, but I'm not. Let me
So
just say
let me
this.
just say what.
I already
QI,
got
let me just say.
emails and Instagram. Okay, you guys are mad if y'all blow me up on Instagram. Now, if you guys get too crazy, I'm gonna post y'all remarks, so you better keep it respectful. Don't play with me.
That's good.
Try to bully me behind the scenes. Go ahead.
What? Oh, okay. So what I was saying was,
somebody in the chat looking for a link.
at some point in time, though, MU, slavery was illegal, and yeah, it was illegal, and it continued.
It was legal at a certain point in time, and then laws changed.
Yeah,
and there was a time where people didn't think that
and then the emancipation, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
So
right.
once
So
slavery became legal,
this here doesn't exist, is what I'm saying to you. This doesn't exist.
It's okay.
What are you talking about?
We come from slavery. We're not slaves now, so let's move on.
But let me make an argument.
Well, I'm not talking about that.
I'm talking
about the guy's question or his questionnaire. I'm talking about that.
Voting requirements are not in the Constitution anywhere. Therefore, my comparison to slavery is valid in its stands. Okay, moving on.
And let me make an argument off of that.
Black vote. We're saying we're taking away.
Yeah, let me make an argument off of that. All right, so slavery was legal. Slavery was illegal, and then it became legal, right? So once it became legal, and you know that basically, slaves couldn't go to school and different things of that nature, right? So are y'all saying that, like, once slavery became legal, it wouldn't be fair for slaves to vote? Or maybe let's look at some people with dyslexia, or they have certain learning disabilities. Do you think they shouldn't have the right to vote?
You missed my point. You missed my point. Let's move on to the slavery thing.
Well, how does that even? It doesn't correlate, because that's not what we're doing right now. We're just saying right now that we should go back to a different way of interpreting who's cognitive enough to vote.
I think that, if you can read, write, and you have basic comprehension, you should be able to vote. You should be able to vote. I don't think we need any changes when it comes down to, like, because the problem to me, in my opinion, right? In my real life opinion, if we're really talking about it, the reason why we don't get the right, politicians, is because one of the things is a lot of politicians lie. A lot of politicians, they not filibuster, but basically a lot of people, they're not telling the full truth, because a lot of politicians, they promise a lot of things, And sometimes we, promise a lot of things, and
I
then
agree
once
with
they
you.
get into office, they're not complying or completing that.
But just
And
just
then
not so long ago, you were saying trust the politicians. They need to do this for us. Blah 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 blah. Now this goes
I
against
know,
that.
no, what I'm saying is we need a system.
Here,
We need a system where we can trust politicians, and we need to be able to hold politicians more accountable. I think that our politicians need to be more professional and more masters at being a politician before
Well,
they're elected. Then so when we're talking about comprehensive and things of that nature, before you're
they're
even
doing their
eligible to
job. I need to
run,
interject. They're doing their job already. They're being politicians, and then they manipulate the system. That's what a
that's a
politician does.
logical fallacy.
How?
Because you're saying they're doing their jobs already. They're being politicians. No, you're not doing your job if you're not fully comprehensive. If you're not serving all of the people,
To
because
be a politician?
America is for the people, right? So they're there to be our voice. They're there to legislate constitutions that better serve us as a whole. They're there for that purpose, not to serve a certain group of people or this certain group of people, or to
She was good.
fulfill their own agendas. And that's part of the major problem. We have a lot of politicians right now that are getting their back scratched, and they're more or less serving their own agendas than the agendas of the people as a whole. And I mean, regardless of race, what creed, what
Where do we find
nationality,
these
what
people?
they're
So can I just
around.
say hello?
But
Can I
they
just
need
say
to be
hello?
better. They need to be better screened or tested. Those are
They're
the people who
around.
need to be tested.
You're muted,
There's some
Emily.
people,
Can I
but
just
they're around.
say? Can I just say hello so that I can reassure
Shiva.
misunderstood that I'm not going to porn bomb
Shiva,
her or
appreciate that.
anything like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And I think
that's cool.
Jungle and Voltaire and Are You Crazy and Tariaq will confirm that I can be really annoying, but I won't do anything against
No,
it.
he's crazy, but he's not that
Thank you,
crazy.
Jungle.
Yeah.
That kind.
He's a good crazy.
I want you guys to know this, and I feel now I got you guys in messaging me. It's fine. It's fine. You got my number. You message me. Okay. The ones on my Instagram, I'm ignoring you guys because you guys are being annoying right now. But one of the comments somebody said to me was, "Don't be biased in you. Just because you're conservative, hear their points." Listen, just because I'm conservative does not mean that I agree with everything another conservative person says or another Republican says. I am being unbiased, but I'm letting people speak. Go ahead, you guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that absolutely, you're testing the wrong people. You're holding the wrong people to a standard. The people who should be held to a standard are the politicians themselves. We need a better way of screening politicians before they're able to run for office.
But we also
Great,
should have
but-
a way to screen incompetent people from voting.
Yes, exactly. Because if they're not there's going to be an amount of it that a politician can influence, and through fucking propaganda, and the people that are most susceptible are stupid people. So then
if they're a citizen,
voters are constant. The politicians themselves change out. The voters are a constant.
If they're a citizen of the United States, if they're a citizen of the United States, according to the Constitution, that means they're the people.
And they
every people has a right to vote in the United States according to their Constitution, as long as they're of the right legal age, as long as they haven't.
QI, we do understand that, but the question that he presented was, should it be this way? So we understand that it's not even that it's not constitutional. We understand that there's laws in place to prevent what he's saying, but what if the laws were changed? And
can I ask a question?
Could be allowed. That was more of the question, not what's allowed. I understand that right now it's not legal. That really wasn't the question.
I'm making an argument that I'm against.
Can I ask a question?
I'm making an argument I'm
Right, yeah,
against it,
okay.
and why.
Can I ask a question? If we're testing for competence, what exactly are we testing for? Because not everyone is going to be competent at the same thing. And
Right.
so
if you're testing for, say, basic reading and writing skills like numeracy and literacy, well, what if you've got like but what if you've got, like, say, some genius artist who actually doesn't tick any of your competency boxes?
He's got a tick,
but still a genius.
No, he's not allowed.
But he's still a genius artist and is contributing something valuable to society, right? Like, does that person not get a vote because they don't meet the competence criteria?
Yeah, because
so he's not able to read or write. He's not able to do mathematics. He has no logical reasoning, and he's not able to do cognitive pattern recognition.
So you're going against the Constitution again
because but he's a genius composer, Tariq.
Exactly.
Right? Like what I'm asking is, like, what if, like, because you're saying, well, you want to test for competence, right?
Yes.
Fair enough. But not like some people are competent at some things, but not at others, right?
Yes, but the basics are English fluency, mathematics, logical reasoning, and cognitive pattern recognition.
Logical reasoning? Get the fuck out. No one would vote. If you were testing
one sec, Shiva. One sec. What happens every election with the presidents? They have a presidential debate, which is logical argumentation.
No, it isn't. Did you watch the
It really ain't.
That's what debate is. Debate is logical rationalization.
Not our presidency.
I don't understand what that guy just
Not our presidency debates. It is not.
What did you say? Wait a minute. What is?
One sec. Yes, the reason why it isn't anymore is because the voter base are no longer competent.
No, because the politicians that are up there debating are not making logical arguments.
Put them there.
And whose fault is that?
Puppeteers are the ones that are doing that.
Is the
not
people's
the voters.
fault.
Trust
they're
me,
no longer
it's
competent.
The puppeteers above the politicians.
So how are you trying to make the voters better? Better than the politicians? That don't make any sense.
Politicians would be even better than the voters. They'd be even more competent. But we have to have a standard filter to rule out the incompetent voters, because they will just vote for incompetent people.
Exactly.
So
if that's the case, then everybody should be a politician.
Wait, Tariq.
What?
At what age? Hang on. Look, what you're talking about, like, let's say, fantastic. I am behind it all of the fucking way. Like, you do understand that that's going to require a complete reorganization of our educational system. So my question to you is what age do you actually start teaching logic as a distinct subject in schools? Because
don't worry, I have a whole system where it's like the government will actually set a standard education system. Will actually provide free education as well. It'll be excellency driven, focused on character, critical thinking, skills, and civic duty. This is all like from as soon as they get into the school system, they'll be learning about logic. They'll be learning about proper stuff.
People
not learning how to put condoms on bananas.
Shiva, logic is easy to teach, bro. Like, it's just like every step you do, you're like you place something together. It's like, what did you do? What did you just do there? Like, I placed it. Oh, how to get there? Gravity. Like, you can through different
Walter,
stages.
It's I would disagree with you. The reason why is because last year I decided that it was about time I actually started investigating logic as a subject, right? Because people keep saying that I'm logical, so I thought, fine, let's check it out. So I bought a book. It's an introductory level, like GCSE level textbook. It's called An Introduction to Formal Logic by Peter Smith. It's sat on my bookshelf right now. I wouldn't say it's easy, and I'm not stupid.
I would throw something in there that I know people, but I know it's probably gonna piss you guys off. I think I'll hold my thought.
Piss us off so I can piss you off in return.
I mean, like, look, I kind of understand if you want to say that you need to have a basic, like, understanding of literacy and numeracy, and maybe some, like, problem solving. Like, that's fine. But I sort of think, like, logic is a niche subject. We are probably way more familiar with logic than the average Joe in ways that even we don't understand, just because we have these sorts of conversations. And I would argue that we're probably not very good at logic, to be honest.
That's and then it's inconstitutional in the first place because it's not ADA compliant.
Well, yeah, but the
Constitution.
There are people can be amended. QI. The Constitution can be amended, right?
What's the
But
title
there
of the
are
book?
people. There are people with learning disabilities.
I'll put it in private chat.
That are mental illnesses and different things. So basically, none of us would be able to vote.
Okay, what do you guys think about this? 21%, basically 43 million people don't pass a literacy test. They know whether they want to vote for lower gas prices or higher gas prices. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, so this is a beautiful thing because it shows that whoever asked this question doesn't even do the modicum of research, because the highest gas price under Biden was $5.60, anywhere between $5.02 to $5.16. In Trump's first term, the maximum was $3, and even in this term that they're complaining about the gas prices, the maximum price is about $4.
But there was an event that happened during Biden's term as well.
The Iran war happened under Biden's.
And that's not true, because we're talking about a whole country. We have an entire country of 50 states. And again, this type of model that folk are talking about can possibly be used in Canada or in Australia. It will not go well in the United States of America with state constitutions, as well as city constitutions, as well as county constitutions, and of course our federal government constitution.
And it's biased. It's just biased. Your test is biased.
And again,
not an argument.
Interestingly enough, he totally missed the point, right, Snake? And it was a metaphor. If you understood how that person was trying to use it, it wasn't so much about logic and reasoning. It was in Philadelphia, it is definitely over $4. So again, we're not talking about one country. We're talking about a country with 50 states that have a plethora of different situations. It will not, and it is a moot point, Snake. It is not going to happen. Don't worry.
To be fair to TC, she actually is making a brilliant argument for my position. TC should not vote.
Yes.
And can anyone identify?
I don't think you're funny. Let me say this to you. I don't think you're funny, and I think that was definitely. First of all,
that wasn't a joke. I'm not joking, TC. Again, prove my point why you shouldn't vote. You can't even understand what comedy is.
I don't even think you should be in my country. This is my country.
I ain't.
I don't like people.
I know you're not.
Well, is it because I'm a foreigner? I apologize for being a foreigner, TC. I apologize.
That was definitely out of order.
I apologize.
It was out of order. We don't do that.
Has interfered with your racism.
Are you a foreigner?
Okay, I'm not racist. You are. You're unintelligent. You are very. You're unintelligent.
I don't have an issue with you because I'm not American.
Your ancestry is unintelligent. Everything about you is.
You sound like a closeted Trump voter, TC.
And you're a racist, and you're trying.
You want to get the foreigners out of America? It's kind of based. I'm not going to lie.
You're trying to put forth information that is definitely trying to be race, and we're not going to take it here. And you're not in compliance with my country. You're not in compliance with my country and our rules and regulations. Period.
What are you talking about?
TC, don't let him rage bait you, for fuck's sake.
But are you a foreigner?
He definitely can.
Tazariak, are you a foreigner?
He's a kid. Yep. He's a child. He's a kid. He can't
so why you even
he hasn't lived on the earth long enough to know what to do.
You're not eligible to ask this question.
So that's what I'm saying.
I want to see this. I want to see this policy passed in all nations.
And he's not even from our country. That's illogical.
He don't even go around here. He one damn dirty foreigners. I don't like the way he talked to me.
Okay,
that's right. Foreigner, go home. Foreigner, go home.
My indigenous accent.
Go back to your own dang country.
I am in my own dang country.
Please, can I respond?
Tell him to go back to Canada and don't stop disrespecting people.
Oh my God, TC, I'm trying to engage with you in good faith here. Would you please let me engage with both of you?
Okay.
TC,
He one of damn other foreigners. He got damn foreigner accents.
Okay, while you're yelling, while you are yelling, where are you
You know you want to
from?
laugh, didn't you?
Okay.
Where are
I'm
you
trying
from?
I'm
You
trying
go
to
ahead and laugh.
address you. Okay. I'm trying
Where
to
are you
address that.
from?
I'm
I'm
trying
from
to address
Materville,
that.
Tennessee.
Do you guys actually want a conversation or not?
We do, but where are you from first?
Okay, that's not relevant. Here's why.
It is relevant.
I told you, he one of them foreigners.
Harriet, you are not making this easy, man.
It is relevant.
You are not making this easy.
I'm not going to make it easy. It's not
I was
meant to
talking
make
to
easy.
Harriet. I'm talking to my friend, the person
Oh,
I know.
okay.
I'm saying he isn't making it easy.
Go ahead.
You need to
TC is
take
listening.
your medication.
TC is listening. What's up?
Take your
Who's
time,
engaging?
Shiva.
Okay, TC and QI. This is like real basic. Okay, where I am from is an intrinsic characteristic of me, right? And intrinsic characteristics that people have bear no relationship to the truth or falsity of an argument they are making. So what you two just did is, it is actually called a logical fallacy. It's an informal logical fallacy called an ad hominem, where you are saying that my argument is false based not on whether the argument is sound, but on an intrinsic characteristic I have.
And I'm saying that because you're not an American or may not be an American, then you should not be.
But you're attacking him based on instead of the question. You can't prove your point by pointing out something about another person because it's a question. So that's a big fallacy in debate. Let me read this this super sticker. That's like you can't. You guys can talk about. I can make a point and then you can use me to try to prove your point, like something in my life. No, that's a fallacy in debate. So
you gotta attack the idea. You can't hold on. You got to attack the idea, not the man.
You said that you're a debater and this is what you do, so you should know that, sis. Because if you were on a debate team, you would got disqualified. Now, Chris Reed says, should people that well, hold on.
Go ahead.
Well, whoever said that. Let me get to the super sticker. Should people that own their house outright only vote since they paid to the American society? Oh, by the way, term limits across the board. Okay.
Huh?
Yeah, so just to go through the thing again, it's either like you own a house or you serve the military. So like if you're kind of you can't afford a house yet and all this kind of stuff, serving in the military would pass you for the skin in the game or stake in the nation part of it.
I agree.
So can either of you pass a American civics test?
100%.
No, that's not relevant.
The question is that a part of it is that you have to be competent in American civics.
Sure.
No.
QI, can I ask you a question? Do you have opinions on what men do?
Absolutely.
Are you a man?
There you go.
I'm half and half.
Oh my.
No, are you a biological male?
Let him land his point. I want him to land this one. I know where he's going. Go ahead.
Because if you're not, then you don't get to have an opinion. What about something else? Are you a police officer?
So you sound misogynistic.
No,
that's not what I'm saying. Okay, let me try something else. Do you have an opinion? Do you have an opinion on what police officers do?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, are you a police officer?
No, I'm not.
Then you don't get to have an opinion on
There
it.
you go.
Do you see the problem with that type of
Yes, I
argumentation?
do, because my tax money hires them to serve and protect.
Agreed.
My tax money.
She's not getting it.
Right, but what I gave you two examples of you having an opinion on a demographic that you personally are not a part of, because that's what you were doing when you were saying I can't have an opinion on something to do with American culture because I'm not American, right? That's the exact that's the exact same thing.
Let me tell y'all something. I get what you're saying about the ad hominems. I get what you're saying about logical fallacies and all of this good stuff. But
do you?
What
your microphone is fighting you right now. Your microphone is telling you not to land that plane. You should listen to your mic. So,
and I'm pretty much saying
you're boarding. Right, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
And you guys are gonna get you. See, this is why y'all be threatening me, because when I ask a question, sometimes what people bring up, where are you from, what's your race, those are the two things I hear the most when we have these kind of conversations, and I don't think either is relevant.
And do you know what I do, misunderstood? Just as a flat across the board policy, any personal question that I'm asked in a debate, my response is, that's not relevant. Nothing in my personal life is relevant to the argument I am making right now.
I think we can
all include from.
His name's Henry.
I also asked who was going to create this competency test.
That's fine. That's fine, but can we all agree that Tariaq and I can actually contribute to this conversation, even though we're not American? Like, can we just agree
having a conversation is fine? What I'm saying is, I did ask who was going to create this competency test, and I'm just
so the judiciary and the Senate.
She was going to do it.
I'm bloody well not.
Oh, bloody!
I got other shit to do. Shiva says.
You want smoke? You want some real smoke here today? Y'all want some real smoke? I'm ready to step outside of this particular argument and this particular logical fallacy and go into a whole nother one.
What do you want to talk about?
One that you will not be able to touch because.
Give her
that sounds like a challenge. That sounds like a challenge. I'm up for it.
Yeah. Send it.
Well, first of all, it's like this. I'm about to be very. I'm about to. I'm about to use a bunch of ad hominems. You can have.
Right.
You can.
Then I get to ignore your argument.
Okay,
you understand that, right?
Let me finish. Stop interrupting me. That is so rude.
I'll tell you what, I won't interrupt.
Did your parents not teach you any manners, young man?
Is that relevant?
That is very relevant because you're being rude here today.
Well,
but as I was saying, Mr. Rude and Ignorant, which you should not be able to vote.
I shouldn't be able to vote. What in England?
Thank you, Chris Reed. I missed your
because you're very biased and it's coming out. You're coming out very biased.
Wait.
It is biased.
Everyone's
That's
biased.
the point of it. That's the whole point.
I am biased, but so are you. We're all biased.
Yeah.
But if we're trying to determine who can vote and who can't vote based on sound reasoning, then you're not supposed to use biasness. All right. But like I said, let me let me finish what I was saying.
The test is a bias.
Why are you yelling like you need some medication? Why are you yelling like you need to be in a hospital, a 5150 mental hospital?
You're eating the microphone.
Can I very quickly respond? QI, I'm not sure if you're aware, but I'm actually arguing in terms of the voting thing, I'm actually on your side. I've been arguing against Tariaq. I don't know if you've been listening.
If you would have allowed me to make my point without getting all in your fee-fees, without getting all emotional, then you would have heard you would have heard me all the way out. But I have not been able to present, and I'm really upset right now. I need to take me a 5-minute because of the ignorancy, because basically y'all have swung this conversation around. If I had been able to say what I needed to say 10 minutes ago when I was trying to say it, then I would have very easily said that it's okay to have the conversation. But in terms of whether or not
the most talking in the last hour.
It's called COPE. You gotta just take a breath.
Y'all don't do this. Y'all don't do this on Speakeasy's panel. So why are y'all doing this here?
Yes, we go hard.
We do this on Speakeasy's panel all the fucking time.
That was just over.
The number of
It was pretty heated. Let me read the super sticker. Shiva has no point. Just like he has no parents. He is a furry who hates people.
but I do love myself,
I stand by that.
and I do stand by logical communism, even though I don't know what that is.
Logical communism. Okay.
You're right. I'm kind of surprised at your stance with Shiva because Shiva was saying things along the lines of what you were saying. Your problem was with Teriak and Jungle F more.
I don't think. No. Like he got in his fees because I asked him where he was from, and basically I asked him that because I was trying to pick up the.
He correctly said. Hang on. He correctly said that's an ad hominem attack. That's like I'm trying.
But I wasn't in a debate when I asked that. I asked that for my own personal reasons.
Oh, wait. No, that's not fair. That's not fair, QI. Because you had just gotten through. You had just gotten through telling Teriak that he couldn't make an argument based on where he was from.
Yeah,
and there you go.
He couldn't create the competencies test. Like he's the one creating the rules and stuff for the competency test.
No, I said the judiciary and the Senate should
That's what I
create.
said. TC said that, and I said that he could not administer, he cannot come up with, he cannot devise, he cannot create this test. He has no knowledge, he has no understanding or no experience as it pertains to living in the United States of America, because we live under various constitutions and we also have various rules, various states, and they all are, everything and everybody is different. Demographics
He's talking about free riding or a
not
meeting.
misogynistic. I'm telling you, it is not. I'm sorry, not monolithic.
We speak English in Ireland.
Okay, number one, I'm still talking, so you're going to have to stop talking. If I can talk,
mathematics,
you're going to have to stop talking.
transcends language. Logical reasoning as well transcends language.
Because
and then
I'm
cognitive
talking right
pattern
now.
recognition
You're
again.
really going to
That's
have
not
to
even
stop
Why are
talking
y'all
right now.
talking over each
I'm
other? Because
talking
I
right
can't
now. I'm
understand.
talking
I
right now,
cannot
so you're going to have to
understand.
stop talking. You're going to have to stop talking.
Shut the
I'm
fuck
talking.
up.
Now,
Yeah, you already proved that you shouldn't be voting, TC.
so
You've already proved that.
I'm telling you that it was me who was saying that, and not QI. And that, and the bottom line was that we were talking about creating the test, and that this person, whoever this individual young person is, they're going to not be. They cannot. They are not credible, and they don't have. They cannot be the ones. Will not be the ones to create this particular test.
Your American Senate and judiciary creates the test.
Now you can talk while I'm talking, but I am talking right now, and that's just the bottom line.
The judiciary
and therefore,
and the Senate.
I'm talking right now. So here we go. You can talk while I'm talking, but I am talking, and it is very disrespectful. You're very rude, and you're not. We're having a conversation. So I just wanted to interject and let you know that I was the one that said
like 5-year-old.
now he doesn't live here in this country. He cannot, nor will he have a nickel in that quarter. Period.
Judiciary and your
and that's
Senate
the end
is the
of
one
it.
who
You can
comes up
say
with
what
the
you
test.
want to say. You can say what you can think, what you want to think. It has no dealing in our reality
Senate
here in the United
comes up with
States,
the test.
and that's
Do you
period.
understand that?
So you can laugh, you can joke, you can do whatever. But I'm going to speak, and I'm
She's
going
just
to
rambling now.
talk.
This is
And the
what they
bottom
call
line
woman
is that
prattle on the
you
streets.
obviously, because you know that I'm hitting the right points, and you know that you can't
Let's
come
see how long
against
she can
this
go.
United States, and especially our intelligent people here in the United States. Guess what?
What's
You're
up,
not
bud?
going to come
It's
up
the
nor create
Constitution of
anything, nor are you going to get any leverage
Were
with
y'all
anybody.
hired?
No
Yeah,
lobbyist
BB's
group,
paying me $7
no
grand.
stakeholders, nobody, no legislator, nobody's going to come up with creating policy or petition as it pertains to this
Oh,
in
wait, the
any
legislator doesn't
country,
come up for policy?
even
Teriak,
at all.
my battleship sinks your
Period.
battleship.
So you
Mark
can
that
do
down.
whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. You can try to overtalk me. It's not going to
Your
work.
turn.
I'm going to speak because I was speaking.
You gotta let everybody
Period.
on the panel speak, though. I really want to hear from everybody on the panel. And
I wanted to finish talking. I was just trying to make sure that wasn't QI. It was me who said that you cannot come here to this country and create something like that or some kind of a test. And that's what I
I
said.
want to hear what all you guys could, but I can't hear what all
Period.
you guys could. So TC's argument
That
is that
period means nothing. I swept that away beside.
these rules. Okay, thank you, World Trump said. So TC is saying, thank you, real Trump said, I hear you, that, hey, you can't come here, now don't let me misquote you, and make these kind of laws.
Yeah, so I want this for all nations, like the standardized test and stuff. And like I keep saying that it'd be your own judiciary and Senate that actually comes up with the actual test.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that
And
basically
that's QI, so you know who's speaking.
Thanks for cutting her off.
what I would like to know is
I
why
wasn't cutting her off. She just started, and I was just wanting to make clarity because it is obviously that there have been mistakes making. So instead of making mistakes, I'm trying to make sure that there's clarity. It's called intelligence. Now,
Yeah,
go
because
ahead,
no
QI. Go ahead, sis.
I'm no longer interested in, making these arguments about these questions. What I'm more interested in knowing is, why are you so interested in American politics? And it is clear that y'all, like, it is not you, the last person that came, but to Zariak, it is clear that you weigh more heavily on the Republican side.
Yeah, so I'm Irish. So like I'd want to see this in my own country. I'd want to see this in Britain. I want to see this all across Europe. And Europe speaks many different languages, so it wouldn't be an English fluency test. It would be, for example, in Germany, it'd be a German fluency test. And so if I want to see this across the globe, because this is political philosophy. You understand?
Well, if I wanted to be complicated, I would say that the indigenous people of this country should create this test.
Why?
Because they should have the utmost right as to what goes on in their indigenous land.
Yeah, but that's racist.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
It is. You're giving preference over someone because of.
What are you talking about? Which indigenous people? Who are the indigenous people?
The first Americans.
Who's the first Americans?
I am.
Doesn't know what indigenous people
are you saying the Navajo, the Apache?
Yeah, no,
the
I'm actually
the Chickasaw.
I'm actually Lakota, fucking Lakota Sioux, but I don't need fucking any reparations.
Who said anything about reparations? You're making a logical fallacy.
No, I'm making a comparison.
No, I never said anything about reparations. What I said was, if anybody
needs to be making decisions,
was
it should
to
be the people from the
determine
very beginning. That's
right, right, absolutely. And I don't see what's so complicated about that.
Well, these laws no were in place when we started this country, just so you guys know.
Say what?
These laws were already in place when we started this country.
What laws?
There are laws.
No, I'm talking about the limits of votes. We didn't allow most people to vote back in them days due to these same reasonings. No stake in the game and not competent.
Yeah, and
where is this law? Where are these laws that are already in place?
That's what we were founded upon. She's making the argument that we should rely on them to make the competency test, but they're the ones who started this way.
Founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson and the boys.
Yeah. Right, because like my argument stood as in the beginning, there are multiple cultures here. So like for one culture to determine what rules and regulations should go on in a country is biased, and it should not go. So if we're going to be biased, let's be biased against the first people of the country.
Argument that you just
the
made, though.
Senate and the judiciary.
Yes.
Not white people. The Senate and judiciary. Thomas Clarence is black.
I'm not black. I'm indigenous American Indian.
Great.
Clarence Thomas.
So,
Lord.
At least
so why did you?
Are you a Christian?
What you're saying is that you should be the one.
Are you a Christian?
You should be the one who gets to tell us.
On the judiciary. So.
That's what you're trying to say.
Two black people. So the rest of them are of other ethnicities and backgrounds.
The people who should choose this need to be the ones who are the first founders of the land, which is me. That's what you just said.
But the reason
What
why
would
you'd
you
pick
put
the
on the
Senate
top
and
of the
judiciary is because they would be the most competent people
What
of the nation.
what would your test consist of, QI, since you're original?
Basically, what I'm saying is there should be no test at all. I don't agree with it, none whatsoever, because it's absolutely biased. And so basically, I was just saying that if we were going to have a group of people
All
to make this
tests are
test, it
biased.
would definitely
All,
have to be
every single one.
the
You're
first
trying to
people.
have the bias. You're trying to find the bias.
You're biased, so I'm going to be biased as well. You're not going to take away my
Everybody's
freedom
biased
from being
towards
biased.
something or
One sec,
not.
out there. One sec. QI. I just want to like point out, like, do you think that intelligence and ignorance, like, they should have the same value?
Absolutely, because we're all intelligent and we're all ignorant.
But,
Basically, we don't know everything it is to life.
oh,
So like we're ignorant to a lot of different things. So that's
Mhm.
like an oxymoron. To think that you
May
know everything in life makes you even more ignorant.
may God have mercy on your soul. If you
No,
value
may
ignorance
God
the
have
same as
mercy on your.
intelligence, may God have mercy on your soul.
We're all ignorant. You're ignorant.
It's almost QI. It's almost as if you're making the very same argument that I made like an hour ago.
Right. When it came down to the music and when it come down to like in terms of competent of what?
Almost.
Because people are competent in different areas. I made that argument before you got here, but I do agree with that as well. And that's what I'm saying. The test won't work, period, because it is biased.
I mean, in what way is it biased? Are you saying that it's biased towards people who are good at things like maths and reading?
It is biased towards. It is there are some people that have learning disabilities. There are some
Right.
people who have
Yeah, they
different
shouldn't vote.
cultures. There are some people who have different cultural backgrounds, which influence our decisions when it comes down to perception and perspective in terms of what could be a logical, what could be a sound reasoning and what could not. Because in a lot of ways, some of the things that y'all are saying is not necessarily sound reasoning when it comes down to me and my background. That's why I made that argument about me being a dish. And if we wanted to base it on, because you said immigrants, right? So your definition of an immigrant and my definition of an immigrant is going to be different. I think that a
And it
lot
should
of
be the
people are
law what an
immigrants.
immigrant is.
Well, but
I
hang
think
on.
a lot of people are immigrants.
Right, but right,
So right and wrong, though.
Okay.
Yeah, but what we think and what is two different things.
But surely, QI, two people who disagree on what the word immigrant means can compromise and come up with a definition that they both agree with, right? And then, because I would kind of argue that, yes, you could argue that America was founded on like settling and immigration, right? Yes. But that's not the same thing as saying, therefore, from this point onwards, like there should be no standards, or that people who enter the country illegally shouldn't be deported, right?
Right, that's totally different.
Right. So like if you're saying, well, we have different definitions of what the word immigrant means, because on your view, you're all immigrants. And I can kind of see how you could get to that conclusion. Although
We're not
I would
all immigrants. We're not all immigrants.
But I would argue that if you're born in the country, then definitionally, you're not an immigrant, right? Because you were born there. So, you know, that's a kind of wrinkle. But like, can we agree on a definition of the word immigrant so that we're at least talking about the same thing?
Well, you're not the Senate nor the judiciary, so it doesn't matter about what you think. It's this, according to the individual person that is talking about this particular test being created, it has to be the Senate and the judiciary.
No common ground, Shiva. How dare you?
Right. But can we not, for the purposes, just for the purposes of this conversation, come up with a definition for immigrant that we can all agree with, so that we're all at least talking about the same thing?
Immigrant with an I or an E?
I.
I've been emigrant.
Yeah, not immigrant. Immigrant. Yeah.
The
I don't even
chat-
think TC would pass the fucking literacy test.
Because if we can't even
Oh,
agree
I don't know the three
that
laws
we're
of
talking
logic.
about,
So I don't think
Your particular test
your-
or that test will be used as tissue in my house. So
Mhm.
you can kiss
Okay,
my
yes,
freckled
I
ass.
already know.
As far as
Yeah,
I'm
I already
concerned.
know.
TC, the subject of immigration was brought up, not by me. And I think like QI said that she has her own definition of the word immigrant that is likely to differ from everyone else's, which is why I'm asking, if that's the case, can we like come up with a common definition so that we're at least talking about the same thing? Otherwise, the conversation is kind
Go
of
for it.
pointless.
Go, come up with
That
it.
is a
man.
good. That
That's
is
y'all.
a good. Before we get to that definition, because we'll come up with the definition, but when the super sticker comes in, I'm going to give that priority.
Yeah,
This
and let me say that.
people on the panel can tell what the three laws of logic are. I think that is an excellent question. I think that's an excellent question. Thank you so much for the super sticker.
Google is subjective, by the way. Don't start Googling it.
I'm not going to Google what an immigrant is. I'm not going to Google what an immigrant
No,
is.
the three laws of logic.
Oh, okay. You guys, I'm making food at the same time. Go
Now,
ahead.
Yeah, I can
MU.
identify the three.
Laws of logic.
Tariq
You guys know
identified
what
them.
Shiva,
not
Shiva,
with,
ladies first. Let the ladies go first. PC, you have the floor. What are the three laws of logic?
I'm not. I wanted to ask you a question. I didn't even.
You
I'm
doesn't
not
know.
even thinking.
QI,
Super sticker
what are
comes
the
through.
three laws of logic?
The three laws of logic.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a minute so that I can Google it.
I'll be right back.
You guys can't Google it. You don't
Okay.
know that. Okay. Next person.
No, that's
Yep.
honest. That's
Let me
honest.
say this to the person.
The
Like
law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded
Law of
middle.
exclusion in the middle ground.
the
Yeah.
law. Let me tell you something about the law of cussing at a person that didn't cuss at you. Mind your manners, little boy.
Oh,
That's how you got it.
wait, hold it.
Okay,
she's
mind your manners.
upset.
I never
She's
once cussed
upset
at
at the
you.
wee
You're
leprechaun.
Very.
Wait.
I
I
don't
think she
know.
wants
I
me
don't
Lucky
listen,
Charms,
listen,
boys.
listen.
That's a logical fallacy.
I never once cussed at you. Do not curse at me.
What curse did I say to you?
Okay, you don't even remember.
Exactly.
There's a problem.
Exactly.
You have a
I
problem.
didn't curse at you.
You did curse at me. You said
What curse
yes,
did I
you did.
use?
Hang on, TC, in the UK,
You
and
did.
it might be,
You did
it might
say
be
that
the same.
in
It
reference to
might
the
be the
test,
same.
and you said
It
I
might
wouldn't
be the
even.
same.
I wouldn't even pass the effing test. Don't cuss at
That's
me.
not a curse.
I never
Okay,
cursed at you.
TC,
Okay.
the TC, the
Who is
issue
this talking?
that
Who is this talking?
Shiva, the person
Okay,
beneath
Shiva.
you. The problem is that in the UK, and I think it's the same in Ireland as well, so I'm sure Tariq will correct me if I'm wrong, we use swear words not to insult other people, but just as kind of marks of emphasis. Right?
So here in the United States, where I'm from, you curse at a
Right.
Yeah,
person,
so
you
like
coming at a person. So
Yeah,
Right.
let's
so
get an
Shiva,
understanding.
See how there's a
Shiva
cultural
would be-
difference here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
you're not respecting my culture.
There we
TC.
go.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But like, for example, if I was
So then
in
I
Britain
won't
with Shiva
ever,
right now,
listen, that's fine. I won't
I
ever
would
have to address that
I would
person.
say you're a
ever
lovely
again.
cunt, Shiva, and that would be a term of endearment.
Yeah,
And look,
I don't look at it as that. So
I've
you can,
had
you and Shiva
arguments
can
with-
term of endearment all day. But thank you, Shiva, for explaining that to me. I appreciate that.
Mhm.
Yeah,
In my
we're
in
not
my
being rude
culture,
to you.
I don't accept that.
Amazing.
Yeah, no, and I've had conversations with. There was one time when I'm aware of this cultural difference because it actually has come up before where people have gotten really offended by myself and a friend called Tarquin, how we just kind of talk to each other because we're just really rude to each other all of the time.
Now, don't get me wrong. If we had a particular level of a relationship we might have a different vernacular and understand and a different verbiage. However, when you don't know somebody, you get to know them and you go from there.
Right, yeah, and I'd agree with that, but the difference is that I would quite happily call Tariaq a stupid motherfucker, right? I would quite happily do that, but I wouldn't do that with you because I don't know you very well. Like, this is the first time that we're meeting, right? Like, so, like, context is important as well.
Tariaq's mom did take Tylenol, and he's retired.
Okay, yeah. I appreciate that, Shiva. Thank you.
The law of logic is not logical.
Oh, did the women?
Oh my god! Yeah, but I do apologize. I've got autism. My mom took Tylenol, so it was extra strength Tylenol as well. So please be patient.
Which law of logic is not logical?
None of them. The first one says law of identity, right?
Yeah. So that's like in any proposition, right? A equals A. Right, so like when a thing refers to itself and itself only, it doesn't refer to other things, right?
No,
so
I think QI, Shiva, I think QI actually made a profound point. Like the same, like if logic is not logical, like science wouldn't be scientific, maths wouldn't be mathematical. You know what I mean?
But like so QI, what the laws of logic are they're like rules for a certain type of reasoning. So like, they're not true or false in a way. That they're like saying this is how you engage in this type of reasoning where the conclusion has to follow from the premises, right?
So you're keeping me in a box.
No, it's no.
You look, QI. The laws of logic only like they're really useful for a certain type of reasoning, but I wouldn't suggest that you use them for like poetry necessarily. Right, it's context dependent, and in this type of debate, whether you like it or not, the laws of logic are going to come up, and so it is useful to know them, because then your own thinking will be sharpened. Like it is worth.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I'm one that thinks that like we don't know what absolute truth is.
Agreed, but that's not what the laws of logic are relating to. So, because if you read on, like to say the law of non-contradiction, it will say it will probably start with for any proposition, right? If you read it out.
Based on a premises, I got you. Based on one particular premise, I got you. Yeah, but I was, I just wanted to make that point that it sort of falls under the second one, a law of non-contradiction, because then. What is it that can't be contradicted? Because even in science, right?
Yeah. I
even in science, even in science, right? Like most we're relying on scientific theories.
Agreed. But so what the law of non-contradiction is saying is that if you're engaging in this type of reasoning, then for any proposition, the proposition P, which is to say P is true, or not P, which is to say P is not true, that they both can't be correct at the same time. Either.
So this is basically for debating.
Something and nothing. QI, it's like you're overthinking it. It comes in handy, especially during a debate, and people are making these points. It just kind of comes in handy.
Right. It's basically for debating.
Not just for debating. Like it's used in mathematics, it's used in science, it's used to make like the computer or the phone, depending on what
logical reasoning itself.
Yeah, like it's for a type of reasoning, right?
QI, to give you an example, if I was to say, hi, my name is Tariaq, I'm Irish, and I'm not Irish, you'd be like, Tariaq, you're retarded.
Yeah.
You just contradicted yourself.
Yeah.
Right, it's a contradiction, right?
Yeah.
I get it.
Right.
I get everything that y'all are saying. I get everything that y'all are saying. I'm just looking at I can see where it can be useful, but it has to be based upon creating an agreed upon foundation.
Well, yes, but the laws of logic are the agreed upon foundation.
Yeah, that's been agreed upon for forever.
Like these are the axioms, right? Like the kind of foundational statement. So what's the third one?
The
The law
third
of
one
excluded
is
middle.
law of the excluded middle, which means it's going to be black or white.
Well, no. Okay, yes. But it's saying something really specific. So what it's saying is that for any proposition, either P is true or not P is true. And the truth can't occupy both points at the same time, nor a position in the middle. Right. So what the three laws of logic are doing are they are providing you with an axiomatic rule set that allow you to have engage in a type of reasoning that tracks truth, right? Because that's what this type of reasoning is.
I got it, but
not
see,
all,
I have the
not all
problem I
logical
have
systems track truth. Some logical systems track things like
cool.
coherence.
This is cool, but my whole thing is the whole like, what is truth?
Well, yeah, that's an entire conversation that you could have.
Right. So
but if you were going to have that conversation,
if you were going to have to debate it, I'm just saying that's how I look at it.
Right, but if you were to have that conversation with somebody who engages in this type of thinking, then they would expect you to at least have a kind of basic understanding of the three laws of logic to be able to track their argument. Right?
Hey Shiva, can we get back on track and give our thoughts on Nick Fuentes and voting rights, please, sir?
Oh my God.
I mean, that is the title of the video, so let's get into it.
I was talking about Nick Fuentes before you guys came, but go ahead. No voting rights. You guys missed some questions that came in the chat, but you guys know the super stickers I'm always ask first. Was there a question that I overlooked before TC dropped down? When I read that super sticker, you guys? What was the question? There was a question.
The last one I remember was, what are the three laws of logic? I don't know.
I thought there was one before that, but maybe not. I thought TC asked one. But
that was the last one because I looked it up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it, and I don't think it's working. That's my final answer.
Well, wait. When you say
about, are you guys going back to the Jim Crow? Somebody asked something about Jim Crow.
Yeah, they said that we're going back to Jim Crow laws.
Yeah,
I mean,
basically.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know enough about Nick Fuentes to have an opinion other than that he appears to be quite controversial. But I don't like. I've not really watched him. I think I might have seen one interview with him, maybe like a year or so ago.
Bishop Crow talks about him quite a bit. I think for me, the only reason I brought him up is because I usually don't talk about Nick Fuentes because I can't play a lot of his videos. But him flipping to the Democratic side, it just made me talk about it. But
right, okay.
With the topic, I think that when people are saying Jim Crow, and a lot of people that's messaging me right now are talking about the Voting Rights Act and taking blacks back, and as if what you said affects Black people. But I find that offensive, you guys. That's like you saying that blacks aren't intelligent, and you can't have it both ways. So I do find it offensive that you guys are.
Well, let's make it more well-rounded. It's not culture. It would affect.
No, this has nothing to do with race. It really doesn't.
Right, but what I'm going to say is it affects multiple. It would affect multiple culture.
Hell, it would affect
just Black.
Yeah, but just explain this. Like this is. Just to explain this, like this is what like happens, like where Democrats convince you that like a competence test is like anti-black or it's racist against Black people, is basically the Democrats saying to you that Black people aren't competent. Like
no,
that is literally racism to say that this is bringing back Jim Crow.
Exactly.
Like, but I'm raising the bar though. I'm raising the bar to say that it won't just affect Black people. It would affect multiple cultures. This is why I'm saying
it would affect everybody equally.
This is why I'm saying that who's going to create the test, and you're saying that it's going to be the legislation, but it just depends on the demographics of the legislation at that time to whether or not that test. Say what?
You could put the test to a vote. Let the current voting pool vote on it.
So who's going to be eligible to vote?
Everybody, just like it is right now on the test. After the test, that would be a different story.
Oh, so it won't pass anyways.
I don't
Let
know.
me ask you this.
It won't.
Would you concede to the following? What if we introduced an educational system that is surrounded by civic logic and reasoning?
That's fine. Introducing any type of education, especially when it relates to something as valid as politics and government, is essential. I think
So if
yes,
we educate our population, we can minimize the ignorance that we currently have and vote in better politicians just from the basis
absolutely.
of
That
education.
would be a better solution than creating this test without education. At least put everybody on if you're gonna do something like that, at least put everybody on a fair ground.
At least we can come to some sort of agreement there. I appreciate it.
That was easy, wasn't it?
Man, you guys had a
Which
lot
ver-
of everyone's talking about color. I disagree. There's nothing racist. I'm talking to the people in the clouds that's messaging me. Thank you for your donations. That's the only reason I'm reading y'all messages, because y'all sent it in a super chat. I already read the Jim Crow and that was in the chat. You guys are mostly asking me about race, but they didn't mention anything about race. So I don't really understand. Thank you for the super chat. But race wasn't brought up. You guys
That's
brought
because
it.
of all the propaganda from the Democratic
I'm
side.
saying that it wouldn't be. It
No,
wouldn't
that
be.
wasn't for you. I said that was for the people that sent me a super sticker. That wasn't for you, PR.
Oh, okay.
I was reading the super sticker.
It's been programmed into the left.
It's been propagandized that way, unfortunately.
I think anytime, this is my opinion, anytime somebody brings up something like a test, a competency test, a lot of people, especially from I don't want to put a party into it. A lot of people will automatically say this is an attack against Black people. Maybe some people will say brown, but that's not the case. I think.
Well, even if we mention voter ID, what happens? If we mention getting voter ID, what happens?
They always let me tell you guys something. Why I don't like DEI. I don't like any of it. So be mad at me, because they always put.
You don't like DEI?
No, QI. I didn't.
It's
no.
illogical.
So you don't think that we should. Okay.
I think there should be one standard across
Come
the
on,
board.
QI.
Always put a brown face in front of affirmative
I was about to
action.
eat that one up. Because I was about to eat that DEI up.
You can eat it up all you want to. I stand by everything I say. They always put a brown face in front of it, and it's not Black people that benefit the most from DEI or affirmative action, but they use us.
It absolutely is not. You're right. It's not. And
let the best person that's qualified get the job. Compete.
That's it.
White women benefit the most, actually.
Very true. So why use Black face? And why use us? Because people want to say, and then when you take it away, they scream it's racist. But how is it racist taking it away when white people are the ones that benefit from it in the first place? But when a Black person is hired in a high position, one of the things that Nick Fuentes and Charlie Kirk and a lot of people are arguing about, then it's like it causes this doubt, like, oh, was it a DEI hire? It wasn't a DEI hire. Blacks have to be qualified. So why have DEI in the first place? White women don't have problems getting a job. So why have these things, and why keep saying it's to help Black people? Black people.
Well, we do.
Yeah.
We definitely.
Just to explain, because like this has got a lot of.
DEI is dividing the country, and we just don't need it.
No, DEI
like this is what
not
happens.
dividing the country.
One sec, QI, because what happens is like they basically kind of say, oh, we want equality, and now it's kind of shifted to more equity, which is like a communist like manifesto thing where they want equity is like the same outcome. And what they've done is they've blurred the lines between equality and equity, so that like all you do is look at the end result, and if the end result isn't quote unquote like equity or equal, like as in like it's like 50% Black or 50% men, 50% women, then it must be a sexist policy because the outcome isn't 50-50. But that's not what equality is. Equality is that we all have an equal standard, and if you fail to meet that standard, then you don't get in. But you let the equal standard apply, and if the outcome is disproportionate to one people over the other people, then that's not a failing of the equality. That's still equality because you are all held to an equal standard.
But
Yeah,
here's
you have
the thing,
equal
right?
opportunity,
Wait,
not equal
I think
opportunity.
there's an easy answer. Well, there's not an easy answer. There's an expensive answer to this DEI problem. Because I agree with Misunderstood and Tariaq that I mean, I'd maybe draw a distinction between DEI and affirmative action. And I'm not sure they're the same thing, but we'll just use DEI for now. Like, it seems really counterproductive. The answer, it seems to me, is to increase educational standards in those areas where the education is failing the children, so that they can actually meet the standards that are required, so that we don't fucking need DEI, because the educational levels are being raised. That
Okay, and so let me say what I'm saying. We definitely need things in place to prevent discrimination, because we're not going to sit here and act like racism does not exist. We're not going to sit here and act like sexism does not exist. We're not going to sit here and act like people are going to be fair across the board when it comes down to hiring people. So we definitely, we absolutely need laws into place, and DEI served as that. And not only did DEI do that, DEI made sure that people had fair housing opportunities. DEI made sure that we had equal representation, because I strongly agree that if I'm in a town that is predominantly, let's just say, I don't want to use black, I want to use something different. In a town that's predominantly, but predominantly Japanese, then I think that the representation should look like the town. So I think it should have a predominant or majority Japanese representation. Absolutely.
So let me ask you this then. Let's say that I grant all that you say about DEI. In your, what do you feel about affirmative action, like where you set a quota aside for certain demographics? Are you in favor of that as well?
Okay, so most people, once again, just like with the welfare and different things of that nature, they think that, affirmative action is predominantly for the black people, but black people are not the ones that benefit from affirmative action. Basically, affirmative action serves for, Japanese, Irish, and, all multitudes of cultures. So it's not specifically to black people, and those are the people who benefit more than, black people. So, but
so is
like
is that a yes or a no?
Once again, but look, once again,
are you kidding, Steve?
Once again, I stand on the fact that there needs to be laws in place to prevent discrimination, and that guarantees inclusion of all.
Right. Well, okay. So those are two. I see. The first part of what you said, I'm fully behind you. Laws in place that prohibit discrimination based on intrinsic qualities like, race or gender or sex or whatever. Absolutely fucking agree, right? But then you're then taking another step, which to me seems like, well, that's kind of dodgy. Like, because now you're saying not only can you not discriminate, but you must include like certain demographics, irrespective of whether they actually meet the standards that are required for whatever it is that they're applying for. And that to me seems dangerous, because then you're like in some fields, you would surely agree that shouldn't apply at all whatsoever, like say medicine, right?
No, I do say that it should apply in medicine.
So, but okay, but then you're going to come to a situation where if you're saying it doesn't matter if these applicants don't meet the required standards, if they're part of certain demographics, then what you're going to end up doing is lowering the quality of the skill set of the practitioners, right? Which in medicine is dangerous, You want the most qualified, the most skilled people doing those jobs.
But I
Surely.
also want me personally, when I choose a doctor or medical
Right.
professional, I choose one
Right.
that looks like me.
I don't.
That's a
I
personal
do.
preference.
Right.
I
Okay,
don't.
that's
No, no,
fine.
no, no.
Look, I'm
No, no,
not
no.
saying there shouldn't be like Native American doctors,
No, no,
as
no.
long as
No,
those
no.
applicants can meet the standards, right?
Let me me tell you why. Like, because I want somebody that that understands like we're not all the same.
You
Like
want the
when it
same
comes down
color or
to
looks like you, or do you want them to know what the hell they're doing?
what I want them to do is understand me. And in order to
So they
completely
don't need to know what
understand,
they're doing.
just like I prefer a
Right.
woman gynecologist because a woman
Right.
understands women things.
Okay.
So do you get where I'm going? I
Right.
prefer, if I'm gonna go to a psychiatrist or a
Right.
therapist, I prefer a psychiatrist that comes from my same or similar cultural background. Therefore, you will be
Right.
more familiar with what type of environment I came from.
See, whereas if I had access to all of the information, the criteria for me wouldn't be cultural similarity or biological sex or race or ethnicity or any of that fucking stuff. It would be who is the best doctor.
Amen, Siva.
Well, just because, like, I have experienced multiple occasions, especially when it comes down to therapists and psychiatrists, that just because they have all the information does not still give them that personal experience to, like that personal experience that they need to know in order to better serve me. I have experienced that on a first-hand basis. And that's why I choose the way that I do, especially when it comes down to a therapist or a psychiatrist. I want a female
Right.
psychiatrist.
I want that certificate
So,
on the wall to mean something. There needs to be standards, and I want to make sure
yeah,
they
and
know
look,
those.
Okay, now let me tell you what we're missing though. What we're
what?
missing is these people have to go through the bar. These people have to pass medical examinations and all
Right.
kinds of different things. Now,
Mhm.
The standards are
beneath
lower.
that, beneath that, beneath that you have what they go through the collegiate doctorate
Yeah,
masters
yeah,
and,
yeah,
and.
yeah.
So basically we need to, like, in order to say best man for the job, you need to make sure that everybody started off the foundation of for everybody was on
Does
an equal
DEI get
ground.
you there? Will
Right. Okay.
DEI
So
get you there? No.
hang on. QI.
Well, I
So
think that DEI can get us there, and I think that that's where we need to focus on more of DEI, or that's what we need to focus more on is getting people to the same standards of living, getting people
so
to the same
right.
Oh,
standards,
So
that's a
getting
whole
people
okay.
to
different
the
So
subject.
same.
right.
Communism.
Yeah, so well, I mean, to the same standards of education, I would agree.
Right.
But what, like, I just want to kind of focus back in on this medical issue. So, what if you have a situation where in a certain town in America, for whatever reason, the inhabitants aren't meeting the educational requirement to become a doctor? Should you then lower those standards so
No,
that
you
those
should.
people?
No, you
That's
should
what
not lower.
DEI does.
No, listen, don't move the goalpost too fast. No, you should not lower those standards. What you should do is send in some additional help to get those people to the right standard.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, but let me point out something in terms of the education. Like a teacher will teach a class of, let's say, 30 students. There's some students that will pass the test. There's other students that won't pass the test. They all were given the same resources, the same teacher, the same books.
You know that I have a high IQ and that I was considered to be gifted. But here's the thing, I
We're
was
not picking
bad.
on you.
No, listen, just hear me out now. You got to hear what I'm
I'm
saying, where I'm
listening. I've
coming
been
from.
listening.
All
Promise.
right. but like I also have ADHD. So at certain times I'm not going to be good at tests. It doesn't mean that I'm not I was super competent. I was, super over competent. But it just means that depending on what time of the day or the night, or depending on the test or whatever, that like I may or may not have been able to take those tests. There are people with test anxiety as well. It determines, like I noticed when I was going through school, it depends on the teacher too, whether that teacher was monotone, whether that teacher was jovial, like whether they taught like with visuals, whether they taught with auditory. It depends on a lot of different things. And all schools and stuff are not up to those standards. Some schools are working off of old textbooks, old equipment, old, everything. So that is not starting off with the same foundation. That is not starting off with the same equal
So you're
ground.
saying
And
some
then,
people start out in the hole.
right. So you can't
No,
expect a
it's not
person.
dealing with what I was saying at
It's
all.
not.
Like what I was saying
No,
is
it's not.
that like given a classroom, like as soon as they go into the school or whatever, right? The same teachers, same books, same environment, right? Some kids will pass the test, other kids won't pass the test. How do we like provide more or whatever to like that community to boost the education?
Well, okay. This is what I'm going to say. This is one of the things that I think that they need to do in school. I think that like when you start off in first grade, right? They need to do like occupational test or whatever, and they need to be fair. Okay, then once you reach sixth grade, they need to do another test, like you're saying, a competency test to basically determine what you're good in, where's your strongest skill sets and everything. Because everybody's not going to be, smart in the same areas or
Sounds kind
strong
of
in the same.
biased.
No, no, no. It's not biased. It's like some people make good musicians, some people make good artists, some people make good scientists, some people, and that's basically how,
Shiva brought that
what
up an hour ago.
right. That's basically how you should, like, basically in our culture. Basically
What's
they
our culture
chose
right there? What's our culture?
my
What is that?
culture.
What's your
Basically in
culture?
my I told you I'm an indigenous American Indian. Okay, so
Okay.
basically in
Joy,
ancient
when did you
times,
become indigenous again?
Yeah.
huh?
Never mind. Go ahead,
Yes.
make it.
My point is that like whatever job or whatever your purpose was going to be for the tribe was dependent upon your skill set. So I think that that's what we need to look at. We need to look at like testing and looking at people's skill sets, and then more or less going down the lines of their skill sets, because some people might be good at this, proficient at this, but not proficient at that. And some people, like these days, when people choose jobs, generally it's because of they're looking at the pay and the job availability. But if we were to look at, skill sets and like what people's strong strengths are, then I think that would be better. And I think that would be less biased, because, and especially if you start off on the same
Holy
ground, uh,
Yeah,
if
but
you
QI,
start off with the same foundation.
what I'm
Jesus.
pointing out is
You
that
are.
you gave everybody the same foundation. You gave them the same, like a classroom with 30 students. You gave them the same teacher. You gave them the same books. You gave them the same information. You gave them the same lessons. But you had like the outcome was not equal. There's some students that got like 100% or 90%. There's some students
What
that
were
got
they tested
60%, and
on?
there's some students that failed.
What
It
does
was
that
the
What
same
were they
matter?
test.
tested on? Was it math, politics, science,
Did they
English?
did they
I mean,
learn?
math, civics,
That's what you test.
English?
Irrelevant. What I'm saying
No,
is
it's
that you can
not.
give
Because
kids
I
the
went to
same
college and I was in
exact.
school too, and there were certain subjects that I excelled in, and there were certain subjects that I didn't. So it's not irrelevant. I
It is
love science.
irrelevant.
I
What
love
what I'm
science.
pointing to is this like unequal outcome that we've seen in terms of the education, is that there's just some kids that just don't want to learn. There's some kids that just put no effort in.
Well, maybe those kids may appear that they don't want to learn, or maybe those kids don't put any effort in because they don't grasp, they're not motivated, or they don't understand the true purpose of things.
So nothing Teriak says is going to change your mind on this. You're not
No,
open-minded on this.
look.
They're just those
You're
people
not
just can be
Let me give you
open-minded on
an
retarded
this.
then, I guess.
example. Let me give you an example. If I grew up, in which I didn't, but if I grew up in the projects or the hoods, if I grew up around people who generally didn't finish high school, who didn't finish high school, it doesn't mean that I can't do those things. Okay, but if everybody just assumes just because like maybe for one reason or another, just like back in the day, most people didn't get like during my grandma's era or whatever. Some of those people didn't get to go to school because they had to stay at home and farm. So
Irrelevant.
for no, no,
Yep.
no, no, no. I'm proving I am
It's
making a
irrelevant to
point.
his scenario.
No, no, no. I'm just
Yeah, yeah,
saying.
yeah, it
So
is.
no, no, let me finish. So if you grow up, if you're growing up and you don't see any, like you don't see any doctors, you don't see any lawyers, you don't see any, you're not seeing any, there's nothing, like there's no, like in your eyes, basically, there's no reason to excel in education, then of course you may not be motivated when you go to school. And of course it's going to present like you don't want to learn or you're not trying. Because basically you don't understand the concept and the reason for everything. Just like when we don't understand why we learn in math in school. It makes no
Yeah,
sense.
so it's up to you to try and get the most out of the education. The teacher's there to give the lesson, to give the information. You have your books, you have all the same knowledge, you have the same teacher, you have the same lessons. If you're underperforming, that's down to the kid.
And I say the teacher as well. So I say
No,
the school system and
if the one can teach perfectly, the kid got taught perfectly fine, got hundreds. Why is it up to the teacher?
everybody, because everybody, if you know anything about learning and learning curves and how people learn, you know that everybody doesn't learn the same way. So maybe that kid is not grasping because that kid is a auditor, learns better visually. Maybe that kid is not learning because that kid learns better, by hearing things.
Yep.
Maybe that
What I'm
kid is
pointing
not learning because that is not reaching that kid's learning curve.
He said
yeah, so
everything was exactly the same.
yes, what I'm pointing that
Exactly the same,
what
but
I'm trying
exactly
to point out is that like there's going to be unequal outcomes because we're not all equal. So why are we trying to focus
exactly.
on having equal outcomes and trying to say, well, if there's a disproportion of like certain groups being more educated than other certain groups, even despite the fact that they had the same lesson, they had the same environment, they had the same textbooks, they had the same knowledge, then that's just something you have to deal with. Not try to say, well,
God
we're going to
didn't
lower a standard or we're going to put in quotas or we're going to do any of this bollocks because that shit don't work.
like God did not create us all to be equal. Everybody came here with a mission and purpose in life. So there are certain things that we are meant to be good at. So to say, so we're equal, but we're equal, but it does, just because we're equal, which means that you have skills, I have skills, but our skill sets may not, be strong in the same areas. So you
Camera.
can't
No two
say,
people.
you can't say, you can't say, you can't say that you can't
Oh
say
no.
that you can't say that just because that
Oh,
person is in the same classroom with all the same stuff that person that teacher or those instructions or all of those things are meeting that child's learning needs.
No,
QI, we
this
have
whole thing of like
just
the learning needs and all this kind of stuff,
I
that
agree.
is like that's a fugazi. That's
That's
irrelevant.
not
What I'm
fugazi.
one sec. What I'm trying to
And you
point out
definitely
is
can't say
your
that
Human
point.
just
Your
because
point
that
is
comprehension
that we
person
all have
is
one sec. We all have different abilities and all this kind of stuff, and we were all put on this planet for a particular reason. All this kind of stuff. Gucci. But what I'm saying is that in terms of the unequal outcomes, you can't point to that and say that's racism or that's sexism. The same way that nobody in their right mind would be saying, well, the NFL has too many overrepresentation of black people. Let's start putting in white people quotas in the NFL. Fuck that shit. I want to see the best players on the field. I want to see the best game played. So if
But I
that
want
means
to
that
kick a
there's
field
like an
goal.
underrepresentation of white people, I don't give a fuck. I want to see the best players on the field.
But what if I want to kick a football? I'll be the field goal dude.
I don't
No,
give
you
a fuck.
suck.
Vintage.
You suck.
Ozzy, go back to your country, bro.
Vintage, that
And
didn't
most
work.
and,
Uh,
and
There you
most
go,
of the
guys. There you
quarterbacks
go.
are white. So okay. But anyways, it's like this. Okay. So and the NFL
So
stuff,
one
I
sec. Do you
mean,
think that the NFL is racist
I was
because
just about
Against
to I
white
the
was
people.
quarterbacks
getting
are white?
I was about to get to that point, to Zariak, if you could slow your roll.
Zariak is crazy.
I'm not going to define it necessarily as racist. I'm just going to just say that, like things in society needs to meet everybody's needs. So I'm
No,
not
it
going to
doesn't.
say it
No, it doesn't.
specifically.
No,
Not at
Yes,
all.
it does. Because
No,
that's
it doesn't.
communism.
this
Do you think
planet,
that wait, QI, yes or no? Do you think that the I'll say NFL, NBA, do you think they're racist for being mostly black, or do you think that they need to include white people just to make it equal?
The
I
white
think
people will
white
be the
people,
DEI in the NFL.
but
Or
you might
At
want to
least
NBA.
some of the
say,
cheerleaders. At least
I
some
you
of the
said
might want,
cheerleaders.
you might want to say the same thing about golf or tennis
Who's the best golfer?
after
or
quarterbacks are white and
soccer.
half are black. Okay, best basketball. Use basketball. So, is it racist, or should we just throw white people in it to make it equal?
It wouldn't work.
That's I know. QI.
There are white people included in basketball.
I know, but do
they're
you feel
not
that it should be
equal.
more
No
white?
kidding.
Yeah, there's probably one. You know.
Everybody shut the
Yeah.
fuck up and let her answer the question. Question is is the NBA racist because there's an overrepresentation of black people in the NBA?
Yeah.
We put more white people in the NBA to make things quote unquote equal.
I'm gonna say it could be racist.
Could be. What is it? Give an answer. Could be is not an answer. What's your actual thought?
Hold on. Before I make an absolute final answer, let me just think about it to make sure I'm making a correct answer.
Let
Yeah.
me ask ChatGPT.
Well, it answers a second ago. That's weird.
Okay, I'll let you think. But you guys don't like my NFL comment, but it says that we're dominant in both, you guys. Nevertheless, that's not my point. My point is that QI, I don't think it takes a lot. I think you just don't want to answer the question when I say
No. I'm just trying to make sure I answer it
Well,
correctly.
it's interesting
Yeah.
because all the other
Yeah.
examples where it favors your narrative, you can answer in less than 3 seconds, and now you've gone probably 30 seconds, and you're still trying to figure out an answer.
Because I'm thinking about.
Because you can't stay logically consistent. You can't stay logically consistent.
Yes, I can.
I gotta think of the prompt,
Yes, I
man.
can. You're making an assumption and you're making a logical fallacy. Basically, what I'm looking at now is like what it takes to be a football player, what it takes. I'm talking about physical attributes.
We asked about basketball.
What it takes to be a basketball player in terms of physical attributes. Because in a lot of ways, I think some of those things are determined by physical attributes.
What? How does that have to
So
do
what
with
was your answer?
So I still can't say necessarily that it's racist if it's based on physical attributes.
You learned nothing.
Learned nothing.
Same way with
Yeah.
education is based. One sec. Same way education is based on mental attributes. Correct.
Yeah, it is, but
Yes.
no, it should be. Hold on,
No?
it should be. No, it should be, but you know, like you know, intelligence is not subjective to any one particular race. It's not subjective to any one specific gender.
You were meaning to say objective instead of subjective there.
I meant to say specific. It's like you can't intelligence is not based on race, it's not based on gender, or any of those things. Now I think that when it
And why
comes
does it
down
matter
to
where the schools are?
huh?
Why does it matter where the schools are and what resources are devoted to them if the outcome is meant to be equal? And
Because
should be
that's
equal
not
everywhere?
the same foundation. You're not teaching it, you're not indoctrinating everybody to the same things.
Do you think you can have education outside of a school system?
Absolutely.
Tell me how.
Well, back in like there were educational systems back during like the
Yeah,
ancient
I said
days.
out. Yeah, okay. Were they schools?
How did they do that?
Were they schools?
Did they gather in a
Yeah,
room or a cave or whatever you're thinking?
a cave. You so
Well,
crazy.
well, you said ancient days. I mean,
Right. Their educational system was different. Like there were some people that might become like astrologers, right? So basically, as a young or hunters or gatherers, or
That's not
hunters or
it said.
gatherers. So
Yeah, are you
basically,
really
if
saying that astrology should be something taught in schools, and has any actual valid worth in society educationally?
I absolutely do.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Astrology.
No, like you don't understand it
That
because
answer
you
really
don't
makes a lot of
understand it.
sense.
No, you
Sorry,
don't
did you say
understand
that
it because you don't
astrology
understand it.
should be taught in schools? Astrology.
astronomy
Divination
or
through
astrology? Which one?
I said astrology.
Both astronomy and astrology.
Really?
Do you
Should
know the
tarot be taught in
significance?
schools?
You don't know. You don't
Yeah,
understand the significance.
yeah.
You're talking about like the
Should
constellations or
You
like
lack.
should
You lack
should
knowledge. You're
should
ignorant
palm
to.
should
There is someone here that lacks knowledge. We
should
all agree on that.
should palm reading be taught in schools?
good call.
Nah, I don't. No, no.
Right,
But
but why not? Astrology is, why not palm reading?
okay, because the sun and the moon regulates a lot of different things. The
So do the
position of
lines in
the
your hand, apparently.
So do the hands. I regulate all the time with my hands.
I wonder
you
who
just
does
y'all are
palmistry.
being real.
Personally use
Y'all are
crystals.
being ignorant and stupid on purpose. I'm just saying when you look
No,
at
I'm
farm,
not being
I,
when you
ignorant.
look
I
at
use
the
No, he's not.
crystals.
almanac,
no, I'm
when
not.
you
I
look
use
at
my
the
crystals.
almanac, when you look at the almanac and what season to plant and what season to harvest, what season to do this,
Right.
Okay.
even
That's
when
not
it comes down
astrology.
to
So when's the season to harvest?
women's menstruals and different things, a
Whoa.
lot of that
That's
stuff
not
is
Oh
astrology
boy,
regulated
either.
don't
by
talk
moon
about
Hey,
cycles
now.
and sun
Come on.
cycles.
Don't
Yeah,
do
but that's
that.
not astrology.
So I'm gonna get my girlfriend some
I
crystals by the
say
sound of it. Figure
astrology
this
and
timeline out.
astronomy.
Right. But astrology is like making either predicting the future based on your place and time of birth and your relationship to the constellations, or doing some kind of personality audit based
Actually,
on those same factors.
astrology has nothing to do with predicting the future.
It depends on the astrologer.
No, that's just you looking at horoscopes. Actually,
No,
real astrology has nothing to do with
I'm not
predicting
looking.
the
No,
future.
I'm talking about someone who does a fucking star chart based on your sun sign, your moon sign, and your rising sign. I'm not speaking from ignorance here. Jesus fucking
Basically, that
Christ!
just tells you. Basically, that just tells you a little
You
bit
were born
about
in
your
stars,
skill
weren't you?
sets. It just tells you a little bit about your skill sets, but it doesn't determine what you're
Right.
gonna do. It
You
doesn't
know what?
determine your
So
environment,
can
and
you
it doesn't
explain to me?
determine.
Can you
It
It's not a.
doesn't
can you
determine
explain to me?
I've got a
like
great
your
thing.
outcome.
Oh, hey, I don't actually need a
Agreed,
crystal.
but
If I
can
want a
you
good skill
explain to
set,
me
I use
how?
a calculator.
Hang on. Can you explain to me how the positions of the stars at the time that I was born, in relation to the place and time that I was born, how that affects my skill set? Like, what's the relationship there?
It tells you a lot about your interpersonal self and your interpersonal
Right.
skills and you
Okay.
yourself. So just like we look at
I understand that. What I'm asking is what's the mechanism by which determining the place and time that you were born in relation to the constellations, what's the mechanism whereby that determines your skill set?
because as above, so below. And just like everything is a chemical element,
What
everything
the
is a
hell?
portion of nature, so are we. We are connected to nature.
Right.
He's a communist.
I don't understand.
That was some compilation there.
What's that noise?
It's
Somebody's
Theo.
making something, beating on something.
Fixing
We
it.
are
Meeting
we
somebody.
He started
we are
astrology
very
fast.
connected. We are nature. And we
Right.
are very
Right.
connected to nature.
We
So
are
like
all God's
Right.
basically
children.
like just like most of the medicines come from the plants.
Right. But that doesn't seem to bear any relation to what we're talking about. What I'm asking is, like what's the mechanism? Because that seems to me to be an outlandish claim that the position, what's the kind of process by which the positions of the stars when you were born, but by which that determines what your internal personal skill sets are going to be.
And it tells a lot about your personality and different things like that. So it serves sort of along the lines of sacred psychology, and it goes along the lines of sacred psychology.
Is this some sort of
are you saying that we don't
thinking?
need psychology?
Is this some sort of magical thinking? No, because psychology.
So are you saying that we don't need psychology?
Look, psychology. Wait. You don't need astrology to do psychology.
I think that psychology would be better if you understand astrology.
So are you engaged in some sort of magical thinking here?
Yes.
No, I'm engaged in natural thinking.
Astrology doesn't seem very natural because look, if I
so the
say
sun and the stars are not natural.
Stop. If I plant an apple seed, right, and then a beautiful apple tree grows, and then a few years later I can start harvesting all of these delicious apples, right? Like now I can understand that process. I can understand the process of planting a seed, photosynthesis, watering and feeding it, nurturing the tree, right? Harvesting the apples at the right time. And then the process of making something delicious like an apple pie, eating the apple pie, and even understand the process of it turning into shit. And then maybe that shit being broken down into other things.
That is going to be the most racist thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I can't believe you said that. I can't believe you said that, bro.
All of that stuff, we can explain the mechanisms by which all of that happens. Right now, I can't personally explain them myself because I'm not a fucking biologist or whatever, right? But like, if I wanted to, I could go and learn the mechanisms and get an understanding of how and why the apple seed turns into shit, right? I don't see how I can do that with the claims that are made on behalf of astrology because it seems non-falsifiable.
Okay, astrology. What the hell? Astrology deals with more psychology. Astronomy deals with more of the, like the plant, the da. And then at the same time that, we are here on Earth, how do you think that we get electricity?
Wait, what? Sorry. Before we get into how we get electricity, I just want to stick to the claims that you're making about astrology and psychology. Look, I used to be a magician, like a stage magician, card tricks and all that, right? And I got into this sub branch of magic called mentalism. And I'll tell you something, there is an entire body of literature, right? Because it turns out that magicians and mentalists have quite a good understanding of psychology because they manipulate and deceive people in the course of their entertainment, right? That there's entire bodies of literature. And magicians often discover psychological principles that the psychologists catch up with maybe a couple of decades later, right?
I can see that.
So like, I'm not dissing psychology. Like, I think psychology has very many practical applications. What I don't understand is how the positions of the stars relate to psychology.
It can determine patterns of behavior, patterns of characteristics, patterns of a lot of different things. It definitely is a science that is it's a science. It weighs heavily more than these scientific theories.
So one of the things about science is that the claims made by a science are falsifiable, right? So when a scientist publishes a theory, they will include the things that, if discovered, would prove their theory wrong. right? I think it's called a null position or a void position, maybe. Maybe I'm getting the nomenclature wrong, right?
They
But
would include
like,
some of the things because they don't know everything. If they would make the theory if they thought it was wrong,
yeah.
or do you think they would make the theory if they thought it was wrong?
Well, no, it's any scientist worth their salt will consider what are the things that might conceivably prove my theory wrong if those things like happen to be true.
But can you
And
say
then
that you would see everything that could prove your
no,
theory wrong? Okay.
no, of course not. Right, but astrology has nothing like that. There's nothing in astrology that kind of includes a falsifiable position, right? That there's nothing that says if this is discovered, then astrology is false, right?
Okay, say that one more. Ask that question one more. If this is discovered, then astrology is false.
Yeah.
There's always, well, basically in astrology, right? It's determined by a lot of different factors as well. So there are a lot of components that make up astrology. So it's not like one
Agreed.
simple thing. So
Right.
there are components, just like with anything else, just like with anything. Because like my point at first was that we don't know everything and that we don't
Right.
have absolute truth. So I can't say that, astrology can't be proven wrong because we don't know everything to life.
Thank you.
Right. So it seems on that basis then that actually any proposition could be true. So if I said that I've got a basement 5 miles below my house in which I keep an invisible fire-breathing dragon that shits gold elephants, like you would have to just accept that as being true, right? Because you don't know everything, right?
Give me 1 sec.
Sure.
A break. Woo. Everybody.
My word.
Claude, how you doing, brother?
I'm enjoying QI, I have to say.
I think Claude.
I hope she's enjoying me.
So we're talking about dragons, right?
Right. Well, no,
Are
we're talking about whether a claim is falsifiable or not.
Of course, dragons are real.
So what I'm saying is, my claim is that I have an invisible dragon that shits gold elephants, right?
Invisible. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. That's the claim. Now, on the basis of, well, if we adopt the position that like claims that are non-falsifiable, that don't have to be proven, that they kind of stand on the same level as claims that do have to be proven, it just doesn't seem to me to stack up. And even if psychology is a bit nebulous in terms of whether it's a scientific field or not, like I'm not really interested in that discussion. At the very least, psychological theories that get proven to be false are later held up as being false by psychologists, right?
Mm-hmm. And it should be the way it is with anything, because we have to, first of all, we have to determine that we know a lot but don't know anything.
Right. So if you accept that astrology, I mean, I don't know, I think if you're going to accept astrology, then you also have to accept the Tao Te Ching, right? Tarot, palm reading, mediumship.
I'm not saying that I don't accept palm reading or I don't accept tarot or anything like that. But you asked me whether or not I think it should be taught in school.
Yeah. Why'd you ask that, Shiva?
Because it seems to me that much like astrology, palm reading, tarot reading, the Tao Te Ching, these are all non-falsifiable claims.
Well, that's everything then.
No, it's not. No. I would argue that physics is falsifiable.
Yeah. What's 1 + 1?
3.
It depends on.
So the fact you go to it depends. I'm done. Oh shit! I don't have enough alcohol for this conversation.
It depends.
Holy shit!
It depends on who you ask. If you ask
said,
me,
what's 1
I would
+
say
1?
2 right now.
Right.
If you ask
And your
Terrence
answer was,
Howard,
it depends.
if you ask Terrence Howard,
I think there's something lost in translation here.
His position is that is it 1 × 1 = 2, which is
that's what it is,
Yeah.
right? Because there's no straight lines. There's no straight lines in the flower of life, the tree of life, or the flower of life.
Well, that's not true. But this touches on something that you asked earlier, which is what is truth, right? My answer to that question is it depends on the context. And for most situations, correspondence is true, right? Like if a statement corresponds with what's in the world, then it's true. But in maths, I would say that probably that the coherence theory of truth is more appropriate. In that, in mathematics, 1 + 1 = true, equals 2 is always true because of how we've defined 1 and 2 and plus and equals, right?
Because how we've been taught.
Is it
Well, yeah, well, no.
It's the
No,
standard. Let's just say it's the standard.
Within the,
right.
Yeah, so within the system of mathematics, 1 + 1 = 2 is always true.
And so basically when we look at education and when we look at education and what we have learned, is based on the standard or the curriculum that has been put in place. When we look at science, it's based on the standards that have been put in place. It doesn't mean that it's absolute.
I don't think anyone's making that claim.
That would be a ridiculous claim to make.
Right. So there's so much more to learn.
But the little problem that's being lost in translation here is when I didn't quite catch the name, is when you make your science falsifiable. What is actually meant by that is that when you make the same scientific discovery, you have to be able to make it falsifiable. So the same remedies or whatever is needed at that given time. So it has to be replicable.
Which I would just say it would be the most truthful. Or it would be, how can I put it?
Yeah. I think then we're beginning to mirror each other.
So is astrology true?
Yeah.
In what and like
maybe not. Okay, there are 2 different systems of astrology, right? Because certain people, like in my culture, we believe in 13 sun cycles and 13 moon cycles. And that's why the Mayan calendar has been good to determine predictions, because it's better aligned with nature, right? All right. Now in Greco, like we operate off of a 12 moon cycle, 12 sun cycle calendar.
Right. Okay, and
well,
so
I mean this as sincere as I possibly can. You need Jesus.
No, okay, you don't want me to get into that.
Oh, I think he does.
Your name is Tazar. Is that why? Okay, so that was Tazariak, right?
Yeah, Tazariak.
Yeah, Tazariak. Yep.
So
yeah, the guy from Tennessee.
Is your name Hebrew? Is your name Hebrew?
No, it's native Tennessee.
Yeah,
it's native
Yep.
You know what I'm saying. Don't
Yeah.
play me.
Shalom.
From Tennessee. A lot of Hebrews in Tennessee.
I was gonna cuss you out, but I'm not.
Go ahead. Oh, no, go ahead.
Tell
I'm
me
from
the truth.
Tennessee. I'm
So
not
I
Hebrew.
believe that it's a Hebrew name.
Yep.
It's a okay.
And what does it
And
mean, Teriak?
I don't know. I could probably look it up because I do like
I was
to
asking Teriak.
translate. What does it mean? What does it
yeah,
mean?
no, but what does like me being Jewish have to do with you needing Jesus?
I don't. You can't tell me that I need something.
He just did.
No. So like we're gonna get into this big long argument. Where's my
Awesome.
dog?
I had a big
Chance.
day. I need some entertainment.
Chance.
Well,
What are you barking at?
I think what he's actually saying is that, like science is making all these truth claims, if you will. You need to form a string of hypotheses to make your claim.
But that's all we do is make hypotheses. That's what y'all been doing is making hypotheses.
That's not true. I
But
said 1 + 1 = 2.
Like, okay, so first of all, when it comes to humans, right?
You're robot.
Like, here's the thing. Basically the earth is for everybody. The planet is for everybody. No one was meant to be greedy, to be selfish, to hoard, or anything like that. So everybody should be able to eat. Everybody should have the shelter. That's what I believe. Everybody should be able to, have the same standards of life. And then
Yeah, communism.
because most of if you want, be honest, like the hardest workers are the ones with the less money. The ones who work the
That's
hardest
not true at
in
all.
this country. Yes,
That is not even remotely true. Not even close. People that start their own businesses and end up building a massive earn for themselves and a future for their family, they start off working 100-hour weeks for less than what people make, doing 40 hours a week. They just don't wake up one day and poof, they're making like $500,000 a year. Doesn't work like that.
Yeah, so like let's say QI, we're on a beach, right? And I'm a lazy fucker, okay? But like you're a hard worker, and we go to build sandcastles. Are you going to have more sandcastles after an hour, or am I going to have more sandcastles after an hour?
Wait, there's two QIs. Wait, let me take a Q. Oh wait, there we go. QI, is that you?
Yeah, sorry. I don't know what happened. It bounced.
Oh, I'm like, there's two QIs. Okay. Go ahead.
So QI, to get back to your point, you're saying like the
'cause-
hard workers are the people that have the least. Well, I gave an example in terms of like if we were both on a beach, I'm lazy, but you're a hard worker, and we had a competition to see who could build the most sandcastles, right? Say it's like 2 hours, 3 hours, or whatever the time period is, right? At the end of that time period, are you going to have more sandcastles, or am I going to have more sandcastles? I'm the lazy one, you're the hard worker. Who's going to have the most sandcastles?
I should have the most. If I'm the hard worker, I should have the most sandcastles.
Yeah, so back to your statement of the hard workers have the least.
It's
like, no, the hard
it's
workers
not
have
the
the most.
same.
Yeah,
But
you
it's not
take
the
it from a
same in
point.
society.
Yeah, because you take it that the CEOs and the business owners, they're just like the overlord, just getting all the money and hoarding it, and then they just give out scraps to their employees, which you'd liken almost to slavery.
I didn't say I likened it to slavery. That's not
No,
what I
no. I'm
said.
paraphrasing. No, that's my opinion. Is that you're likening it to slavery? I'm not using that as a quote you gave.
Okay, so if I owned a graphic design company, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I worked for or I work for a company as a graphic designer, which way would I make more money?
By doing it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay, so you realize you've actually just depth charged your own position.
No, I didn't. I said exactly what I meant.
But do you know
I
why
think
that's
that
the case? Do you know why that's the case, though?
I mean, I do understand business.
Yeah, but so then you understand why the people that are just workers get paid less than the business owners.
In some cases, it's like the overhead expenses, and
Yeah.
taxes and different things of that nature.
I'd even go one further. I'd actually even go one further, is that I believe they absolutely should, like the owners should absolutely make the vast majority of the money, because one, they're creating the jobs. Without, those people that have the jobs think they're entitled to that. It doesn't work that way. If
I'm
the
not
business doesn't
disputing.
exist, you don't have that. On top of that, they take all the risk. The amount of businesses that start and fail and result in bankruptcies is obscene. So if you're going to take on all the risk, you should get all the reward. But then to say that, people that are really working hard and putting their their fingers to the bone should get more, that's ridiculous.
I didn't
because you're thinking it should be on parity. But your argument
I didn't get to finish my argument. You're trying to put words in my mouth. All I said that I thought that I think that, and you agreed. And then you went on to proceed to, elaborate on why. Okay. So I never said that I thought that the CEO or the owner should not make a lot of money because they make a lot of risk. But what we have to look at in society is that, like, so this, especially in a capitalistic country,
the best
everybody,
economic forum on planet Earth.
Huh?
It's the best economic forum on planet Earth, capitalism.
It doesn't work for everybody, though.
This is a capitalist.
Yeah.
No, we won't work as
people are going to be bothered doing work.
No,
go ahead. You guys got it. We will not.
What was the question, though? He just asked me a question.
No, I actually made a statement. I made a statement, which is that capitalism doesn't work for people who couldn't be bothered to do anything to help themselves. That's why. But it doesn't work because of capitalism. It works because of their own decisions.
But see, not everybody who is not rich or doesn't have money is lazy. You're assuming that people are lazy. Everybody's not lazy.
I didn't say that. Now you're putting words in my mouth.
Okay, well, my bad. I apologize.
Yeah.
But go ahead and explain what you mean by that.
Is that people, if you want to be able to, for example, eat, pay the rent, not live in a bus stop, you've got to work. And if someone's not willing to get you a job, go find someone else that will give you a job. If no one will give you a job, do something for yourself. Start a business. Do something. Mow lawns.
Okay, so
anything. You can't go back and go, well, I can't, it's life's so hard and I really struggle to eat and pay all my bills. It's capitalism's fault. No, it's your fault.
Okay, say I have 2 jobs. We're gonna go over and beyond. I have 2 jobs at minimum wage.
Yep.
And just say the minimum wage is $7 an hour, right?
Sure.
And so I'm working 2 40-hour jobs, right?
Okay. Yep. I'm with you.
So let me do the math right quick, okay?
$560 a week.
Yeah, thank you. I was about to say that.
I told you math ain't my strong point, so.
About $28,000 a year.
20, yeah. Oh, I was going to say 27, but yeah, off time. It's been a long day. I deal with calculators all day. I'm on my off time. Anyway.
I'm autistic, so I'm like a human calculator.
No, your mum's on Tylenol, that's why.
So how much was that per month? How much did you say it was per month? Because I can do 30 days.
Let's say 28,000. I'll take Teriak's.
Yeah, so it's about just over $2,000 a month. Yeah,
divide
$2,000 a month, just over to it.
Okay, let's say it's $2,500 a month. We'll give you a bit of overtime in between.
2,500.
Yeah, let's go 25.
Okay, so 2,500, and I'm not gonna over estimate the rent, but I'm just gonna say
That's cool.
my rent is $950.
Hmm.
So that's gonna
I know
be.
you're gonna do a breakdown and a comparison of all this. I already have an argument against it that just blows your position out of the water, which is you've
Well, go ahead
chosen
and make
in
your
this
argument.
instance. So in this case, you've taken to have 2 full-time jobs working for $7 an hour. That basically where you're going to go at the end of that calculation you're going to do is that you can't feed yourself. There's a really easy answer to that. Get a job that doesn't pay you minimum wage. Get something that pays you $10 an hour, $15 an hour, $20 an hour. Now,
But didn't you say
now your instant thing afterwards is that, well, I can't get a job that's more than $7 an hour because I'm not qualified for a job for that. Okay, go to school, get educated, do some online study, go get work experience.
Okay, so while I'm going to school,
offer to be an apprentice.
While I'm going to school, I still have to eat. I still have to pay my rent.
Yeah, and if you're intelligent enough and you're good enough, you will get scholarships and grants. There are not millions, there's millions of dollars of scholarships and grants for educational programs all over the United States, much as there are in other Western countries.
Okay, but what if I apply and just say that I meet all the criteria, but I just wasn't one of the ones chosen for a scholarship?
Well, that would be impossible. If you qualified for it,
no, it's not. I got a scholarship and I still had to take out a student loan.
Yeah. So you could feed yourself. You could pay for the education. You got a loan for it. You didn't have the money, so someone helped you out. You got a debt. Congratulations.
You know how long? But do you know how long it took me to pay off that student loan? And
I don't
do you
care.
know how
that's what you got to do to get ahead. You got to make sacrifices.
But
you got to make sacrifices. You got to work hard. Nothing comes easy.
Loan. Hold on. That student loan could have been a house purchased. Could have been a lot of different things.
Sure. And if you had gone initially, instead of working 80 hours between 2 minimum wage jobs and gone to school straight away outside of high school, maybe you could have actually performed better in education when you're in the school system.
Maybe you're being
under your control. There are so many variables that are actually within your control that you either don't realize or refuse to acknowledge. And that's why you get to a point, someone gets to a point of working 2 lots of 80, like 2 jobs at minimum wage and then complain that the world's shit.
What you refuse to acknowledge is the fact that things are not the same or fair for everyone. And as long as things are
I actually agree with that. And that actually supports my argument.
Good morning, Barn Dog member.
Say that again. Say that again, because I was getting ready to tear you up.
I actually acknowledge what you say and agree with it, but what you've said there actually supports my position. Is that everyone's situation is totally different. No one has the exact same circumstance and variables throughout their life from, say, being born to, let's say, 30 years of age. But within all of that time, there's so many choices and actions you can take that will either benefit your life or cause detriment in it. They are all your choices, and those choices are the sum total of where you sit today. Now, if where you sit today, and I know you're not now, I'm not saying you are, but just for the sake of this argument, out of all those choices, that person in this example is working 2 shithouse jobs and can barely feed themselves. That's their fault. You cannot cry to Big Daddy government or get on Instagram or TikTok or just yell out on the street about how shithouse life is. You've only got one person to blame. Well, yeah, okay. Well, if you want to cope and just cry online or to someone else about it, you're not going to get any progress.
I want to cry online. I want to cry online because I think
how does that get you out of your position then? How does that get you out of your position and improve your life?
Okay, but listen.
Example of just.
I'm about to tell you. You asked me one question. You asked me how does that get me out of my position? Basically, it's just like, listen. Damn it.
Oh, you keep depth charging your own position. It's
Wages should match the cost of living. In this day and time, it does not. Yes, it does. It should match the cost of living.
That's your feeling.
That is crazy to say that wages should not match the cost of living.
No, wages should match the value you bring to a business. No, wages should match the value you bring to a business based on your skill set. And if your skill set is so shithouse that you cannot afford to feed yourself based on the current economy, that's your fault. No one else's.
No, it's not. No,
of course,
it's not,
because you don't want
wages,
you have no concept of
I'm willing
accountability.
to work,
And that's why you cry on the internet rather than do something about it.
If I am working and willing to work.
Not hard enough, clearly, if you're doing 2 minimum wage jobs in that scenario.
God damn it, we weren't put here on earth to work 24 hours, 7 days a week. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Where's the rule? Where's the rule that gives us that entitlement?
God created that rule. First of all, we weren't even put here. We wasn't even put here. We wasn't even put here to work for other people.
So the verse, can you just reference in the Bible where it...
So your logic is selfish in the first place.
I'm not being selfish. I'm just creating
everybody
my own
should
and
eat.
paying my own bills.
Food is free. Everybody should eat
on
not how
Earth. It works. That's not how it works.
Communist manifesto.
Nobody should have more than the next person because this is not your shit.
My money and my value is not your shit.
It was.
My value and my money is not your shit to be taken for me to have it taken
this
from me.
This ain't yours.
Because you can't be bothered.
This is not yours.
My money is my money. My home is my home. You don't
own the earth. You do not.
I own my home. I own my bank account. I own my car. I own my business.
You do own your own labor, QI. And just because you're like someone who doesn't put the people who sit on the scratcher all day, sit on the dole and just claim from the taxpayers, and that's how they live. They're literally taking other people's labor. They're taking their effort. Yeah. They're taking the other person's tax and living off that.
Yeah. I actually lived in a bus. At one point I lived in a car.
You said I needed Jesus. What the heck is Jesus doing for you?
Well, he doesn't.
What kind of a question is that?
What is Jesus doing? Who said that Jesus was a he?
God is reason.
He said Jesus was a he. Was Jesus also black?
Was Jesus transgender or some two-spirit bullshit?
Where is Jesus buried?
Oh, we're getting into a religious argument? It's
irrelevant
whether or not. One sec, because I'll destroy it. I'll destroy it, QI. It's irrelevant whether or not Jesus even existed. What you need to focus on is his lessons. Sermon on the Mount.
How
about you attack that, QI? Attack that argument.
How about I tell you that? I don't believe in Jesus.
You don't even have an argument.
Why do you even care?
Okay,
no, he said
bring it back. But we got 2 people that's coming up. Can you guys speak?
Oh, hello.
Try to make sure you both are real.
That's
yeah. Good morning,
good morning, Mr. William. This is going to be very interesting because we're dealing with people.
Wait a minute. Let me do a disclaimer because I don't need y'all emailing me and messaging me because I hurt y'all feelings. Enter at your own risk. I am simply hosting a show, and the views of the panelists are not necessarily my views. Now, don't be mad at you.
I'd actually go one step further. Misunderstood. My views are the exact opposite of misunderstoods. Just for the record. So no hating on misunderstood.
Let me give Mr. William a disclaimer. These are people from Resto's sector.
Resto's sector.
Is that
wait a minute, QI.
What is that?
Don't disclaim me about anything, please.
Wait a minute. I don't know what you guys mean by that, but okay, you guys, welcome to the panel. We got a little bit. I want to move it from the religious talk because it's a whole different conversation.
Yeah, let's go back to the economy. That was fun.
He said I needed Jesus. I'm just trying to say
I said you need a job. I said you need
irrelevant.
You 100%.
You need Jesus' teachings.
Do you know me?
That is a fact, QI.
No. He said I needed a job.
All right, gentlemen. All right, let's hold up here. You guys are from damn foreign countries, and you're gonna tell a black woman living in America what she needs.
Motherfucker, I'm in America.
And how great is it?
I'm gonna do it proudly.
American, and we still
I
know
said
more
you were
about
from foreign countries. You living in America right now.
Yeah, you attack people's character, sir. You attack people's character, sir. Stay on the argument.
How great is it that that non-Americans know more about Americans and we could help educate you? You should be
How the
thankful.
hell you educate me as a white man?
As an American,
you don't know anything about history or slavery, which you trying to
me.
talk about.
Oh, wait a second. I don't know anything. The Irish people don't know anything about slavery.
The most enslaved white people.
That was not the question at hand. You guys joining the panel. If you want to answer the original question, I don't want to go to the dark ages and talk about any of that stuff right now, okay? Because I know where it's going. Answer the question at hand to start. How about that? Answer the first question. Can you do that? I'll mute you. The question was, originally, if you guys missed it, should there be a test before you vote, like a literacy test or like?
Hell no! Hell no!
Oh,
No!
I missed this question, so I get to have 2 cents on this too.
Why?
Why? Because that was done during slavery times.
Here we go.
Okay, one sec, gentlemen. So are you making one sec? One sec. Just my thoughts. One sec, just my thoughts. Are you claiming? Are you claiming?
Supposedly educated as white folks.
Yeah.
So one sec, Vintage. Shut the fuck up, Vintage. One sec, because this kills it. So just my thoughts. Are you claiming that a literacy test is racist?
You damn right it is.
So black people are illiterate?
Yeah. I guess that's what he's saying.
You, sir, are racist.
You said
sir is one of the damn.
You, sir, have a low standard on people who are black just because they're black.
Who makes the laws around here?
Your argument just asserted how much of a racist you are compared to the white people.
A literacy test does not care about your race.
Oh,
yeah, it doesn't.
Bullshit. Yes, it does.
Why? Because blacks, in your opinion, blacks aren't capable of passing a test?
In your opinion, blacks aren't.
I didn't say that. You are. That's your assertion.
No, that's why you asked that question. That's why you brought it up.
That's what you said.
That's why it was brought up.
That's what you're asserting.
That's why it was brought up, because you wanted to know.
I didn't even talk.
You're the one who's claiming that it's racist because you think that black people can't pass a literacy test. I think that black people can pass a literacy test. I just don't want retards voting in the elections.
Yep. So what are you calling retards then? What are retards?
Anybody who can't fucking read.
Someone that's got an IQ of less than 50.
Isn't that being illiterate? Isn't that part of illiteracy?
Yes, I don't want the literate people voting in the election.
Hold on.
I don't care if they're white. I don't care if they're black. I don't care if they're a woman. I don't care if they're a man. If you're illiterate, you should not be voting in the elections.
I'll give you a good example. Right? There's a leprechaun I know that's got a sub 50 IQ. I wouldn't let him vote.
That's why I don't jump on your
because of Tylenol, but that's a different
story. And they really don't talk about America, number one. In the history of America, it's far different from
greatest
England,
country
from Canada,
this world has ever seen.
You're dialed in on one part of our history.
Is different. Okay,
you've got to always go to the race card.
That's why bro. I'm looking at these folks and laughing at them, looking at them and laughing.
Yeah, cope laughing.
I don't
we get
care
it.
the color of anybody's skin, and
What's
I don't
to laugh at?
What do you? Anybody's welcome out. I don't have a pro black anything. Anybody's welcome to my chat.
I know you don't.
Yeah, but why do you use the race card?
These guys
the base of every argument I've made so far is based on race.
When you don't have an argument, you go right to the race card. That's your problem. I'm American. I've been here a long damn time.
The first thing you said is that we're all like white people and we're not from America. Like, you haven't attacked any part of our argument objectively. You've just used the race card. Well, you're foreigners.
I get tired of you trying to sit up here.
He's racist.
Number one, you jump at a woman
so bad. Therefore,
then you want to sit up here just like you did the rest of us.
Define objective.
The rest of whom? Are you American?
When the wages aren't right in this country, and you know it.
I don't care.
Are you American? Are you American?
You don't care?
Are you American?
You don't care? Did you say you didn't care?
Yeah, I don't care about minimum wage.
so-
If you,
Well,
if
that's
you have
what.
to live on minimum wage,
That's
get
what
some
I'm talking
harder,
about.
better.
You were probably born with a damn silver spoon in your mouth. Or
I
you're
actually lived
using-
in a bus
or
stop
you're
and in a
using
car
other
for 6
people to
months,
make your
idiot. And I
living.
built and
I
I got
don't
off my
want to
ass
hear
and
that
created a
bullcrap,
business.
man. I don't want to hear that
I was
bullcrap.
born into
I know you don't want to hear the
two-room house.
So you should
Yes,
not
I
be
do.
a
That's the whole thing
politician.
about it.
You
I'm
should
not a
not be a
politician.
you should not be a
I'm never going to be a
politician
politician.
in a country that's for the people, whether rich,
I'm not a
poor,
politician.
or
I don't want to
whatever.
be a
You should
politician.
not.
I don't want to
So
be.
you should not.
I
You
wasn't announcing
you
a run.
can't tell.
I
You
wasn't
can't
initiating a
tell
run for office. I wasn't
if
initiating
you
a run
don't
for a
care
political
about
office,
people.
idiot.
And
I
that's
didn't
why
say
I
I don't
brought
care
up.
about people. I
That's
didn't say
why
I
I
don't care
asked.
about people.
That's why I asked, what did Jesus do? That's why I said that the planet does not belong to you.
I tell
That's
you,
why I
I was on
said
the
that
same
a
playing
lot of
field.
things because you
I
don't
was on the
care.
same playing field that everyone else did. I started on
You
the same playing field
agree?
everyone else did. And I actually got off my ass and did something about it. And you want to come up here and you want to give me shit and say that my arguments are bullshit. I lived in a fucking bus stop and a car. I now have a business. I have a home. I've actually
Congratulations. That took time, though.
And you know how I did that? Because I didn't come on like you suggested
And let me
earlier that
ask you,
I
how
want to
much
be on
taxes
Instagram
do
and
you
TikTok
pay
and
a year?
bitch
How
about
do you
it.
know that we don't own
Vintage.
businesses?
So what
How
you're
do you know
saying,
that we
vintage,
don't own
vintage,
businesses?
vintage.
Because you wouldn't be
So
on
what
here
you're saying
bitching
is,
about it
so what you're
anyway.
saying, vintage, is you
Don't
didn't sit back
complain.
and blame other people for the choices you
Correct.
made. You actually went out and
Absolutely.
made something of
No,
yourself.
we're not.
2000%, that's what I
I'm
did.
not talking about that. I'm talking about the bullshit that the establishment with people with
Yeah.
businesses
Did I only
like
get
you.
there
Yeah,
because
there
I
you
was
go.
white?
Blame other
on
people.
like
Did I only
me
get there because I
or
was
others.
white?
We're talking about
Even-
laws, regulations. We're talking about things
No, you're
that,
not.
like,
You're
that
blaming
does
other
not
people.
All you're trying
assure
to do is
You're
equal
blaming.
equality.
One sec,
We're
QI.
talking about
You're
things that
yeah,
does not
QI. What
that
you're
does
doing is you're
not.
sitting here blaming other people for the shitty choices you made for the
No,
shitty
I'm
life that you're
not.
in.
You
No,
have
I'm
It's a
not.
zero
shitty life that
accountability.
you got
You have
over there.
zero
That's why you want to be
accountability for
over
what
here.
you
Who
do.
has a
Man,
shitty
you're
life?
ill. Yeah.
You
Who
have
has a
zero
shitty
accountability.
life? Who
Well,
has
okay,
a
all you
shitty
do is
life?
complain.
You're the one who's complaining about your job.
Motherfuckers,
I
I'm
don't
gonna let you
have
know
a
I've
job.
been
They don't
I
pay
own
me
my
enough.
own.
You don't have a job.
I don't have to worry about a job. What I have to worry
Hold
about
on.
now is
You don't have a
Medicare,
job.
I own my own
It all makes
business.
Medicaid,
sense.
I own land.
So the hell
I
with what you
own
talking
land and
about.
own my own business. Next, I'm
Oh,
speaking
really?
for the
So why are you
people.
complaining
You got
about
your own
minimum
business.
wage?
I'm speaking
You
for
said you don't have
the
a job.
people,
Why are you
unbiasedly.
complaining about minimum wage then?
You just said you
Because
don't have a
it's
job.
important for other people. It's
No, you
important for
you
the
don't have a job.
1
17-year-old.
sec. Well then
It's
why don't you just
important
hire
for
more
people
people?
just starting their life.
QI.
It's
I'm
Why
important
don't
for
you hire more people
everybody.
then?
You ain't got
Because
no
Why
business.
why don't you
the
hire
cost
more
of
people?
living should absolutely, that's the way that we run it in America.
Why
The
don't you
cost of
why don't
living
yeah, why don't
should
you hire
match
more
the
people then,
wages.
QI? If you care about other people, why
I
don't you
don't
hire more
need to
people?
hire more people.
There's no chance
Oh,
you have
but
a
you
business.
feel
No
as though
chance
you
you're a
you
business
should
owner.
say what other business should pay other people.
Yeah, she doesn't own a business.
But you refuse to hire more
I'm
people. If you genuinely
I
cared about
am
homeless people,
absolutely a
why don't you
graphic
hire homeless
designer.
people?
I am absolutely a graphic designer.
Yeah,
And
so
why don't
when
you hire homeless
people own
people?
a business, no, Terek, here. When someone asks me, "Do you have a job?" I said, "Yeah, I'm a business owner." You said you don't have a job, so you're either an unemployed freelancer, which maybe is probably more likely the case, or you're just full of shit.
Bullshit is my
I don't just own my own business. My family owns a business as well.
Oh,
So you're full of shit. And you're racist. And you're racist or sexist or something because you're making you're judging and discriminating on me based on some bullshit. Because you absolutely don't. You're making a logical fallacy and you're attacking me as a person. You are attacking me as a person. You are attacking me as a person because I believe that you are attacking me as a person with your ad hominems and your logical fallacies because I believe that wages should match cost of living.
Turn around and was like, "You're racist or sexist or one of those ists. You have to be one of those things because I don't have an argument."
No, Teriyaki here. I just need to
No,
say this.
I said you're making a judgment based on something. You're making a judgment based on something. Like, he doesn't know me. He doesn't know me, and he attacked my person. So he's making a logical fallacy and an ad hominem, if we want to go that route, because he doesn't know me, and it's not based on facts.
Why should he
It's
know you?
not
It
based
has
on
nothing to
facts.
do with knowing
And
you.
what is factual is absolutely factual is that wages should match the cost of living.
Yeah,
How can you expect somebody to live
Key, do you need
if
a reminder
wages
of the
are not
rules of logic?
equivalent to the cost of living?
Okay,
If everybody's
QI.
not
You're right.
able to be able to pay rent,
QI,
if everybody is
how much
not
do you
able
pay your
to buy
employees?
food, groceries, and provide for their basic stuff, if everybody is not able to have insurance, if everybody is not able to have things that are necessary in life, if everybody is not able to, and if they're working, because your other claim is that people are lazy, and you absolutely can't say that. I think that you are lazier than, I think that y'all are lazier than anybody, and I think that y'all are greedy. If you're gonna make an ad hominem at me, I'm gonna throw some ad hominems back.
So QI, how much you pay your employees?
Teriak, I need to say this.
No, just get her to answer this question. How much you pay your employees, QI?
Didn't I just tell you I don't have any employees, dummy?
All right,
yeah, that's irrelevant, Teriak.
Here we go. And how much your family business? The family business. How much do they pay employees?
Okay, just death charge your position.
Basically, my family are the employees, and basically everything is like basically we get a.
Go ahead, Vintage. You have the floor, Vintage.
Sorry, Vintage.
Yeah, the one thing I want to say.
Wait, I was about to cuss you out. Oh my God! I don't
give a shit.
Let me. You better be glad. You better be glad that I can't lay you out. You better be glad that I can't lay you out, because you deserve to be laid out with your ignorancy. With your discrimination, with your you're the ignorant one.
Oh, you can lay me
out. You're very ignorant because you're not even American. You're not even American. You're not even.
Yeah, I know.
Did you tell me to shut the fuck up? Did you tell me to shut the fuck up, punk? Did you tell me to shut the fuck up, punk, with your short dick?
No, I told Duff to, not you.
No, you're retarded, motherfucker.
Here we go.
I don't even get a word in. This is ridiculous.
You don't need to get a word in with your ignorant ass.
You're an ignorant idiot because all you've done.
No, you're an ignorant ass.
You immediately went to me and said
First of all, you're over here talking about American shit, which is none of your business. This is none of your. It's none of your business. It's none of your business. Then you're greedy. Then you might be a narcissist with some type of mental issue. You need to go get in a hospital somewhere and leave people alone. You're a demon. You're a devil. You're evil and selfish and greedy.
Already had one.
You're not godly. The planet doesn't belong to you. And you can't sit there and hoard things. You don't know everybody. So you can't say people are lazy. You cannot say that people are lazy. Because first of all, you don't even live in America. You don't even live in America. You don't even live in America with your ignorant ass. Your ass don't even live in America. You don't even live in America. You don't live in America. You can't speak on America. Your ass is lazy and nosy and greedy and selfish and all over here, not in your own business. You need to learn how to mind your own business. You need to deal with the politics that goes on in your country, because you don't know it all.
You don't know anything.
Ma'am, I'm from Materville, Tennessee, and I'd like to say I agree with the Australian. He's making a lot of good points.
My southern accent, with your whatever accent you got.
I say that's damn near preposterous there, ma'am.
Now he's American,
You're
right?
racist and you're
Yep.
You're racist and you're ignorant.
That was
all
racist.
You want to say is that it's because
your mama is racist and ignorant.
I hate you because of your gender, or your positions, because of your race or your gender. You just want to play the race kind of, and I not once made that argument at all.
No, you want to be covertly racist. You want to be covertly racist.
No, I said
You
no. I
are
wasn't racist.
covertly
I didn't say
racist,
because you're black. I said
discriminatory.
you're lazy
You're
and
not
ignorant.
about equality. America
because
is
you're
about
lazy and
equality.
No,
America
it's
is
not
about
about equality.
equality.
Capitalism is not an
You're
equality
ignorant
system.
because
You
America
don't
is
even know
about equality.
capitalism. How are you a
America
business
is
owner? There's no way
about
you're a business
equality.
owner. Because
America
there's
is
no
about
way.
equality. You're
You're an
talking about
absolute moron.
immigrants. You're talking about the immigrants that came
Respect
over
my
here and
equality.
stole the country and stole some shit.
Word never
You
left
talking
my
about
voice.
those things?
Word never left my mouth. Immigrants never left my mouth once in this whole thing. Not once.
Yeah, it's all
I never said anything about immigrants. I didn't suggest
shut-in
any of the
words.
reason you're in your position is because you're black, or or that you're a female, or any other sort of discriminatory group.
You don't even know. You don't know what I am.
That's why I
I'm
never
not
made an
black.
argument. That's why you are and where you're at. I never
I
made
told
that
you that
argument.
I am a Choctaw Indigenous American Indian.
And
Cool,
nobody
I don't
cares.
care. It has nothing to do with my argument about minimum wage.
Sounds like Kamala Harris.
Not one. None of that means anything to an economic argument.
Kamala Harris. See, you're a misogynist.
This whole time.
And that's mostly how come you're a misogynist.
And I never said that it's because you're a female.
I'm about to say something that was going to be really hit. I can hit you. I can really hit you.
I
can really hit you.
You've got no concept of accountability.
For all you know, I like being hit.
You have no concept of accountability. You just want,
Yeah,
me to say, it's
yeah,
because you're William.
Mr. Williams.
Whatever.
What's up? Slow it down, dear. You see that this panel is full of bullshit because they don't believe in
because you're
here. Yeah,
we can defend our claims.
You just screeching the whole up volume to 110%, thinking that
rise above themselves.
You're the one making claims.
Like you say, they don't live in this goddamn country. They don't pay taxes.
I live here.
Sir, I'm from Majorville, Tennessee.
You're one of the type of motherfuckers
what are you
that try
talking
to
about?
be slick under the cover.
Three out of the
Man,
5
hell with
people that have been
Okay,
exchanged
I
are from
dealt
the
with
United
you kind of
States.
fucking people for 76 goddamn years. Half of you don't even know the struggle. Half of you don't even care about American policies.
Whoa, one sec. You fuck with the wrong white person, bro. You fuck with the wrong white person. Do you know Irish history? Do you know Irish history?
No, he doesn't.
Do you know
Because he
our
doesn't
history?
understand.
Then shut the fuck up.
Do you know our history? Let me ask you.
Are you Irish or are you Ashkenazi Jew? Because like a lot of those people are Ashkenazi
let's not go there. This shit's about to get DOS. I'm Irish.
See, I heard this earlier. You actually legitimately asked him if he was Irish, and the fact you can't tell from his accent and his avatar just blew my fucking mind.
A lot of people who live in Ireland.
Okay.
A lot of people who live in Ireland. A lot of people who live in Ireland actually are Ashkenazi Jews.
You couldn't even point out.
Shalom. Anyways, right? The Irish were indentured servants. So like this whole thing about slavery is only a black thing. Get that shit out of your head. Also, furthermore, the slaves that white people bought, the white people that bought black slaves and brought them over to the New World. Who enslaved those slaves? Black people.
Yeah.
Exactly. You were enslaved by your own ancestors.
People up over there.
I also have a question. Can you shut the fuck up for a second? Do you know where the term redneck comes from?
No, I can't shut the fuck up. If you ask me politely, or if you say that you want the floor for a minute,
you're not
but
being
ever
polite,
since
so
we've
I'm
been
not
on
gonna
the
be polite to you.
panel, you've been
You're
over
not being
talking,
polite.
so you don't deserve their respect. Y'all have not been polite
No,
since
you
you've
have
been
not
over
been
here.
respectful
Y'all have
to
been
me at
over
all.
talking people. Y'all have been over talking people, which means that you lack
Anyways,
respect.
you know what?
Which means that you are not respecting the panel host. Which means that you are discriminatory.
Do you know where the term redneck came from? That's an easy question to ask if you know the answer.
I don't give a damn how easy it is, because once you started that disrespect, fuck you.
Okay.
Roger that, man.
You still can't answer the question.
Darth, where did
I don't give a damn about your question because you're not intelligent enough for me to speak to.
Real quick. You're gonna let me explain it?
You're not intelligent enough for me to speak to.
Oh,
she's
trying to suck my
Can you answer the
dick.
question?
Yes, I can. So when the Irish were enslaved, by the Africans. They were sent to tropical countries.
Which Africans? The white Africans? Because to my knowledge, it was the white Africans.
Whatever, you can figure it out. But they were specifically sent to places where they would get sunburnt because we have no melatonin in our skin.
But that further proves my point that you're Slavic. You're an Ashkenazi Jew.
Shalom.
You just made my point.
Oh, did you wait?
You do realize that, right? Slavic is the root word of slave.
Makes everyone else's point.
It was white people that were enslaved.
I'm not negating that, but y'all didn't you get some reparations?
Can you spell
who enslaved the Slavic people?
Didn't y'all already get some reparations?
Who enslaved the Slavic people?
All you suckers up there, all you men up there that are white.
Now all of a sudden slavery.
Are you assuming my gender? Are you assuming my gender?
You guys show that you don't want women to be ahead of anything. I
don't care that
you don't want women to be
she's a moron.
Anything. You don't want women
I don't care that she's a female.
How long will it take your women
You're a moron.
to vote in this country?
Women
You're not.
You see what
You're
I'm saying?
not smart enough to call anybody anything. You're not a judge or a jury. You're not a judge or a jury, and an ignorant person can't call anybody a moron. A moron can't call anybody a moron. The mere fact that you're calling somebody a moron means that you're a moron.
If I was a moron,
why are you calling someone a moron?
I could call you a moron.
You don't want to call the moron. I return the favor, fool.
Yeah, well,
I just like to point out that just by everything was going peacefully until just my thoughts came on panel and then started accusing people of being racist.
The economy,
They're full of these are idiots. These are dumb, stupid ass idiots.
Then they want to get up here and make they love America. You don't love shit. You don't even love your own goddamn self.
And then y'all are not good debaters because you're not debating on anything that's sensible. You're debating on logical fallacies. You're debating on imaginary topics.
Which one? Which one?
The fact that you're over here even trying to change you're even presenting an argument about changing the government when you don't have the power to do that, and the government doesn't have the power to do that.
So the government doesn't have power to make policies.
Policies, but not determine not take away people's voting rights.
They gave it to them.
So, can I ask you a question, Keith?
Yeah, just like they gave y'all's women the right to vote too. You wanted to take it away from women?
No. The government can't decide who votes. That's what QI said. The government's not allowed to decide who votes.
Can I ask a question real quick?
This country was built on democracy. It is for the people, by the people. So that means that the people vote.
The biggest issue you have is that you just keep on making all these assertions without any actual evidence, and then you just use ad homs.
This is a democratic country.
Yeah, but that's not a response to my argument.
No, that's retard supremacy.
For the people, by the people. Didn't you say that you had to pass a civics test? Didn't you say you had to pass a civics test? That's a part of civics.
And stake in the nation.
That's preventing retard supremacy. The fact that you don't see it.
That's physics, fool. That's what we learn in school, fool. If this country is for the people, by the people. It's a democratic country.
Yeah, and how's that working? Is that working out for you?
And how's it working out?
It's not because
constitutional.
The one thing that I will agree with is we elected a fool.
Aristocratic. What was it? Teriak?
Aristocratic.
Yeah.
National Republic.
Yep.
And
you know,
based on education system, where does the United States rank in the education?
Hold on, can black people be can black people be racist?
It's really, really ignorant.
Can either of you answer that? Can black people be racist?
Fools. You're not gonna.
No, he can't answer that. He can't answer that.
Say that you are a silly woman that comes up to try to get a point across. They never
I made more sense than them.
They don't like
I made way more sense than them.
Yeah, but
having
some
a
of
higher
our
level
women,
of
like, they don't have to
intelligence.
be vocal
Having a
because
higher
their women aren't vocal.
decibel
Okay?
level does
You
not
don't see their
constitute or
women up
grant
there arguing
intelligence.
Do you
a point
think
about a
black
damn
people
thing.
can be racist?
So that's my point right there. Their
Do you
women
think
aren't up
black
there
people can be
arguing
And
a
they'll
damn
go
point.
to no,
You should
they're
come
the
and debate
ones.
our women.
Y'all
Okay,
are the ones that always
you are
want to
just as
bring up
bad.
race. Y'all are the ones that always want to bring up race. If it's not race,
Nah,
then
you
you
I said state
you
in the
converting.
We
nation.
don't
You're
have our women
That's
discriminatory.
I said saying it was
You
racist.
discriminate.
Simple
You're
question that you just
discriminating.
answer.
You are
Never said that.
discriminating,
Never
and
said
you're
that. Never
biased.
said
Who's
that.
You're
discriminating?
Never said
discriminating.
that.
You're
Hey,
biased.
I'm
So
not
you should not be
discriminating. Just to
speaking on
clarify.
politics.
Just to
These are
clarify.
not topics you should
I'm
speak on.
not
You should not be
discriminating on
telling
race.
anybody else
I'm
what to
discriminating
do.
on
You
retards.
judge me
Y'all the
multiple
ones that
times,
said
and
that
you
I'm
are a
racist,
fucking
which is
lie.
why you
You
think
was a
that black
fucking
people are
lie.
retards.
You don't
I
know
don't
me,
hold that
but you
belief.
tried to tell
I
me
just
about
don't want
myself.
retards voting
That
in the
means that
elections.
you are
This
biased
is why
and
you
you
shouldn't be
discriminate and you possibly could be a racist and a misogynist, fool.
Just because you're the loudest doesn't make you correct. Just because you're the loudest doesn't make you correct. I know you want to hope that's
But
the
I
case.
am correct.
No, you're not. You're a moron.
Yes, I am.
You don't even
Yes, I am.
She puts the mic any
I'm going
closer to
to
her
be
mouth, she's
loud
gonna
because
swallow
if
it.
you're going to talk over me, if you're going to be disrespectful on the panel, I'm going to be the loudest. So I'm winning, fool.
Are you being disrespectful?
No, I'm meeting
not
you.
at all.
I'm meeting. I'm meeting you. I'm meeting you. I'm meeting you with the same courtesies that you are giving to me,
No,
which
you're
is
not. I'm meeting
disrespect.
your energy. Not the fact you don't understand. I'm meeting your energy, and the other way around. Prove how
They
ignorant
won't
you
live
are.
in this country. Number two,
You
they
can't call
are
anybody ignorant. You can't call anybody ignorant. You need to stop. You're a racist. You're definitely a racist, and you're definitely a sexist because you're up here calling people ignorant. You're up here calling people ignorant and that you don't know.
You are
You're up here
ignorant.
prejudging.
Call
You're
someone like us
being very prejudiced. You're being very prejudiced. You're being very prejudiced and prejudging and calling
How?
people you don't
Explain
know ignorant.
Your
How?
education rank
Explain
is
it.
30 to 31st in the world rankings of education.
Explain it to
You
me
don't
like
know
I'm a
anything
retard.
about my education. You don't know anything about me, fool.
You don't know me.
You don't.
You talk about how great. Oh,
So
you're not
you're
American and whatnot,
prejudiced.
and you don't
You
know what
are
the education. You
prejudiced.
guys are
Point
ignorant.
blank.
Based
Period.
on
You
what?
in the
are
rankings.
prejudging me.
Hey,
You are
Claude, I wish you
prejudging
would
me.
wake up and throw
No, I'm
your
not prejudging
opinion in
you. I'm
this
judging
mud.
you
I
I've
based on
see
your
been
you can.
actions.
watching you, Key,
So,
for like
MU
2
has
to
been
3
nice.
hours.
Q, I wish you would drop
Who the
everything
hell is
you're
Key?
doing.
Who the hell is Key? Who the hell is
They're trying to make
Key?
you look bad, trying to make black people look bad, and I'm
Am
sick
I
of it.
pronouncing it
So,
wrong, or is
good
it a
night.
white accent?
Absolutely disgusted. That's all. I'm
Have a good one. Just my thoughts.
Just
You gotta do better with you.
You should have considered.
Race baiting.
Can you actually just turn down the mic a little bit? Just, I know you need the decibel level, but seriously, like,
I know you need to shut the fuck up so I can talk, and maybe I wouldn't have to talk
No,
so
you're not
loud.
talking. You're yelling. You're yelling and
All
spurging.
y'all do is talk. Y'all
You're
even
yelling
talking
and
over
spurging.
each other, and y'all talking about
You're
who's
yelling
being
and spurging.
disrespectful.
You're yelling and spurging. You're yelling and spurging.
But you're talking over people. Y'all are all ignorantly and
Oh, you're
rudely
not
talking
talking
over
over
Hey,
people.
check this cool trick
you're
out.
not.
See if you
you're not
notice
talking
this,
over anyone?
Key.
absolutely. I'm so.
They over here gang banging on the internet with their little weak asses.
What?
Yeah, and what are you doing?
I was trying to have a discussion. In fact, when you came up here, I ain't never grew up in no hood a day in my life. See, that's what I'm talking about, you prejudiced motherfucker.
You talk like an ignorant person.
No, I don't. I don't. I'm very much not ignorant, and I like speaking my indigenous natural tone and language. So fuck you. You sound like an ignorant motherfucker.
So you're using the race card again.
I'm going to use it. I am definitely going to use it. I'm definitely going to use it because you're prejudging me based on culture, based on my dialect. You're prejudging me. You're judging my dialect because I come from the South. Because my natural tone.
No,
You're
it's got nothing to
prejudging
do with
me.
your tone. It's to do with how
You're
you articulate
prejudging me.
yourself.
I am a natural person. I am
It has nothing
connected
to
to
do with your racial
my
gender.
family, my ancestors, and
What you're
just
saying
because I
has nothing
speak
to do
just
with your
like
racial
them,
gender.
just because I'm proud of my culture, does not mean
You're
I'm
proud of being
ignorant.
ignorant, okay?
Fuck you and fuck your culture. Your culture is ignorant, motherfucker.
What's
And
my
how
culture?
is that productive?
Come on,
Just
people.
out of curiosity.
Well, disrespecting
That was
There's nothing
retarded as fuck.
productive about you, period. How are you productive? Nothing that you've come up here and done
I own a
has been
business
productive.
and I support my family
Even
and
your
friends
whole
and
debate
parents.
premise was not productive because you're not even from America. So you
And I still know
interrupted
more
Americans
about
talking
American
about
economy than you, very
American
clearly,
politics
based on this
with your
conversation.
non-American asses.
In the
Well,
educational
actually,
rankings,
I'm not
America ranks
American.
31
I am.
in my
So
country.
direct your
You
shit
guys
at
are
me.
the most intelligent
I
people.
am.
Really? You're going to go with that?
I'm fucking
Darth,
American as
let
shit.
me ask you the question then.
I'm
Since you're an
gonna
American,
go with your
I'm not
ignorant
going
ass.
to
Can't
go
say
with
shit
American
about
thing.
what
Like, if you're
goes
going to
on
say
over
that,
here
if you're
as an
because you don't
American,
live
Darth,
here.
yeah,
You don't know what
as
the
an
people over here do. You
as
don't
an
know nothing
American,
about the wages, so you can't judge anybody. You can't
great,
say who's lazy.
beautiful
And
Can
for
you
all
ask
I
a
know,
fucking
your
question?
motherfucking ass still live on that damn
yeah.
bus stop.
Let's just
You
calm
still
down
live
the
on that
conversation. Yeah,
bus stop.
real
You
quick.
still live
So,
on that
Darth,
bus stop.
I'm
You
trying to ask
still
Darth a
live
question,
on that
QI.
bus stop.
definitely
You
don't.
Trying to
still
ask Darth a
homeless,
question.
fool.
I'm
The
actually
mere
He's the
fact that
American.
you even became
Yeah,
homeless.
I'm a
The
real
mere
He's
fact
American.
that, the
I'm
mere
like,
fact that you even became
okay,
homeless
really
in the
nice
can't
first
even
house.
pronounce
place
your own name.
and
So,
was
Darth,
sleeping on a
really
bus
good.
as an
stop is
American,
sad.
I'll
Because
go.
not
I'll
many
show
of
you.
us
It's actually
slept
really
on no
cool.
bus
as an
stop.
American,
Not
Darth.
many of us ended up
This is
sleeping on a
insane.
goddamn bus
have a
stop.
mute button.
And you
Great,
probably
Yeah.
stole that
beautiful.
money.
Look,
And you're probably scanning and conning
QI,
people out of
you
money.
I
are
can't
You're
hear you.
wonderful.
now
probably
I
who's
a
what
hear
makes
deep
you
you
mad?
all.
I
software.
honestly
personally.
can't
You're
Darth,
Now
probably
who's doing
as
the
an
stealing money
American,
from
I
others.
want to know
You're
your
probably a
thoughts
motherfucking
on
Now
my
who's
thief.
new
doing the
proposed
prejudging?
voting system. Okay,
Now
so the
who's doing the
first thing is
prejudging?
stake in the nation.
You're a
You must own
contradiction in
residential
yourself, and
land
you
or
do it.
primary
In
home
relation to
or have completed honorable military or national service. Right, that's
Mhm.
one thing. So it's either own a home or you serve the military or national service. And then the second thing that you must do is a civics competence test, which is basically you have the test that covers English fluency, mathematics, logical reasoning, and cognitive pattern recognition. As an American, what are your thoughts on that new voting system?
I think it's genius because
These
it
people are from
eliminates.
Resto's sector and they act
There we
just
go.
like Resto. They're
I don't even
all
know what that is.
assholes. They're all
I was gonna
misogynist,
give like the
racist, and shit.
reasons I think it was
I
And
go
genius.
to
I'm
Resto.
just
I
saying
like
that y'all
Resto, but
shouldn't
I'm
even
not
be
from
over
Resto.
here. I'm just saying that really y'all shouldn't even be over here.
Hold on, let me say this.
Resto.
Let
Well,
me say
you
this.
shouldn't
How
be
you
allowed
figure?
to have a microphone, in my opinion.
Oh, wait a minute.
It's opinion.
Yeah, it's an opinion.
It's coming
should
straight out
figure
your
out the
asshole. It's
delineation
coming
of
straight out of your
opinion and
asshole.
facts.
It's coming straight out of your asshole. You
Hold on,
full of
hold on,
shit.
Yeah.
Try. Oh, it looks like. Do I got 10 people up here? I'm not sure who's trying to get on, but
You have 10, MU.
Yeah, I don't know.
I was the 10th.
Okay, can y'all see that I can't even speak straight. I was
Hi,
I
Jack.
was in a nice little sleep, you guys, and
Can't see me, but I'm waving
somebody
at
called
you.
me to get on.
I know, because this has been a bunch of ignorance.
Hold on. You guys don't
Misunderstood. I'd like to apologize for QI's rudeness.
Yeah, me too.
And I'd like for you to suck my dick.
Wait, QI, hang on, you guys.
It's a very
hang on.
poor showing.
I think
What does QI stand for?
I think part of the problem.
The channel was trying to talk.
I think part of the problem. I'm not sure who's backstage. I can't see you.
I think everybody can agree that I haven't been saying too much. Am I correct in that?
Yeah. I think part of the problem. I'm sorry that
I used to like being on here, but QI, you're extremely rude.
Who is that? Who is that?
That's me.
It's irrelevant.
Shiva?
No, she was left a long time ago.
Oh, okay. Well, your mama is extremely rude, and I want you to suck all of the shit up out of my ass because that's what you deserve to eat.
Nope. You can't
Okay.
say stuff like that. You know.
That was not very ladylike, was it?
Because I'm not a lady. I'm not a lady.
No, you know what, Claude, miss you. I'm very sorry for this this interaction. QI, you know, have fun with whatever you're doing. I wish you the best. I expect the worst. So, bye-bye.
Okay, let me say this, because Justin's always respectful. Let me hear from Jack of Blades, you guys, that just came up, and I'm gonna give you guys my thought. Dang, I was hoping I could sleep while you guys just spoke, but y'all about to chop each other's heads off. Go ahead, Jack of Blades.
Oh, I was just coming on here to give extra insight because like I'm an American too, and I completely agree with Tyriek's original prompt that he came up with. I completely
y'all came
agree
together.
with that.
Y'all all came together. Go on with y'all agenda and y'all bullshit.
Oh,
Can we mute this bug? What y'all are doing? Y'all are just gang banging on the panel. Y'all are gang banging on the panel.
You don't want anyone. You won't let anyone speak.
Hold on, Q. I gotta put you on mute. You gotta let him
speak. Can you just let him go? Like seriously.
Anyways, all I want to say is that we're not from Resto, where we have our own individual things, and we're most of us are from Easies. So
I don't even know why he's bringing this person up.
What's Rusto, by the way? I don't understand the reference.
He has a channel.
I don't have anything to do with Q. I stop it. Go ahead, Jack of Blades.
Sorry, yeah, I don't know who it was.
But yeah, to the original prompt though of what Tyriek said, I completely agree with everything. I think there should be a civics test and a stake in the country. I think this should even extend out to other countries, even though I think it kind of, you know, there's different things within other countries, but I think America needs to be the shining example. And I don't agree with the other side of what Q's saying. So, but that's all I gotta say right now.
Okay, you're welcome, Matthew. Listen, you guys are mad because I'm just gonna call it the obvious, because their views are so different, and you guys are calling them racist and stuff like that. I tried to keep you guys from bringing up race because I already knew what was gonna happen, but you guys brought up race, and they responded.
I would say that it has nothing to do with race. Like we're not bringing up race. I don't think we've even mentioned race.
Not at all. Yeah, and that was the most frustrating thing in the exchanges. I'm getting yelled over by someone saying, "Oh, you know, you're a misogynist and you're a racist and all this stuff." Not once in any of the arguments I made did I assert that in any way, shape, or form that it was because of someone's disposition or race or, you know, whatever their even religion for that matter. I don't
not
care.
race for 3 hours now. It has nothing to do
I don't
with
know
race.
how many times I could say that. My argument was actually really just if you're not making it in the world, like granted, I was talking economic at the time, you've got to really just go out and do something about it and never accept that it's someone else's fault or it's the government's fault. And I say that from personal experience, as I mentioned, even though I was probably yelled over when I said it, is that there was a time in my life where I lived in a car. I lived in a bus stop. For real. It sucked. Absolutely sucked. And I could have done what was suggested, that I could you know, maybe get a burner phone and then get on Instagram and TikTok and complain about how shit life is and it's everyone else's fault. Instead,
if your fifth great grandparents weren't born in America, get the hell off my land.
Here we go. I'm not even on your land.
But
so
what I'm trying to say is there's more of us that are from the USA than is out of country.
Can I finish my point though? My point is that I don't care where you're from in terms of, I don't care whether you're American, whether you're Irish, whether you're from Russia.
Get the hell off my land.
I don't care. I'm not on your land. That's a stupid point anyway.
All your people up and y'all take your asses back home.
Can I finish your point?
Does that go for everybody? Illegal immigrants?
Everybody. If your six great grandparents weren't born in America, take your asses back to your own country.
Not allowed to finish my
and
point.
leave us the fuck alone. We'll figure it out.
No, you won't. But can I at least finish my point? Thank you.
Your mama won't.
Yeah, see, and that's your argument. That's the sole part of your
If you're
argument.
gonna sit here and say racist, if you're gonna sit here and try to disrespect me, I'm gonna match that energy, and I have every right to. I have every right to defend myself. I have every right to defend myself. I have every right to defend myself.
What's one racist thing I said?
I said that you were misogynist and you were prejudiced.
What's one misogynist thing that I said?
Matthew,
what's one misogynist thing that I said?
The mere fact of how you're treating people, the mere fact that you came on this panel and y'all have been over talking people the whole time. The mere fact that you want to act like you're right and you're not even from this damn country. You're not even from this damn country. So how are you calling me ignorant and moron when I live here and I've been voting?
Are we going to let the spur keep going?
I'm going to put everybody on mute.
Yeah.
I think that we got so far. I put you on mute for a second, hon, because you gotta listen.
Can I just ask one question? Because really, I can't even get a point out. I've asked, name me one misogynist thing I've said. Name me one racist thing I've said. Name one anti-feminist thing that I've said. There's all these assertions that I'm against certain groups and dispositions, even though it's never been part of my argument. And and when I start to I get maybe 60% of the way on my point. She has, she's just compelled, cannot keep herself composed to let me finish my thought. That because she knows where it's going, it just yells and screams, and the decibel level gets to about 180%. And to me, when someone gets to that point, and I'll be very brief, and then I'll shut up myself. When someone gets to the point where you've got to make ad hominem attacks, you've got to say, "Oh, well, you're just misogynist," even though there's no evidence. Even though you're racist, even though there's no evidence. Even when I can't even finish an objective point, you feel the need to yell and scream and just try and take over a panel like that. To me, it just shows you're ignorant and you actually have no real cogent argument to this, and you're really not equipped for this conversation. And and that's a lot of and again, it goes back to she's going to have to take accountability and responsibility for that. I know that won't happen based on the conduct that she's had so far, but I just don't even know where to go from there. How do you even continue to have a conversation?
I was trying to. I know QI, and I knew that QI was getting.
And shout out Speakeasy, by the way, 10K subs.
What's good, Speakeasy?
He has a channel. It's a debate channel.
They're from Speakeasy's chat. Do you guys know Matthew?
We do not. But welcome. It's always nice to meet new friends.
Okay.
I think you're muted, mate. There's something with your audio, bro. We can't hear you. Are
any one of you live right now?
Teriak, you're usually live. No,
I was live before this, and then I popped on. Because on my stream that I was doing before this, I was going through the new policies, and part of it was the voting. And Jungle was like, "Well, why don't hop on this, get some feedback, see what people think about it, and all the stuff."
I can throw up something quick if you want, just to hang out for a little bit. I won't sound very long because I've got a huge. Oh, I said if people want a place to keep having an open panel for a bit, and I'll throw up something just. Very quickly.
I go there and sleep. I was trying to sleep, but
You're trying to sleep.
I was trying to sleep.
All the yelling. You had an alarm clock going off in the next room, aka this panel.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this. I know that people are upset. You guys, I'm not trying to hurt you guys' feelings. I'm not trying to make you guys feel uncomfortable. But I'm conservative. I do not disagree with a lot that was said. And
you have nothing to apologize for.
You guys know my views. You guys brought up race and they responded. I try to keep things away from those conversations. You guys are calling them racist. You guys are calling them everything else. Race did get brought up into it, but I have to say this. When you're saying things about literacy tests and things like that, you guys, they asked the question. They asked a question for conversation. They didn't even say if they agreed or disagreed. Obviously, we know that they agreed, but we have these kind of conversations. That's why I say jump on the panel at your own risk. Try to leave your feelings. Try to be able to debate your point without making ad hominem attacks. The reason why I say don't make ad hominem attacks is because somebody that's used to debating is going to call you out on it. And you can make your point. You guys can disagree. You can even call them racist if you think you're racist, but if you call them racist, they're gonna respond with race comments.
No, I actually disagree. No, we won't respond with hate. We won't respond with race comments. We'll tell you to prove your position, and when you fail, you're going to look like a fool. Because at least I can speak for all the boys up here that I know, and that I've had interactions with. None of them are racist in any way, shape, or form. They'll come at you. They'll come at you hard. With fact, they'll battle you. But it's never racist, misogynist, anything else like that. It's just
I don't have a racist bone in my body. I really don't.
It's objective argumentation, and if you have no defense to objective argumentation and need to go down that path of okay, I'll just call everyone racist, well then you've lost the battle, and you should not have any business debating.
I mean, I agree, you guys, and no one is saying that. Oh, I mean, they're talking about intelligent enough to read something. They're not talking about. I found it offensive because blacks are intelligent. We can pass any literacy test. We can pass any. Come on now, we've come so much further. But some of you in the chat that's addressing me right now, you guys say I'm delusional just because I'm Republican. Face it, you guys have been fighting me before Trump even got into office on my views. So I don't know what you want me to do. I can't change my views overnight. I'm not going to change my views overnight. I stand on my conservative values, and I will be a brown girl that's Republican until the day that I die. I don't see that changing because the Democratic Party, I feel that you use a lot of ad hominem attacks. You want to call people racist. You want to say that they're delusional because you don't agree with them.
It's exactly what happened tonight.
And then it's exactly what happened. They respond, and then your feelings are hurt. All I'm saying is if you have a good point, present your argument. I'm really surprised at QI because normally QI will sit here and debate without getting so emotional. But then again, to be fair, QI was going against a lot of people who didn't agree with her. So I could see how
I suspect she has very little experience or in life of having any sort of real pushback. Because the way she acted is very indicative of that.
QI debates, so I don't understand why it got so out of control this time.
She hasn't been truly challenged. That would be my guess based on her conduct and that of conduct I've seen of other people that, in my opinion, have that and exhibit that behavior. Oh, I could be wrong. I'm never going to say it's never a one-to-one parody, but
religion and stuff like that. I haven't really, because we don't agree. Daisha, you're making something out of what I said. You're taking it to the extreme. Daisha, I was completely respectful in my comment. What's with the OMG? I was completely respectful. We have differences of opinions. And some people feel that if you're going to vote, then you should be able to understand something about what you're voting for. That was the question. That was the debate. And what was the other one? The land, owning land. My brain is tired right now. Okay. If Original Vintage is going live,
I'm getting there. I'm just setting it up.
Go over there. So that way I can listen to you guys. I'm afraid to ask you guys. I'm going to ask my question anyway. Are we still friends?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's never as heated as it gets. There's never any bad blood.
I love it.
Of course. Of course. Discourse is important. You shouldn't hate somebody over being able to talk about things.
Yeah, and the one thing I would actually say is that you apologized probably at least twice in what you were saying just before, and you have nothing to apologize for. You shouldn't be expected to apologize for having an opinion, and especially one that people may disagree with. I'm sure I could throw a dart out in the world, and I'm going to find someone that disagrees with me. That doesn't mean we can't be friends after an exchange, or that. Maybe they'll take me over to their side. They'll convince me of their position and vice versa. But that's the whole point of discourse and debate. It's not meant to turn into like a screaming match / Jerry Springer episode, because when that happens, no one gets anywhere.
I ask that every live stream, sometimes multiple times, because I play a lot of news clips, and it can be controversial. We talk about everything. Oh my God, I'm gonna have to look at my chat. Okay, so I see them arguing back and forth in the chat. Listen, a lot of people say that Republicans are racist. I used to just talk about other stuff, but I got tired of hearing it because I'm Republican. So there's racist people on both sides, but you're not racist because you're Republican, and you're not racist because you're Democrat. If you're a racist, you're a racist person, not pertaining to any particular party. But you guys, it didn't have to go that deep. We talk about everything. Hit the panel at your own risk, and don't be mad at me for it. Don't be mad at me.
Yep.
Pizarro said that you are hosting a racist panel, and Daisha.
It's just ignorance.
Company right now, so I can't get you together on that comment. Why do I care what she says about my panel when I could say things about her panel? Why do I care what you guys say about my panel? I find it very disrespectful for you to even bring that to me right now. And I've been very courteous, but you guys, I can curse you guys out. I haven't brought any of that. I don't care what you guys talk about outside of my panel.
That's the worst person to bring up. That's the worst.
How am I racist? I find it very disrespectful, Daisha. I've been here for 4.5 hours, so my niceness left about 20 minutes ago. Now,
well, you're asleep.
Thank you guys for your support. Listen, I have gotten pushback, and I decided to have a panel, or I don't even do panels all the time, but I decided to just talk about things because I would go to other spaces, and this would happen. The only difference is I would get kicked off the panel. Can't nobody kick me off over here.
Mm-hmm.
Can't kick me off the
That's
panel.
exactly right.
Kicked off for the same things that you guys were saying, for the same kind of views, and I'm a brown girl, so I'm not gonna call these guys racist. I refuse to. The only way I'll call them racist if they come out and say something that is just racist, it has nothing to do with the conversation. I'm not gonna call them racist. I'm just not.
Yeah.
So hopefully you guys understood my point of view. I thoroughly enjoyed you guys. Jack of Blaze, I would love to hear more of what you're saying. I hope to see you again or find you in one of your spaces. Matthew, I couldn't hear you, my friend. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you. You're still
you're
muted.
muted or something, Matthew.
He's not muted. I can't hear him.
Yeah, I can't hear.
But yeah, I'm gonna lay it down, you guys. But I would love to. I'm subscribed to your Original Vintage. You guys go over there. I'll be there until I fall asleep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll definitely come up. Some other times. I've kind of been in Easy's chat when he originally came over here, so I've been following you. I just subscribed today though, so
Thank you.
Support and hit the like, and
I know that people are going to be mad at me, but it's nice to have. I cater to both sides when I'm running my clips, but it is nice to have other conservative speakers, other people from different races, even.
Yeah.
I think that I'm just saying, I'm obviously brown, so I just felt like we needed more voices because I got tired of the race talk, and I felt like, why should we be quiet when we're a part of the same party? So I just felt like being more outspoken with that. So hopefully you guys understand. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I've seen anything that you did wrong, MU. Like I said, I like it here. Yeah. I'm an old guy. I'm setting my ways. I like it fair, open, and honest.
Good.
And we
I blame Jack.
You guys are all welcome. Vintage, Jungle F, you guys tore the house up. Teriyaki. I thought his question was peaceful.
Yeah,
it was at first.
As well. But now I'd like to thank everybody. I've now become an Ashkenazi Jew. I feel welcomed by the Ashkenazi community. It's a beautiful moment for me. You know what I mean?
I'm throwing you out of Tennessee, Teriyaki.
Hey, don't you be throwing out your Tennessee, brother. We went to Materville, Texas.
I'm gonna do it.
Claude fell asleep through the whole thing.
Pretty much, yeah.
Thing, but my body, I did pass out. My body just came out.
Oh my God. Stewie girl. I love Stewie girl. Yeah, we were. I can't even think straight right now, you guys. Now, you guys, I don't know how to drop a link from the back chat. You guys, if you type in Original Vintage, I think it'll take you to his channel.
I've got a link. I got a link in the back if you want to use it.
I don't know how to. I don't know how to put it in the main chat.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I know what I could do. I could just grab it.
I know what I can do. I can just throw it up on your chat, and then we can get all the haters to come and dislike me for the views that I just had.
Yeah.
Everybody hates you,
It's
Venus.
the most disliked live I've ever done in my life. That'd be so funny.
Because I don't know how to redirect.
Make sure to come dislike and unsubscribe from the channel, everyone.
Okay, you guys, go over there. Go over to his channel.
It's going to be a friendly chat. We just hang out, and yeah, I'll keep going for a bit. Thanks for being such a gracious hood, Misunderstood. I really appreciate you. Everyone in chat, make sure you like and subscribe to Misunderstood if you haven't already either, by the way.
Oh, I see you.
Sure, Misunderstood. Thank you.
Yeah.
Very
She's got a good platform. And yes, I know I haven't put it up on mine yet. It's coming. Anyway, I'll bring it up in a sec.
I'm trying to see. Oh, I think I can share it like this. When I'm tired, you guys, my brain ain't working. Hold on, I got you right now. Okay, you guys, go.
I think you can copy paste MU if you want to.
Yeah, I'm doing it like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just want to say appreciate you having me up, MU, and like I said, loved the time despite the fact there was the back and forth and all that stuff. Like I said, appreciate all the feedback and wishing you all the best on the panels and all the kind of stuff in the future. And also, Vintage, I'll probably pop on for another 30 minutes. Then I need to have a shower and go to bed.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I won't be doing like a 4-hour stream or anything like that. But it was a good exchange. Or everyone's always welcome, and yeah, why not hang out for a little bit more? It's been a fun time.
Yeah,
100%. He's over there.
I got someone else I just saw online. I'm going to try and bring him over too.
I think I got it. Hang on, sorry.
MU, thanks for having me. I'm going to get out here and leave you alone. Everybody else, panel, chat. Peace.
I'll be over on my stream. Links in the chat for StreamYard if anyone wants to come in.
I'm over there.
Just gotta have a mic. Got to have a mic and a camera, just so I know who you are. So that's all. Anyway, peace out. All the
peace.
Peace, you guys. Thank you, Jungle F. Thank you, Jackal Blaze. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having us up, and thanks for not censoring anybody and being neutral and all that stuff. I know obviously it can be contentious for anybody, but like I said, we're not racist, we're not misogynistic. I love that that kind of discourse. So I think it's very necessary, like the others were saying. So that's all I want to say, but thanks for having me up.
Open panel, open chat. You guys are always welcome. Appreciate you.
All right. Thank you.
Whew. Jungle. So, wait, I think Jungle was trying to leave. Let me help him. I think his, there we go. Claude, I'm about to run.
Yeah.
I'm about to run. Let me help out Jungle F. You guys hanging out with me?
Yeah, this was a rough.
Sorry, Matthew. I couldn't hear you, my friend. Claude,
Yeah,
I'm about to go to bed.
Yeah, me too. My body's just.
Okay, go sleep, fool.
It's always just the two of us, huh?
Yes, I'm ready to go to bed.
All right. Take care, my love.
Bye. Oh, gosh. Daisha, I know that you guys got upset, but you know what? People speak, and I don't censor people because I don't want to be censored. And hopefully we can be friends after. You guys, I'm gonna lay it down. Thank y'all for hanging out with me. That was a healthy exchange. Jackal Blaze, thank you. And thank you guys for your support, your super stickers, your donations, and just for hanging out with me on the panel. I'm praying for the country and I'm praying for all of you, and we'll talk soon, okay? Bye-bye. What Trump said, I see you. I'll be back later today. Bye-bye.